The story begins with Park Soo-ho, who is waiting for the green light to cross the road and chatting with his mom, who invites him to his brother Junho's birthday. He refuses, saying he is supposed to meet his friend today, but she insists on him coming. Suddenly, the door of another portal opens and starts destroying things on the road. Everyone starts running to save their lives. Park Soo-ho thinks this has to be a dream, and suddenly, he finds himself in front of a big truck, feeling extremely scared. After a while, he awakens on a different planet, completely disoriented. He wonders where he is and realizes he has just been run over by a truck. He starts looking around and observes 2 moons in the sky and numerous enormous monsters. The story returns to the present as he is back on Earth, recounting his experience to Dr. Baldy. Dr. Baldy asks when he woke up if he found himself on a planet with 2 moons, in a forest teeming with bizarre beasts, and a giant bear and wolf pack suddenly came after him. He inquires about how he managed to survive in a place like that. The story then transitions to a flashback, with wolf packs coming together to attack the giant bear, while he hides behind the rocks. He explains that to survive, he runs as hard as he can, and his constitution has increased by 1. While he is running, his foot strikes a stone, causing him to fall. He spots some fruits and comments on how hungry he is, wondering if these fruits are edible. He starts eating the fruit when suddenly a giant snake appears behind him, leaving him shocked. Out of nowhere, a giant frog arrives and devours the snake. He remarks that the place is insane, or maybe he's the one going crazy. He mentions that he has been stranded there for 67 days, and the wolf pack that had been chasing him still hasn't given up. He expresses his nervousness, fearing they might catch him at any moment. He also notes that the forest contains dangers beyond just the wolves, emphasizing the need to find a safer place. He explains that it has been 1 year since he was stranded, and his strength has increased by 1 as he has learned survival tricks. He clarifies that, to be more precise, he may have adapted. He recounts how a wolf pup had persistently followed him, and he had become so accustomed to the pup's presence that he missed him when he wasn't around. In a flashback, he plucks a banana from the tree and begins eating, with the little wolf still under the tree, watching him. Suddenly, a gorilla appears and attacks him, but he manages to counter the attack, causing the gorilla to fall. During this encounter, the little wolf gets injured in the leg, and the gorilla goes after him. However, Park Soo-ho intervenes from behind, striking the gorilla in the eye with a stick, and the gorilla throws him away, causing his head to start bleeding. The story returns to the present, and Dr. Baldy asks why he took that action. He explains that he couldn't keep running away from territorial fights, as constantly fleeing wouldn't resolve anything. He adds that it's because, no matter where he goes, there is always a ruler. In a flashback, the gorilla is once again coming to attack him, but he is attacked and killed by a pack of wolves. In all of this, Park Soo-ho loses his conscience. He says he thought that was the end, but he wasn't attacked while he was blacked out. He says they must have thought he had saved the wolf pup, and the wolf pup that had hurt his leg was the son of the Wolf King, leader of the Crimson Wolves. After that, he starts living with the wolves. He says he thinks those guys have accepted him as part of the pack. He says it is the 31st year of being stranded, and he is still in the forest. He still has not managed to escape the forest. He says he has yet to find civilization, and like that, he has become a part of the wolf family. He continues to participate in territorial fights for the survival of his family, fighting with every animal that comes to attack the wolves. Living like this, it is now the 120th year of being stranded, and he thinks he is the only human on this planet. He says that in a constant fight for survival, he has gained more furry friends, but he has also lost some. He has forgotten the date, and it feels like it has been hundreds of years. So, how is he still alive? In the present, Dr. Baldy asks, after he becomes the king of the wolves, even after 500 years, he is not able to find any trace of civilization, and how is he able to return to Earth in the end? The story goes into a flashback, and he starts saying he initiated a war with the gorilla race over a moonlit hill, and both teams are attacking each other fiercely. But all of a sudden, a portal opens. Meanwhile, on Earth, Choi Suong and her team are tracking some weird energy. He says this thing is acting weird, and the dimensional energy is off the charts. The captain instructs them to send the coordinates to the portal management team right away. Upon seeing a huge light, she says a portal is opening. They all begin to run in the opposite direction, and the captain warns they don't know what's going to come out. Everything near the portal starts to be destroyed. She steps forward with her sword and says she will buy them time, so they should start running. She stands in front of the portal and says to herself that she will tear him to shreds. She is shocked to see a human emerging from the portal. Park Soo-ho emerges from the portal and falls into an unconscious state. She stands there, shocked, and wonders what that force was just now. It was a pressure she hadn't experienced, even against monsters in high-tier dungeons. She ponders, what in the world is he? The story returns to the present, and Dr. Baldy records everything he says. He thanked him for sharing his testimony, and his medical examination results will be shared with the Awakener Bureau. He says he appears to be quite healthy, so he should be discharged in a few days. When the doctor is about to leave, he calls the doctor and mentions that this is his first time talking to a civilized being in 1,000 years. He expresses gratitude for hearing his story. The doctor replies that he has shared a very valuable personal story, so they should be the ones thanking him. He refers to him as a warrior of the wilderness who has returned after a 1,000-year adventure. After leaving the room, the doctor remarks what an interesting patient. His story is so vividly detailed that he could be successful as a novelist. Meanwhile, in the Awakener Bureau, Choi Suong asks the captain if he is certain that this data is correct. She expresses doubt, saying it doesn't seem right. He inquires about what seems strange to her. She examines his card and notes that it indicates he is an F rank. He confirms that he is indeed a rare F rank patient, adding that it's a shame because if he were an E rank, he would have received disability benefits from the government. She questions how an F rank managed to pass through a portal. He suggests that perhaps luck played a role, and it happens occasionally. He speculates that maybe he sneaked around and luckily stumbled upon a return stone. He hands her a report and mentions that he just received the doctor's opinion from the hospital. If she wants to, she can take a look. He mentions that he has PTSD, which is a common disorder among F-rank returners. She holds some documents and asks, is this the returner document for Park Soo-ho? He responds by saying that he might be an F rank, but they still need to treat a returner as a returner, according to the manual. She informs him that she will deliver this in person and needs to verify it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Park Soo-ho lies in bed and reflects on how it has been 2 weeks since he returned to Earth after spending 1,000 years in another world. He desperately wants to return more than anything, but now that he is back, everything feels unfamiliar. He contemplates how he should live from now on. After a while, Choi Suong enters the room and observes him eating food voraciously, much like a wolf. She introduces herself as being from the Awakener Bureau and mentions that she was the first person he saw upon his return. She reflects that he gave off a predator vibe as he emerged from the portal. However, she considers the possibility of something being wrong with her sensory ability. He asks her about the Awakener Bureau. She questions why he is speaking so informally to her. He reminds her that he is over 1,000 years old. She explains that the Awakener Bureau is a government organization meant to assist returners in their adjustment to society. She presents him with some papers containing essential information for returners and encourages him to take his time reading through them. She requests that he sign and consent to sharing his information. He begins drawing on the paper, and she interrupts, stating that she asked him to sign, not draw. He explains that it's been 1,000 years since he used a pen. She inquires if he learned to draw during his time away. He clarified that he already knew how to draw. She further asks if he learned any special skills like magic, voodoo, or martial arts during his absence. He replies in the negative, explaining that he lived in a forest solely for survival. She remarks that to survive, he merely spent 10 years running around. She ponders that to become a true returner capable of passing through a portal, one typically has to kill monsters and absorb their dimensional energy. However, it seems that he managed to stay alive in a peaceful dimension and crossed the portal by luckily encountering a return stone. He corrects her by stating that it wasn't 10 years, he was in that jungle for 1,000 years. She becomes frustrated and insists that it was not 1,000 years, but only 10. She shows him his Awakener ID card, which indicates that he went missing in 2015 and returned in 2025 through a portal. He is shocked to learn this. She informs him that when he has fully recovered, he can return to his family. He tells himself that he gave up on everything and assumes that even if he returns to Earth, his friends and family will be gone. Now that he has returned to Earth, he must accept the fact that he has lost his forest family, with whom he has spent 1,000 years. So, he can't help but despair over the fact that he has become alone once again. He thinks, but that is simply his assumption since that day. Only 10 years have gone by. He looks at the document that she has given him and sees that his mom and dad died on that day when he went to another planet. He sees that his brother Junho is alive. He begins to run to find the doctor. The doctor inquires if something is amiss. He replies that he requires his assistance. He explains that his younger brother is still alive, and he implores the doctor to release him from there immediately. The doctor responds that he doesn't believe he is quite prepared to reintegrate into society, and they will investigate the matter. So, why doesn't he wait for his brother to arrive? He states that he doesn't believe he comprehends the situation, and he is not present to seek permission. The doctor conveys that he will allow him to depart, but he attaches a condition. After a while, the doctor calls a taxi for him and says to stay in touch. After he leaves, the nurse asks if he paid for his hospital bills, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. She wonders why he did all that for him. He explains that F-rank returners are disregarded by the bureau, and he wanted to continue hearing that guy's story. Meanwhile, in the taxi, breaking news is being aired. It is reported that today at 3 p.m. in Gangwon-do Province, near the city of Hongcheon, monsters have overflowed due to a miscalculation of the dungeon portal break time. In response, the Ministry of National Defense has dispatched the Army and Air Force in an emergency joint operation. However, significant casualties have been suffered by the military, with 2 tanks being destroyed and a total of 12 soldiers and awakeners having lost their lives. More details will be reported as soon as they become available. In addition, a brutal match between world-class S-rank superheroes in the SPF Championship is currently taking place. World Rank 34 Russian Bears pitted against World Rank 48 Beyond Horizon. The winner of this match is going to be given the chance for a title match against Hiro, the competitor from Japan and World Rank 1. Park Soo-ho is shocked to hear all the news and recalls that the doctor said the world has changed a lot and has become a completely different place since the Great Disaster. The taxi driver says if he were an awakener, he would quit his lousy job and make a fortune hunting in the fields. Park Soo-ho asks if there's a hunting ground in Seoul. He explains that 10 years ago, not only in Korea but all over the world, a door to another world opened. They call that day the Day of the Great Disaster, and it marked the first dimensional convergence. Their world became connected to many other worlds, and they were invaded by monsters from those worlds. On that day, they lost 10% of the world's population. Their existing military wasn't sufficient to halt the monsters that were appearing everywhere. In places where the military fell short, mercenaries had to be deployed. People who disappeared during the Great Disasters, known as awakeners, are granted mercenary licenses, which authorize them to hunt monsters. These individuals establish guilds and commence earning money by hunting in fields or dungeons. He inquires about the process of becoming a mercenary. It is explained to him that it's a challenging path for an ordinary person. First, one must undergo awakening, and then they simply have to pass the mercenary examination at the Awakener Bureau. After a while, the driver drops him off near his house. He inquires with an old lady about Junho, but she informs him that there's no one here by that name and then departs. When he checks the letterbox, he discovers that Junho is a debtor. He contemplates that in the wilderness, strength is the law, but on Earth, the law is quite intricate. In a civilized society, money is power, and if power can simplify the complexities, then in such a society, money reigns supreme. He goes to the Awakener Bureau and presents his Awakener ID to the lady at the counter. She informs him that his application for the mercenary examination has been denied as he does not meet the requirements. She further explains that he is classified as an F rank, but he falls short by 4 Awakener points. He asks how that can be, considering he arrived here by crossing a portal 2 weeks ago. She suggests that he can attend an Awakener school or accumulate points in the field and return once he has genuinely awakened. After a while, he arrives at Suwon Field, Gate 27. The guard inquires about the purpose of his visit and requests to see his mercenary license. He replies that he does not possess one. Suddenly, a beast emerges, breaking through the gate, and assaults a guard. The other guards engage in combat with the beast and succeed in defeating it using their formidable weapons. Subsequently, one of the guards inquires about the whereabouts of the man. He speculates that the man must have fled. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho finds himself inside Gate 27 and observes the field, remarking that he can sense it, the sound and the smell. He stands on the edge of a building and begins to survey the city, wondering if every city, aside from Seoul, has transformed in this manner. As night falls, he declares that it's time for him to hunt and initiates a series of leaps from one building to another. He notices that some goblins are attempting to kill a dog, prompting him to intervene and rescue the dog. After dispatching all of the beasts, a glass screen materializes in front of him and starts to scan his identity, leaving him in a state of shock. He exclaims, "What's this system error?" The goblins approach, launching an attack on him once more, and he retaliates, ultimately killing the goblins. The system once again displays a critical error. He recalls the status windows that exist on that planet and ponders, are there status windows even on Earth? Could this system error be the reason for my weakened abilities since my arrival on Earth? The glass screen displays the authority obtained, and the achievement shop is open, showing that he is awarded 7 points and what he can purchase with those points. He buys some food and approaches the nearly dying dog. Her little pup stands near her mother and looks at him. He gives the pup his food to eat. The next morning, he sits leaning against a tree, and the little dog sits on his lap. He suggests that they should leave now. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the field, an officer says, "Remember to go to the decontamination room before he receives his payment." Park Soo-ho arrives, carrying all the monsters he has killed on his shoulder. Everyone is shocked to see him and wonders if he killed them all by himself. He goes to the payment counter. The lady says $35 for 7 goblins, $600 for 3 blood crystals, minus $2,000 for decontamination, as well as vet services for the puppy. That'll be a total of $21. He asks about blood crystals. She shows a red diamond and says they are obtained from inside the goblin's chest, and prices vary depending on the amount of energy stored inside the blood crystal. For ones this size, he can get about $200 per crystal. She says since he doesn't have a payout account registered, she will give him cash. He seems to be quite skilled, so he should get registered as a mercenary first and it will make things more convenient. He says once he starts dungeon hunting after registering as a mercenary, making money will be a matter of time. Meanwhile, Park Jun-ho is out shopping to buy something. On his way back home, he is attacked by some gangsters who start beating him badly. The gangster boss says he was worried that he had abandoned his child and run off. He berates him and asks if he knows how many times he has had to come here. He apologizes, explaining that he was working out in the field, and offers him money. He says this is this month's principal payment, plus the late interest, totaling $2,400. He says that the principal payment is $1,600 and the daily late interest is $1,200 along with 4 days worth of house call fees and a dry cleaning fee. However, he says that he is still considerably short on the amount. He promises to gather the remaining money however he can within 3 days. In response, the gangster boss hits him with a stick and asks if he knows how much the 3 days worth of interest is. Jun-ho affirms that he is aware. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho arrives there and calls Park Jun-ho. He is shocked to see his brother alive. He recalls a school memory when some boys bullied him, beat him, and called Park Soo-ho for help, but he was not helped. He thinks his brother hasn't been of much help in his life. The story takes back in time. Park Jun-ho is sitting in his house, watching the news, which is reporting that an unknown explosion in Seoul-dong, Mapo-gu, is spreading nationwide. Additionally, there have been numerous reports of unidentified creatures appearing alongside the explosions, represented by the red spheres. Meanwhile, the doorbell rings, and he rushes toward the door. His aunt is outside and informs him that they cannot contact his mom and dad. They need to leave immediately, so he should go pack his belongings. Suddenly, a monster attacks them, destroying everything in its path. He expresses that he does not care about what happens to him, whether he is dead or alive. The story returns to the present as Park Soo-ho states that he has grown since the last time he saw him. He mentions that he thought he was dead. The gangster boss inquires if he is telling him that this kid is his older brother. Park Soo-ho grabs his head and starts beating him. The gangster man also attempts to attack him but breaks his leg and is thrown away. After a while, both brothers arrive home, and Jun-ho introduces him to Granny. She asks if he is sure this kid is his older brother. He confirms that he is indeed his older brother. Park Soo-ho gives her a packet and says he has bought him some meat. They enter the house where his son is sleeping. He mentions that his son is his only treasure, and his name is Gunwoo. He adds that his mother left to live her own life, and it's all his fault for not providing enough for his family. They both start drinking, and he says that after he had gone missing, he thought he was dead all this time. However, for him to come back alive without aging and for him to become one of those so-called awakeners he sees on TV, he asks how much his debt is. He says it's around $50,000. He responds, saying it's fine, and he is pretty sure he can manage his debt since he has a job now. He explains that he works at a logistics center and the pay there is good. Only a few are willing to take the job since transporting goods among surviving cities has become extremely dangerous. He asks if the truck was his, to which he responds, "No, it used to belong to the landlord's granny's son. But she lent it to me because he died during the great disaster." He says that's why she looks after Gunwoo as if he's her family. She is a very dear person to them. Meanwhile, Gunwoo wakes up and approaches his dad, inquiring about Park Soo-ho. He says that Park Soo-ho is his uncle. Gunwoo then asks if he can go play with the dog. He says he has always wanted a dog. Park Soo-ho suggests that they work together. He says he will handle all the work, so he just needs to assist him with his truck. He asks what Park Soo-ho is planning to do, and he responds that they are going monster hunting. He goes to the Awakener Bureau and shows his card. The lady is shocked to see and says he has somehow managed to increase his status in a single day. She says he can now use his Awakener ID to open an account and engage in credit transactions. She gives him a phone and says this is a little gift for registering as an Awakener with them. She says to make sure to download the Awakener Bureau app, as the schedule for mercenary exams, as well as hunting information, is made available in the app. She says that once he has gathered enough dimensional energy to become an E rank, he will be qualified for a pension and other benefits. She asks if he knows how to open his status screen, as recent technical issues have led to minor changes in the interface. His status screen appears in front of him, and he asks, "What is this?" He wonders why some of his stats are so low. After a while, he finds himself in a truck with his brother. Park Jun-ho congratulates him on his official induction as an Awakener. He mentions that he will join him there once he has delivered the last batch. He says now that he is an official Awakener, all that remains is the mercenary exam. However, he points out that they need to resolve his debt before that. He says that he doesn't feel ready to hunt monsters just yet. Meanwhile, at Namyeonju Gate 77, the group of Awakeners is entering the field. Han Sang-jin reassures their team. What's there to be scared about? Those guys are all Awakeners. He asks if they've forgotten that they can officially become raiders for the Shilla Guild once they successfully clear this dungeon mission. After a while, Park Soo-ho enters the field. A soldier looks at him and asks another soldier if he thinks he will be safe there alone, especially without any equipment. The other soldier replies he's the guy who single-handedly killed 7 goblins in Gate 27 yesterday. Han Sang-jin and his team spot him, and Captain Kang Min-hyuk asks if he intends to enter the field without any equipment or weapons. They start chasing him, but he runs fast and disappears from their sight. On the other side, Park Soo-ho gazes at his status screen and remarks that he has truly grown weak, and that he should commence training again. He hears voices of people engaged in combat with each other, not with the beasts. He approaches the source and begins to observe them from atop a building, noting that it will take them all day to settle their dispute. Choi Gushik arrives and questions his men about why they are taking so long to deal with these small adversaries. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho leaps from the building and lands amid the group. They are all astonished to see him. Choi Gushik inquires about his identity and where he suddenly appeared from. Park Soo-ho responds that someone needs money. He suggests it would have been better if he had just minded his own business. He feels some kind of magic. He explains that he has gazed into his eyes for more than 5 seconds, rendering them unable to move. He commands his men to attack him, but he delivers a powerful punch, leaving everyone shocked by his sudden movement. Choi Gushik advances to attack him, but he strikes him, breaking his nose and teeth and severely beating him. Everyone present is shocked to witness how easily he handles him. After subduing him, he inquires if the other men want to fight as well. They all drop their weapons and reply with a resounding no. He asks about their bounties, and they confess that none of them have bounties, only Choi Gushik has one, and they were coerced into working for him under threats. They admit to being a group of worthless individuals. Jang Yi-shik interjects and accuses them of lying, claiming that all these individuals are criminals, too, and at least some of them must have bounties. He suggests it would be better to hand them all over. Choi Gushik pleads that if Park Soo-ho lets him go, he will do everything in his power to make him live like a king. Park Soo-ho kicks him and tells him to go to sleep. He remarks that most of them used to be criminals. He questions if there are too many to take with them. He suggests they can use their car. He declares it's time for all of them to have a nice little nap. After a while, they sit in the car. Jang Yi-shik expresses their appreciation for his help and asks how they can ever repay the favor. He responds that it's fine and clarifies that he wasn't there to assist those guys anyway. He inquires about his special powers and skills. He explains that his skills include swordsmanship, tracking, and searching. He mentions that swordsmanship is his Awakener skill, while he learned tracking and searching from skill books. Park Soo-ho asks that he can acquire magic skills through skill books as well. He says it would be wise to learn 1 or 2 combat magic skills that might come in handy in the future. He points out a portal nearby and asks him that thing over there is a portal. He informs him that it leads to the lowest tier level 1 dungeon, where they had intended to go. He mentions that he could have gone there if he had a mercenary license. He expresses surprise, realizing that he still doesn't have a mercenary license. He goes on to explain that when a portal opens, the military first subdues the area, and any monsters he encounters in the fields are only small fry that somehow survive the military's attack. He says that the only experience he can gain at low-tier fields, where level 1 dungeon portals are open, is up to E rank. to level up further, he needs to hunt stronger monsters and absorb their dimensional energies. In other words, he has to venture into level 2 dungeons. He ponders how a rookie who hasn't even explored a level 1 dungeon managed to defeat a C ranker like Choi Gushik. Meanwhile, Captain Kang Min-hyuk emerges from the portal with his team and expresses his disappointment with their performance. He goes to meet Captain John and inquires if anything significant has happened. He replies that someone handed over 10 Ravagers to them, and among those captured, there was a C ranker, including the infamous Choi Gushik. He assumes that he must have heard of him. He mentions that some high ranker must have visited the fields today. He explains that it was a novice F ranker who didn't even possess a mercenary license who managed to capture Choi Gushik. He is shocked to hear this. He continues, saying that the F ranker made a complete mess out of Choi Gushik. Not only did he give him a nose job, but he also managed to break 4 of his ribs and destroy half of the bastard's cheeks. He asks where the F ranker went. He says that he was last seen heading for the portals. He thinks he needs to see for himself, and if the F ranker is the real deal, then he might be onto something big. Captain Kang is running towards the army vehicle and calling the operator. He asks, "What's the matter?" He says the guy who caught Choi Gushik has just entered the portal. Which door did he use? Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and Jang Yi-shik are entering the portal, and he remarks that it doesn't hurt at all, and the clothes seem fine as well. He explains that items not made from materials with dimensional energy cannot pass through the portal. He also points out that, as he has just witnessed, these clothes have no problem entering the portal since they are made from materials found in dungeons. Despite their unassuming appearance, these clothes cost over $2,000. Park Soo-ho asks what that is while looking at the door. He explains that it's called a door, and the portal they just entered is one of many door portals that provide access to the 38 dungeons. He further mentions that the door portal they just used leads to dungeon number 24. He notices that the door has disappeared, and Jang Yi-shik assures him that it will reappear once they have cleared the dungeon. Furious, he inquires about what clearing means and whether they have to eliminate all the goblins. He responds by saying that they only need to defeat the strongest one and then abruptly disappear. At the same time, he comments on him, stating that with his power level, he might set an all-time clear record for this level 1 dungeon. He also expresses concern, mentioning that the guy doesn't even have a search skill, and what if he can't locate the door within the door bus time? He quickly rushes to find him, emphasizing the importance of finding the exit because if they get trapped here, they might disappear along with the portal. After a while, Park Soo-ho arrives at a place where he encounters goblins. He engages in combat with them and manages to obtain only 1 blood crystal after defeating 3 of them. He also recalls that he has already earned enough from the bounty. He proceeds to check his status screen, which is in the process of leveling up. He notes that he can purchase 2 skills with 102 achievement points. He opts to purchase only 1 skill, Tame Beasts, and subsequently continues to eliminate numerous goblins, earning 545 achievements and leveling up. However, his status screen displays a critical error. After some time, his status screen finally updates to level 2. He checks and observes that his stats have increased normally. He decides to use 100p to buy the Summon Tree Spirit skill. After some time, he spots a little fairy. He remarks it is her tree spirit, and adds that when he first saw her in the jungle, he thought she was some fancy-looking firefly. He gives her an order to go and search for the remaining goblins. He mentions that the tree spirit sends the memories it reads from trees and grass to his head, and he also comments that it's kind of slow. He once again checks his status screen and decides to use the remaining points to purchase the skills of search and track. Utilizing his newfound searching power, he tracks down some goblins. Meanwhile, Jang Yi-shik engages in combat with a formidable goblin. Upon arriving at the scene, he inquires about his actions, reminding him that he had mentioned he would be hunting alone. He explains that he is the one being hunted and requests his assistance. He proceeds to attack the goblin and successfully eliminates it, resulting in a level up and earning 120 achievement points. Park Soo-ho inquires him if the door should open. He responds, yes, it should open. They return to Earth, where a soldier observes, isn't that the guy who caught Choi Gushik? While looking at them, another soldier confirms and says he's the one Captain Kang was looking for. The soldier mentions that the captain had instructed him to contact him if the guy returned. Jang Yi-shik informs them that he needs to reunite with his teammates and will contact him later. Park Soo-ho compliments him, saying he did a great job, and mentions that he will leave the clothes at the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Captain Kang Min-hyuk addresses him, asking if he must be Mr. Park Soo-ho. He introduces himself as Kang Min-hyuk, the captain of the 27th Combat Team of the Shilla Guild. He then requests a few minutes of his time. After a while, they are in the cafeteria. Captain Kang presents him with a visiting card and says, join their guild. He says they will provide him with the best environment to assist in his growth. Park Soo-ho politely declines, apologizing and stating that he isn't interested. Captain Kang expresses his surprise, wondering why this guy is so resolute in turning down the offer to join the Shilla Guild. He asks again if he is already associated with another guild, suggesting that they would submit an official offer in that case. He clarifies that he doesn't belong to any guild. He mentions they may be ranked 4th. He should understand that there is practically no difference in strength among the top guilds. He persuasively promises to provide him with the best treatment, surpassing any other offers he might receive. In response, he explains that the idea of being under someone doesn't appeal to him. Then he proceeds to his home, noting that his brother and his son haven't returned yet. He considers the possibility that they might be enjoying some quality father-son time. After some time, his brother joins him on the roof. He hands the envelope to his brother, who inquires about its contents. He responds it's $50,000 and uses it to settle his debt. His brother is curious about how he managed to acquire such a large sum of money. He simply urges him to go and settle the debt so they can have dinner together. After a while, Park Jun-ho arrives home in a poor state and collapses unconscious. Park Soo-ho anxiously asks what on earth has happened to him. Park Soo-ho visits the lender's office and confronts them aggressively. He beats their men badly. He asks if he is Kim Jong-soo, to which he confirms. He then identifies himself as someone who wants to settle Park Jun-ho's debt. He accuses him of calling himself an awakener after mistreating honest, hardworking people and warns him not to think he can escape consequences. He physically assaults him, questioning why he had to resort to violence against someone trying to settle the debt with money. He also mentions that all he had to do was accept the payment. He pleads for him to spare him. He again inquires whether he wants to settle the debt or if he prefers to be beaten to death. He responds that he will settle the debt. After a while, they all kneel in front of him and declare that from this moment onwards, Mr. Park Jun-ho no longer has any obligations towards them, and all his debts are considered settled. He warns them that if he ever sees them again, they should consider themselves dead, and he tells them to ensure they don't cross paths again. The scene shifts, and Captain Kang enters his office, stating that he has found a real talent. He informs him that this is the super rookie he discovered today. He expresses surprise, saying he's only an F rank, and he registered as an awakener just today. He urges him to examine the profile, assuring him that he will discover more reasons why this individual is the real deal. They attempt to access Park Soo-ho's profile but encounter an access denied message. Both of them are surprised by the inability to gain access. After a few minutes, he successfully gains access. He affirms he's the real deal. He informs him that based on the information, it seems he hasn't joined a guild yet. Captain Kang suggests checking his awakener skills. Meanwhile, he inquires if he knows that this guy went missing for 10 years and mentions that he smells something fishy here. He wonders if the person could be a special agent. He responds that he thought he was strong because of his skills and never imagined them to be a member of the intelligence service. He suggests that he should probably give up on the idea of scouting him and adds that he's 99.9% sure they belong to the country. The scene shifts to Simsun Hospital, where Park Soo-ho enters a room and greets Jun-ho, who is awake. He questions why he bought so much food, and he responds that he heard eating a lot helps with recovery. He inquires about his well-being, to which he replies affirmatively, mentioning that he can remove the bandages tomorrow. He also asks if his mercenary license exam is tomorrow. He expresses the hope that he passes the exam and gets invited to a guild. He reflects on the idea of the former king of the forest joining a pack and becoming someone's subordinate, recalling something from his past. He asks if he should consider looking for some high-ranking guilds. He calmly replies, no, he doesn't have to because he will be creating one. Meanwhile, in the Awakener Bureau, Captain tells Choi Soo-young that there have already been 2 breakouts in her area. He comments that if the portal from yesterday had been a bridge portal, Seoul would have been in ruins by now. She asks if those guys can't handle things without her. He pleads with her to help him out, explaining that he's been harassed by the Portal Management Bureau all day long. He hands her a paper, and she becomes annoyed after reading it. She questions why they always send her away to do menial work just when she thinks she can finally get some rest. He replies that he believes she is the only one going this time, and besides, it's not her first time anyway. She leaves the place angrily. Meanwhile, at the exam center, Han Dong-soo is live-streaming everything and announces that he is currently there to take the mercenary license exam. He assures his viewers that he will make sure to pass the exam and share a load of exciting hunting content that they have been eagerly anticipating. He ponders whether the mercenary license exam content is generating even more money than he initially thought and considers how much more he can earn from hunting content. He concludes the broadcast by mentioning that the exam is about to start. Park Soo-ho looks at his phone and asks who Han Dong-soo was talking to a while ago. After a while, Major Kim Young-soo arrives and greets everyone. He announces that he is their head supervisor for the next 3 days. He explains that the 21 supervisors present with him today will determine whether they have what it takes to pass the exam. He assumes that they were all given a numbered ticket upon arrival and states that they will assign supervisors through a drawing of lots. He instructs them to line up in front of their assigned supervisor once their name is called. He begins calling their names, and both Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are assigned the same supervisor, number 15, who is Choi Soo-um. He instructs them to proceed to their respective waiting rooms and rest until further announcements are made. Upon reaching the room, Park Soo-ho notices that Han Dong-soo seems quite dejected. He asks him what happened to his face, to which he responds that he's never heard of Choi Soo-um, and there's a reason why everyone calls her a witch. He explains that she fails applicants just because she's having a bad day. He expresses concern that if he's unlucky and gets on her wrong side, he'll simply be wasting his $300 application fee. He questions why he should blame the supervisor and whether it's not his fault for not being adequately prepared. He asks why he has to contradict everything he says. He suggests that if there's a problem, they should resolve it like real men. In a fit of anger, he gets up and tells him to follow him. After a while, Choi Soo-young enters the room and wonders where everyone has gone. Meanwhile, they are all in the fight room, and Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are inside the fight ring. He mentions that he should have known better than to pick a fight with him. He adds that he may not look like it, but he is a rising boxing YouTuber, and one of his hobbies is teaching manners to disrespectful kids like him. Before they begin the fight, Choi Soo-won arrives and orders everyone to return to their rooms. She intervenes and stops both of them, stating that they seem desperate to fail this exam. Han Dong-soo attempts to explain, but she tells them there's no need to explain themselves. She only needs one person to take the blame, and whoever loses will fail the exam. They both begin fighting, and Park Soo-ho delivers a powerful punch that knocks him out. Choi Soo-young is shocked by what she has witnessed. She reflects on the uneasy feeling she's had since the day she first met him, a feeling akin to encountering an irregular. Park Soo-ho notices her spaced-out expression and asks if she wants to fight him as well. He adds a condition: if he wins, she should not disqualify Han Dong-soo. She responds, thinking he must be crazy. They both enter the ring and commence their fight. Choi Soo-young states that if he wins, she will grant him a wish in addition to his request. He acknowledges that she is stronger than he thought. They both fight fiercely, neither giving up easily. She deploys her magical power shield, but he manages to break through it. As he prepares to launch an attack, she interrupts and concedes defeat. She explains that this location is too confined for him to fully utilize his skills and suggests settling their fight in a more open place next time. She adds that he should tell her his wish, as a bet is a bet. Curious, he asks if there are many strong females like her on Earth. She responds that she can't say that there are many. He then boldly declares that he chooses her and proposes making babies with her, asking her to mate with him. In response, she slaps him and walks away. Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are returning to their room when they hear an announcement calling Park Soo-ho to the supervisor's office as soon as possible. After a while, he sits in the supervisor's office with Major Kim Young-soo. He asks why he was asked to come. He informs him that before they proceed, he wants him to know that everything they say from now on will be recorded. He mentions witnessing the altercation with Supervisor Choi Soo-young and expresses shock that an applicant like him could challenge a B-rank awakener. He wonders if he must be an irregular. Puzzled, he asks what an irregular is. He explains about the bridge portals, and these portals connect Earth to 3 other planets. The first is Eruka, the home planet of the elves and dwarves, with Earth maintaining good relations. Earthlings who have returned from Eruka have shared skills related to magic and artifact crafting. The second is Gutchen, inhabited by Mammon and martial artists constantly vying for control. The martial artists are allies, while the Mammons are their adversaries. The last planet is Midr, ruled by warmongering orcs, and it's infested with vicious monsters. Whenever a Midr portal opens, an all-out war ensues. He says the awakeners from these planets possess combat power far exceeding that of regular awakeners and are classified as irregulars. He reflects on the complexity of the situation and wonders if the place he returned from is none of the 3 planets. He considers if he's merely a dungeon returner and asks which planet he returned from. He mentions that he has already provided this information to the doctor previously. He adds that he lived with wolves for 1,000 years. He thanks him for sharing his story, suggesting that he may return to his waiting room. After a while, Major Kim Young-soo calls for Sergeant Kim Sang-sik and inquires if he can assume the role of Supervisor 15. He questions this, mentioning that Choi Soo-ung was originally assigned to that position. He explains that she left, and he wants him to closely monitor applicant Park Soo-ho and provide a detailed report on him once the exam concludes. Later, all the applicants gather in the training ground for their tests. Kim Sang-sik introduced himself and announced that he would oversee Team 15. He sets the minimum requirements for the physical exam, 9 seconds for the 100m dash, and 1 hour for the tetracontathlon. Han Dong-soo completes the race in 8 seconds, meeting the requirements and passing the test. Park Soo-ho begins the race and astonishingly completes it in just 2.24 seconds, leaving everyone in shock. After a while, he contacts Major Kim Young-soo and reports that the physical exam results for applicant Park Soo-ho have just been released, and they are quite shocking. He mentions sending a video. He inquires about the reporters. He responds that they are having a field day. After that, Major Kim Young-soo contacts Kim Na-so, the director of the Returner Bureau. He informs her that he has just sent her a couple of videos featuring Park Soo-ho, emphasizing the need for her to view them immediately. They watch the video, and she remarks that they can conclude that the F-ranker spoke the truth during his interview with Dr. Kim Young-guk. She expresses disbelief that the doctor's report turned out to be accurate, and considers the possibility that the F-rank megalomaniac is at least stronger than a B-ranker. She ponders whether his stories about being a returner from a fourth planet might also be true. She instructs Mr. Park to ensure that no reporters are present at the training ground, to which he responds that they are already a little late. She then ordered the removal of all articles immediately, and the imposition of an embargo. Park Soo-ho finds himself surrounded by reporters, but soon, the guards come to rescue him. After a while, they sit in the mess hall, enjoying their meal. Han Dong-soo observes that it's evident he's on a different level, judging by the amount of food he consumes. He confides that he will become a prominent figure one day. Later, they return to their room to rest. He expresses concern about the upcoming part of the exam, which involves raiding dungeons. He mentions that teams with more members have an advantage, wishing the examiners would reconsider team assignments. He calmly reassures him, saying they don't need others. He acknowledges his confidence but notes the unpredictability of dungeons, suggesting that having more people with diverse abilities might make dungeon raids easier. Curious, Park Soo-ho asks what he was doing with his phone when they first met. He shows his phone, explaining it's for YouTube. He points out the number of subscribers he has, currently at 1284 people watching his videos. He expresses his liking for him and proposes joining his clan. He questions if he plans to create his clan, stating that he has no interest in joining a guild. He confirms this. He envisions the possibility of making a video about founding a clan and going on dungeon raids with the top performers from the mercenary exams. He says he's willing to do anything if it's with him and mentions that they need at least 3 members to officially form a clan. Meanwhile, Myeongjin enters their room and greets them, mentioning that he has been assigned to Team 15. As they engage in conversation, they hear an announcement instructing all applicants to change into battle suits and assemble at the 3rd floor briefing room within 30 minutes. He remarks on the odd timing for changing into their battle suits at this hour, and questions whether the dungeon's raid is scheduled for the next day. Myeongjin explains that he has heard that examiners occasionally conduct dungeons raids at night without providing prior notice. The scene shifts as they all enter the hall where the applicants are gathered, and Kim Young-soo begins the dungeon briefing. He informs them about the dungeon they will be entering for the exam, which is located in the 5th sector of Seoul, under the protection of the Phoenix Guild. It's a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors. He explains that due to the numerous portals appearing all over, the South Korean government struggled to manage them all. As a result, the government hired private mercenary clans to oversee the protection of the 12 sectors of Seoul. He guides them by explaining that a guild is a new name for a private mercenary clan hired by the government, and in exchange for their services, guilds are granted the right to process dimensional energy from the dungeons they manage. Since the Great Disaster, guilds with larger dungeons have gained more power, as dimensional energy is now considered a valuable resource in international economies. Park Soo-ho asks that it's essentially a government-sanctioned hunting ground where one can earn money. He thinks that he wanted to create a clan because he missed hunting with the wolf pack. Han Dong-soo remarks that it would be convenient to have his dungeon because he wouldn't have to pay for its usage. But he also acknowledges that they first need to pass the mercenary license exam. Kim Young-soo presents an image of the portal located at Sector 5, Route 14, and mentions that this dungeon has only 15 days until it breaks. He explains that it's a labyrinth-type dungeon, which is the lowest level of difficulty, and has the fewest number of monsters among all dungeons. Major Kim Young-soo declares that from this point onward, they will move to the target point and then commence their attack on the dungeon as a team under their assigned supervisor. While they are in transit, he encourages everyone to review the manual once more to become more familiar with it. He expresses his hope that they all pass, with not a single person failing. A little later, their supervisor inquires if they are all prepared. He assures them that once they enter, they can treat him as if he is not there and proceed accordingly. He emphasizes that they should be aware that even if their team successfully clears the dungeon, their scores can still impact their results negatively. After a while, their group enters through the 175th door. They are immediately attacked by a monster, but Park Soo-ho dispatches it effortlessly and continues forward. However, he inadvertently triggers a booby trap. Myungjin steps up and utilizes his full moon whirlwind power and destroys the booby trap. They encounter numerous difficulties. They move forward and engage in combat with numerous monsters, defeating them and subsequently accruing 42 achievement points. On the other side, an operator informs Kim Young-soo that a team is returning from the dungeon. He inquires if it's only been 30 minutes and whether this dungeon typically takes 5 hours to clear, suggesting it might have been an accident. He also asks for the team's number. The operator responds that it's Team 15 and that all of their vital signs are normal. Kim Young-soo calls Kim Sang-sik and inquires why they are returning so early. He explains that they completed the mission and mentions that he will understand once he watches the video. However, he adds that measuring Park Soo-ho's maximum stats at a level 1 dungeon will be challenging. He also states that he had an outstanding performance in the dungeon. They return to Earth. After a while, they all arrive at Park Soo-ho's brother's house and share a meal, enjoying each other's company. Following that, they head to the quest area in Area 4, Gate 30, while a drone keeps a watchful eye on them. Upon seeing numerous bats, Park Soo-ho asks if all those bats are part of the scenery. They are informed that it's because this is the bats dungeon. Myungjin engages in a battle with the bats, utilizing his fire wheel, and eliminates all of them. Eventually, the boss of the bat dungeon makes an appearance, and Park Soo-ho eliminates the boss dungeon. Han Dong-soo informs the viewers who are watching his live broadcast that the mission has been completed, and the door is now open. Meanwhile, in the Returner Bureau, Mr. Park explains to Kim Miso that with their clan headquarters located in Seoul Area 4, the three of them are capable of clearing at a speed of 20 clears per day, completely dominating the nearby level 1 dungeon. She mentions that she only recently imposed an embargo, and it turns out one of their members is a streamer. He notes that Park Soo-ho's videos are currently ranking 3rd in real-time popularity rankings. He suggests that if they don't intervene, it will gain even more attention. She instructs him to prepare to contact Park Soo-ho, and she will personally go there herself. They are all sitting in their office when Han Dong-soo asks why Monk Myungjin hasn't come to work today. Park Soo-ho says he doesn't have a temple to attend in this city. Park Jun-ho explains that he is currently residing in Seoul with the temple family that survived the incident. He then asks if they take a break today. He reassures them that their clan is already eligible to advance to the next level. He adds that their clan's bank account has already amassed 140 million won. Han Dong-soo asks if this means they can tackle a level 2 dungeon now, to which he excitedly confirms. Park Soo-ho reflects on how he has accumulated over 3,000 achievement points, allowing him to purchase various miscellaneous skills. Now, he can see all these strange things. He decides to grant everyone permission to take the day off. Park Jun-ho announces that he will take Gunwoo and Granny Sukja to a nearby park. Park Soo-ho then inquires about Park Jun-ho's frequent truck repairs, wondering if it's challenging. He says it's challenging enough to find replacement parts. He suggests buying a pickup truck instead. After a while, they arrive at a showroom where a salesman enthusiastically presents the Kandai Drago XG7000, known as the mercenary's dream car from the Kandai Drago series. He mentions that this model can use bloodstones as fuel semi-permanently and costs 80 million won, making it cost-effective. Park Soo-ho asks if he likes it because he plans to pay for it upfront, and he confirms this. They go for a drive toward Area 423, and Park Soo-ho expresses his amazement, suggesting they should have bought the car a long time ago. He questions their destination in a closed area, and he reminds him that he couldn't awaken due to lack of money, so they'll awaken today. He feels uncomfortable and requests to leave. He exits the car, stating he'll be back soon, and instructs Beak-gu to wait inside. Meanwhile, in the payday loans office, they watch videos of Park Soo-ho and note his popularity on YouTube. A man says they can't leave him like this. He asks him to provide a list of guilds in Area 4 that they have consistently funded. He mentions Assistant Manager Choi in Area 4, and they decide to contact him and allocate whatever funds he needs for work expenses. At the same time, Park Jun-ho grows restless, feeling like half an hour has passed and wondering what he is doing. Suddenly, a goblin hits their car, startling him. He arrives and urges him to get out of the car, telling him to follow him as he deals with the goblins. He questions the need to awaken, and he emphasizes that he can't survive if he's weak, ordering him to kill the goblin quickly. He moves forward and dispatches goblins, rescuing Beak-gu in the process. Park Soo-ho instructs him to retrieve the knife again, emphasizing that if he doesn't kill, he will face death. A goblin approaches and attacks him, but he successfully eliminates it. He approaches Park Jun-ho and inquires why he is engaging in such actions instead of helping him. Park Jun-ho's status screen appears, displaying him as an F-level 1 butcher. He asks if he used to work part-time in a slaughterhouse. Furthermore, he continues to eliminate numerous goblins. After a while, they arrive at the Awakener Bureau, and Park Soo-ho informs the counter lady, pointing to Park Jun-ho, that he had awakened just a short while ago. She informs him that he can freshen up in the shower room and, following a quarantine inspection, proceed to the dimensional energy measurement room on the 3rd floor. They depart from there, and Park Jun-ho inquires about the meaning of measurement. He is informed that there is a machine that measures dimensional energy, and his number must be above 100 to be officially registered as an F-rank awakener. After a while, in the dimensional energy measurement room, the doctor measures his dimensional energy, which is 111. She then asks Park Soo-ho if he is going to undergo the measurement test as well. The machine calculates that his energy level is 189. She remarks that his dimensional energy is growing as rapidly as the rumors suggested, and he will soon advance to E rank. The counter lady informs Mr. Park Jun-ho that his certificate of awakening has been issued. She further mentions that he is now eligible to apply for the mercenary test, and this smartphone is being given as a gift. A short time later, Choi Soo-young is spotted by Park Soo-ho. He calls out to her and apologizes, admitting that he misspoke during their last encounter because he is not accustomed to conversing with civilized people. In response, she says that it's sufficient and suggests they avoid meeting again, emphasizing the point. After some time, Park Soo-ho and Park Jun-ho arrive home, where they discover that Kim Miso is already waiting for them. He inquires if she is the captain of the Returners Bureau, which is a division of the Awakeners Bureau, and also questions why she is present. She responds that she has come here to enter into a contract with him and also asks if he knows what an official name for a returner is. She explains that it's a human coordinate and inquires about the red portal he used when returning to Earth. He confirms this. She proceeds to inform him that the moment he returns through that portal, the necessary conditions are met, and a successful returner's return is the signal for success. She also mentions that the portal will reappear, creating a bridge portal for coming and going. He wonders if this means he can reunite with his friends. She continues, stating that the Awakeners Bureau suspects that the planet is the 4th new planet, and if their assumption is correct, South Korea will be the only country in the world with a bridge portal to the 4th planet. He asks when this portal is expected to form. She replies that it will happen within 99 days at the latest. He inquires about what she wants from him. She explains that they don't want him to go overseas until the portal appears because they want to avoid a situation like the second Lee Sung-woo. He asks who that is. She explains that it appears he's not familiar with the Lee Sung-woo case, mentioning that Lee Sung-woo was initially a D-rank awakener when he returned. He easily escaped the government facility during the early stages of the Great Disaster and was approached by the Japanese government when he became disillusioned with South Korea. Eventually, he left for Japan, and currently, all 9,000 planet gates in Tokyo are attributed to him. She emphasizes the importance of the dimension industry and the potential loss Korea could face if a portal were to open while he's vacationing abroad. He asks what he will receive in return for this cooperation. She inquires about his desires, and he expresses a desire for the promotion of the Suho Guild and exclusive territory for it. She suggests that if he wants something else, he can provide a written note with details. He also asks how they will know when the portals are about to form. She explains that specialized agents and dimensional energy cracks will be dispatched, including the best agent from the Bureau. After a while, Kim Miso reaches Choi Soo-young, who is exercising, and she comes and interrupts her. She says she is pissed right now, so don't bother her. She says she is never not pissed. She says to stop trying to pick a fight with her. She says to go on a dispatch. She hands her some documents, and Choi Soo-young looks at them, asking why she was chosen. She responds that it's because she is the best in the detection team. Choi Soo-young inquires about her thoughts on what might happen if a portal opens in the middle of the city when they still don't know what kind of planet it is. She advises that if she detects any signs of a dimensional crack, she should take Park Soo-ho and exit the field in advance. And until then, she should stick with him at all times. After Kim Miso leaves, she expresses her frustration, stating that she swears she is going to write a letter of resignation. After a while, they sit in the home when Han Dong-soo announces that they have passed the clan promotion evaluation, allowing them to tackle level 2 dungeons as well. Park Soo-ho suggests making money in the level 1 dungeon first, and then leveling up through skill books. Afterward, when they are somewhat prepared, they plan to divide the assault teams and recruit more team members if necessary. After Myung-jin arrives there, they all depart together for hunting. Park Soo-ho encounters Jang Yi-shik and greets him, inquiring about his friend. Jang Yi-shik informs him that they are doing well and then departs from the area. Once Park Soo-ho's team enters the portal, Jang Yi-shik remains with the new team, contemplating that he cannot reveal to him that his clan has disbanded, and 2 people he considered clanmates left under the pretext of needing medical care, and this is a common occurrence where a guild collapses when its core members are absent. He remarks that clans are easy to form and easy to disband, and the stress levels stemming from a work environment that involves killing and being killed can reach a point of no return. It would not be surprising if the 2 who are the first to leave eventually quit mercenary work altogether. Inside the portal, Park Jun-ho, Myung-jin, and Han Dong-soo engage in battle with the monster, while Park Soo-ho observes them from above and comments, "Looks like the 3 of them are enough." On the other side, Jang Yi-shik and some team members are devoured by a large frog, and he sustains severe injuries. He reflects on his jealousy towards Park Soo-ho's team but acknowledges that there is no chance they would accept a forever E-rank swordsman like him. After the Park Soo-ho team finishes their hunting, they are approached by Choi Myung-woo of the DGB Guild, who hands them his card. He explains that it's a fortunate coincidence that they are sharing the same area as the famous Soo-ho clan, and he simply wants to offer a small gift. He mentions that they have heard rumors about their clan leveling up, and as a congratulatory gesture, they wish to provide a complimentary one-time entrance ticket to one of their level 2 dungeons. He inquires about their interests and whether they would like to go immediately. He assures them not to worry too much, as they have also prepared dungeon strategy notes and equipment as part of the gift. Park Soo-ho suggests that their team goes to the level 1 dungeon to enhance their teamwork further, while he plans to venture into the level 2 dungeon by himself for greater efficiency. After a while, they are in the car, and Choi Myung-woo mentions that they are going to use Portal 47. He notes that he does not see any mercenaries. He remarks that it's a bit empty. He explains that it is because it hasn't been long since this portal was formed, and he has taken care of the entrance procedures, so he can simply go in. He expresses his concern that he might be troubling him too much with this and adds that they would be more thankful if his clan continues to use their guild's portals in the future. Upon reaching their destination, a man hands him a bag and provides the strategy notes for the dungeon along with a survival kit. After a while, Choi Soo-yoon arrives and identifies herself as a member of the Soo-ho clan, stating that she will also be going in. After a while, Choi Myung-woo stands with the Paylender man and states that it is 2 billion per head. He inquires why it is so expensive and asserts that it's not even an assassination. He mentions that it's not difficult to manipulate it, but there is a high risk because he is widely known, and it will amount to 4 billion in total. After a while, Choi Soo-young is met by Park Soo-ho inside the portal. He asks why she is here. She inquires if he has not heard from Captain Kim Miso that they were going to acquire a guardian. She explains that she has come here to assess his capabilities. Meanwhile, a monster arrives at the scene. Choi Soo-young says it's an orc warrior. Park Soo-ho responds, "A dungeon boss right from the start? How lucky." He then mentions that there are 4 bosses. She counters, "There's no way that's correct because this is a level 2. He insists this is not a level 2 dungeon. And did he not sense it when he passed through the portal? He questions her capability, asking if she's sure. She explains that's because of the bracelet barrier. He begins to battle with monsters very ineffectively. The scene shifts to Choi Myung-woo, who is speaking on a cell phone with pay lenders, discussing the need to pay the balance immediately. He comments that even if the 2 of them are S rank, it'll be difficult to get out. He also asks what level dungeon is that. Meanwhile, he inquires why it matters what level the dungeon is. He also expresses his desire to eliminate them all. After successfully vanquishing all of them, he is rewarded with 32 achievement points. She expresses her appreciation towards him. He remarks that this place is a gold mine, and adds that she is permitted to assist him in extracting the blood crystals. She thinks to herself, even though he's supposed to be an irregular and barely has an F rank's worth of experience points, he doesn't see even a hint of hesitation in his hunting routine or slaughter. Meanwhile, he excitedly exclaims, even the blood crystals are big. She counters, now is not the time for this, and adds that even though he killed 4 bosses ranked orc warriors, the door didn't open. She continues, the only things in that bag are stones. Did he know that? He responds, and then he can just store the blood crystals here. She criticizes him, saying he doesn't have any brains. She explains this place is at least a level 4 dungeon, and if it's a level 4 dungeon or above, it'll be hard for them to survive here, even if they combine our strengths. He admits he lies to him, claiming that this gold mine was just a level 2 dungeon, but he put him in a level 4 plus dungeon and let him in for free. He exclaims, Assistant Manager Choi Myung-woo. He's going to buy him something nice when he gets out. Meanwhile, a monster approaches and attempts to attack her. She struggles to defeat it, but he swiftly intervenes and kills the monster. They find themselves surrounded by the orc squad, an orc war chief, and orc riders. He firmly declares not to dare lay a hand on them as they are all under his protection. She questions how he can say that in this situation. They launch an attack on the orcs and manage to eliminate most of them. The orc war chief singles out Park Soo-ho and hurls him aside. He quickly rises to his feet and attempts to counterattack, but the war chief strikes him once more with his hammer. On the other side, in the returner bureau, Choi Miso is on the phone with Mr. Kim. He inquires if Captain Choi Seung didn't go to Park Soo-ho. He mentions that the signals from their smartphones are in 2 different locations, but there has been no movement for the past hour. She expresses certainty that the 2 of them were together. She asks if he has located her position. He confirms that they are inside the recently opened level 5 dungeon. She questions why they suddenly entered a level 5 dungeon and who the dungeon manager for this dungeon is. He informs her that it's the DGB Guild. She instructs him to verify the entrance records for that level 5 dungeon and urges the person in charge of the DGB Guild's portal management to call him immediately. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho states that it is getting a bit difficult now. He attacks the monsters with their axes and kills them. On the other side, Choi Seung is being attacked by archers, but he grabs his arm and declares that they must run. She observes that orcs are everywhere. He says that it is empty on the cliff. She argues that they cannot go there. He picks her up in his arms and jumps. She expresses her happiness at being alive and also reflects on how they fell from such a great height but are still alive. They take shelter in a cave, and she asks what the plan is. He explains that if he kills just 4 more orc warriors, he can level up, and then they can attack again. She clarifies that a level up is like increasing one's limit, not a power up. He responds, for him, it's like removing my restrictions. On the other side, news is broadcast that an unfortunate accident has occurred at the level 5 dungeon. The suspect, Kim, initially claims that Park Soo-ho and Choi Seung entered of their own volition. However, once his lies are detected by Major Kim Young-soo of the Army headquarters, he confesses to his crime. Attention is now being drawn to the possibility of their safe return, particularly Park Soo-ho, who is presumed to be a returner from a new, 4th planet. They also emphasize the need to consider the potential losses that South Korea may face from losing the portals to the new planet in this incident, especially in the current era of the dimension industry. After a while, Kim Miso enters the room and inquires Major Kim Young-soo about their current actions, stressing the need to apprehend all of them. He responds those guys who did it have already captured them all, and the head of Dragon Loans has fled, but there's a bounty on him right now. She remarks that that's only cutting off the tails of the operation, and adds it's a level 5 dungeon. Does he believe this was all orchestrated by just one individual? He questions, should they then investigate DGB, a level 5 guild, just for this? And does she think they will return alive if they do? On the other side, an orc warrior attacks the tree spirit and hurls her aside. Park Soo-ho retaliates, attacking and defeating the orc warrior, earning 32 achievement points. He remarks that he just needs to catch 3 more for a level up. Choi Seung informs him that there's an orc warrior about 100 meters ahead. He hastily attacks while she attempts to warn him that it's a trap. But it's too late. He becomes ensnared, and she cries out for him to get up. Meanwhile, he reflects on how he fell into the trap and wonders why he's acting this way. He feels his senses dulling, unable to muster strength in his body, while she deploys defense bombs to rescue him. Park Soo-ho now believes that he needs 1 more warrior to level up. He begins fighting with them again, and after a long battle, he achieves his level with 1075 achievement points. An option about beast transformation appears on his status screen. Meanwhile, an orc warrior is on the verge of attacking Choi Sulun. She mentions that she doesn't even have the strength to stand up, yet she still attempts to defeat him. At the same time, the beast transformation is activated, and he harnesses some power from Biku to undergo a wolf transformation. He slays the orc warrior, earning 45 achievement points. After a while, the news reports that it is now the third day since their disappearance, and there is no news of the two people who entered the dungeon. They ask the captain of the Awakener Bureau what kind of place this dungeon is. He explains that this is a level 5 dungeon known as the Orc Castle, and it's a dungeon where it is recommended to bring a 30-member party full of B ranks or a 30-member party including 10 A ranks. Meanwhile, a frustrated reporter comments that there's no need to focus on the situation for so long because he believes Park Soo-ho is on the same level as Lee Sung-woo, or even lower, at most, being an F rank. He also states that South Korea is losing a potential future ranker. On the other side, Park Soo-ho mentions that he can fuse with beasts, and he successfully tames one. He clarifies that it wasn't a transformation but a fusion. He inquires about what she's doing and suggests that they should gather as much loot as possible and then go out to eat. She responds by saying it's futile because this place will be their grave. Even though the orc war chief has died, the door isn't opening. He asks if she is saying that the boss was not there. She says there is a stronger monster here. He asks what kind of monster would make her think about digging her own grave before she has even seen it. She tells him that 3 years ago, when she had just ascended to B rank, the Bureau sent them a 20-man combat team with 10 ranked mercenaries to take on a level 5 dungeon quest. They were attacked by monsters and had a tough fight, but a big monster attacked her, and her friend Ji-hoon saved her. Unfortunately, he was captured by them, and they killed him. She starts crying, and Park Soo-ho consoles her. On the other side, Park Soo-ho's friends, brother, and Choi In-soo are all worried for them. A reporter informs Kim Yo-shin, a great shaman of the national intangible cultural heritage, that she is holding a ritual in front of the gate, praying for the safe return of the missing people. He reports that an attack force consisting of high rankers in the Seoul district is gathering in front of the dungeon in a quest for revenge. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young are both enjoying the food he bought by leveling up. After finishing their food, they both sit, and Park Soo-ho asks if she used that sword to kill the Orc Lord. She says no because she fainted on the spot, and when she regained consciousness, she was in the hospital, and Miso brought her Ji-hoon's sword. She tells him that 2 more ranked mercenaries had sacrificed themselves for them to just barely kill that monster. She mentions that an orc lord is an inconceivable monster capable of defeating 5 orc war chiefs at the same time. He asks where the orc lord is, and she says it's probably in the orc castle, but there's nothing like that in a 1-kilometer radius. She explains that the orc war chiefs are in the 4 smaller spires, and the orc lord is in the center. And once they cross the castle wall, thousands of orcs will charge at them in groups. Meanwhile, a tree spirit finds the orc castle and informs him. He tells her they've found it and says let's go. She asks if he has a plan, and he replies they will find and kill them. She admits she wants to hit him but can't think of a better plan. He once more employs his beast transformation skill and bears her on his back. He begins to run toward the castle while she urges him to hurry up, mentioning that the orc riders are pursuing them. When the warriors initiate their attack, she constructs a shield to protect them and enters the castle. Her defense bomb is once again employed, and she instructs him to head to the center. They are persistently assaulted by the warriors, and she slips and falls, but she insists that he continue onward. Inside, she is confronted by 2 warriors who launch an attack, and she attempts to defeat them. On the other side, he reaches the center of the castle, where the orc lord is seated. He launches an attack on him, and after a fierce battle, the orc lord is finally stabbed and killed by him. Then, he levels up. Following the orc lord's demise, the castle begins to shake. Due to this, she once again falls to the ground, pondering if this is how it will all conclude. Meanwhile, he arrives and takes her hand, guiding her safely to the floor. She inquires about the orc lord, and he responds, "It's dead," before suggesting, "Let's go." She seeks confirmation once more regarding his demise. She wonders if he truly dispatched the orc lord so swiftly and attempts to scan the door to verify if it's open. On the other side, the DGB staff receives signals from Dungeon 127 indicating that the door will open in 10 minutes due to the countdown for the door burst initiation. Everyone becomes excited as they start eagerly watching the timer. Meanwhile, he inquires did she found the door. She responds affirmatively, yes, she found it. It's at 11 o'clock, 700 meters away from the castle walls, and there are 10 minutes and 20 seconds left until the door bursts. He detects the scent of wolves and starts running towards them, prompting her to ask where he's going, reminding him of their limited time. He requests that they follow him while she questions if he plans to lead them out. He replies from now on, they're going to be family. She points out they are surrounded, and at that moment, the tree spirit informs him that they're saying there's a small exit nearby. She orders him to turn right, and a pack of wolves also follows them. She exclaims there's an exit over there. He acknowledges, all right, let's get out. She urgently informs him that's the door, and there's only 1 minute left until it bursts open. When they attempt to cross the door, they are attacked by a warrior, causing her to fall, and her blood crystal bag is also opened. She tells him not to come, just to go away. But he returns and stabs the warrior, killing him. Meanwhile, everyone on the site is counting the remaining seconds with the same hope, as there are only 8 seconds left until the door bursts. A reporter remarks, at this point, doesn't it mean they have failed to clear the dungeon? Another one quickly responds, don't say such unlucky things because the ratings are currently over 60%. And if they emerge like this, it means they have hit the jackpot. On the other side, he is saving her, and she says, just 4 seconds left. He asks her to hold tight and to attack them while running towards the door. At last, the countdown ends, filled with everyone's heartfelt wishes because they are still nowhere to be seen. They wonder why don't they come out yet. They see wolves coming out, and they are both also falling out. DGB staff and reporters run towards them to check, and they say, it's Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-um. All the people start saying that both of them have come out alive, which means they've succeeded. The news broadcasts that a miracle is happening. The 2 people trapped in the level 5 dungeon are returning alive after 4 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes. After a while, Kim Miso stated in the meeting that the picture was taken right after they came out of the portal, and both of them were subsequently taken to a hospital. The major asks why they are in that position, to which she responds that they claim the circumstances called for it. She also presents the titles of the internet articles they have gathered about him after the event. He chuckles and remarks that the reporters are being too openly provocative. She acknowledges this and explains that it's because someone blew the whistle. He then reminds everyone that they are here to figure out how to resolve the situation, not to assign blame. And she needs to continue with the briefings. She continues, mentioning that news reports concerning him have become widespread due to this incident, and scouts from several countries' intelligence agencies have been arriving in the country. She also notes that he's the one who took Lee Sung-woo away, but she believes that America poses more of a threat. They all engage in a discussion on how to keep him with them. Dr. Kim Young-guk interjects, saying that as long as his family is in Korea, he will not leave. The major responds, asking if he is implying that he values family more than money, and mentions that he has lived with wolves for 1,000 years, missing his family. He clarifies that he attaches the most value to spending time with his family and suggests that they provide him with territory where he can live with his family without any attempts at invasion. In return, he'll have no reason to go against the Bureau. The major agrees, saying that they will provide him with some territory, but questions whether they should also block foreign scouts from making contact. Meanwhile, she displays a picture and explains that this is the abandoned facility in Namyangju, Gyeonggi-do. She goes on to suggest that designating this area as the territory of Soo-ho Guild would be the best course of action. She proposes marking the surrounding land as private property, and notes that it's a bit far from downtown, so even if a portal to a new world appears, it would remain relatively safe. Then he inquires, will she continue to be the one to keep watch from their side? She concurs, affirming that she is the most suitable person for the job. He then asks if she has taken a break after writing a report about Park Soo-ho. She responds by saying she mentioned he's a dog-like man. The scene transitions to the stadium, where a speaker addresses the audience, greeting all the SPFC fans around the world. He announces, finally, they will begin today's main event, the final match. He begins by introducing the champion, the current #1 in the world ranking, who is defending his title for the 21st time. He states that this guy remains undefeated in 45 SPFC matches. He continues by describing him as the SS rank irregular, the most powerful magic swordsman, and the weapon acclaimed by Japan. He further comments, as if acknowledging everyone's cheers, that a black flame is spreading on Hyro's magic sword. Upon mentioning Hyro, he leaps onto the field with his trademark blazing phoenix. Next, he provides information about Hyro's opponent, who is the S-rank human weapon, a rising new star undefeated in 13 matches, known as Russia's Mad Bear, Mikhail Zorbas. He, too, arrives on the field. Meanwhile, he attaches himself to his opponent, stating that his time ends here and the battle commences. He unleashes Mana Gatling's wild shots, with bullets randomly striking the iridium barrier protecting the audience. Hyro dodges at an astonishing speed and locks on with a Mana bazooka. They engage in a fierce counterattack, both determined to emerge victorious. In the end, Hyro's sword, Aura, relentlessly assails Zorbas. Everyone is stunned by this turn of events, as he had been on a winning streak. Suddenly, he coughs up blood and collapses. The referee calls for a timeout, and the medics rush to the scene. They attempt to heal him, but he shows no signs of movement. The referee reaches the verdict that he cannot be revived. Hyro emerges as the victor, successfully defending his title for the 22nd time. After a while, he returns, and his teammate inquires if the technique he used today is something new. He responds that he simply pushed his sword aura into Zorbas and let go. He instructs them to go out for a drink later and then exits the room. She approaches him, embraces him, and asks if he killed him. He replies that the defeated opponent will become one of the 7 villains in the future. She advises him not to try to do everything by himself. He asks if anything unusual happened, and she informs him that aside from a call from the bureau, there's nothing noteworthy. He inquires about someone from the bureau, the captain. She confirms it and says the captain asked him to take care not to get hurt and suggests they get ready to leave since everyone is likely waiting. She also mentions that some time ago, they said the person trapped in a level 5 dungeon succeeded in getting out and they believe he will be the second coming of Lee Sung-woo in Korea, with high expectations. He asks who this person is, and she informs him that his name is Park Soo-ho, the same guy the reporters said was trapped in a level 5 dungeon. She has gathered all the information about him since he might be interested. She shows him a picture of Park Soo-ho, but he admits he doesn't remember him. He then asks if Park Soo-ho awakened as a swordsman, but she clarifies that he's known as a druid, and if he is indeed a planet returner, there's a chance Earth will connect to a 4th planet. She mentions that he's just an F rank, but finds him amazing, assuming he already knew about him. She goes on to suggest that bringing Park Soo-ho over to their side might be a better idea. She asks for his opinion and adds that Park Soo-ho is currently the most popular person in Korea. He delves into his memories, recalling the impending apocalypse when the cities that served as strongholds for the cataclysm survivors were gradually destroyed by several dungeon breaks on the continent, and the subsequent flood of monsters. He envisions monsters dominating the land and sky and the continent facing imminent destruction. A mass exodus commences, and amid the long war, everything else fades into oblivion as heroes emerge among the Asian awakeners and evacuees, ultimately choosing their last refuge. He remembers that place is Japan. He explains that this is why he decided to establish his base in Japan despite being labeled a traitor for doing so. He continues by stating that by taking care of the dungeons in Japan and nurturing the talented individuals who will showcase their true abilities in the future, the island country will become the optimal place for survivors to reside. He believes that the Korean survivors will eventually hail him not as a traitor but as the hero Lee Sung-woo. After a while, Kim Mi-so arrives at Samsung Hospital to visit Choi Soo-young and inquires, "Does it hurt?" She responds affirmatively, saying yes. Kim Mi-so continues, mentioning a rumor circulating in the hospital that a masked man visits every night and departs at dawn, asking if he is Park Soo-ho. She also informs her that she has arranged for a man to come and has brought her some food. Once she finishes her meal, she suggests that now that she's full, she should head to work, but she expresses a desire to take a nap for an hour instead. The scene shifts to the CIA headquarters in the US, where the news reports that Hyro has permanently subdued M. Zorbas. The head of the CIA remarks, "No matter what, it's still Zorbas. To think he was taken down that easily." One of the employees comments that it seems Hyro is continuing to grow stronger, and at this rate, an SSS rank might emerge soon. The head then notices news about Park Soo-ho being missing and inquires about his whereabouts. The employee responds it's not that he's gone anywhere. These are the pictures sent by their agents just moments ago. The head examines the pictures and asks about the location, Seoul Station. He is informed that Park Soo-ho has been visiting that place frequently. He jests, "Is he talking to pigeons or something? It doesn't seem like he's feeling down." He suggests that they could introduce Park Soo-ho to several beautiful women and ensure no one else steals him away. The employee informs him that their special agents departed for Korea this morning, but the airways aren't looking favorable at the moment. The head asks what's wrong with them. Meanwhile, a kid spots a bird outside the plane, capturing the attention of everyone who takes pictures while expressing their amazement. People begin to wonder if the bird is following their plane, questioning whether it might be a wyvern. One person mentions that it's just a fledgling, so there's no need to worry. They speculate about why a wyvern would be in the area, pondering if a wyvern dungeon has burst. They decide they should contact HQ once they arrive at their destination. As they contemplate this, a wyvern suddenly attacks the plane. Later, news reports that 2 days ago, while flying over Siberia, a group of wyverns escaped during a dungeon break. On the other side, Park Soo-ho and his team reach their territory. He remarks they've arrived, though. Han Dong-soo questions whether the 2-story house in front of them is a haunted house. They arrive at the location, and he questions whether this is their guild's new headquarters, expressing that it doesn't seem suitable for human habitation. It's just a deserted house. He also inquires about the possibility of having internet installed here. She reports that she saw a ghost on the 2nd floor and believes the place might collapse when they enter. She admits she can't imagine living in such a place. Kim Miso chides her, telling her to be quiet and reminding her that it's her first time in a place like this. She assures them that remodeling will commence tomorrow, so they don't need to worry about anything. Park Soo-ho expresses his liking for the place and believes there should be no problem with them moving in right away. Kim Miso mentions that they need to establish the boundaries of the territory, and Park Soo-ho indicates that he has already decided how much land he can manage. He proceeds to use his tree spirit power to command the setting of the territory boundaries. Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo marvel at the speed at which the trees are growing, and soon, a massive wall encircles the territory. Park Soo-ho declares it finished and explains that it should have a radius of approximately 1 kilometer, with the house at the center. Kim Miso designates this area as the Soo-ho Guild's territory. Park Soo-ho humorously remarks about her kindness, saying he only has to stay in the country for a few months. She replies that they are merely following procedure and that their bureau considers him family. She asks him to sign the contract, and she attempts to advise him to read it carefully, but Kim Miso intervenes, getting him to sign the contract. As she leaves, Choi Soo-young instructs her to send the maintenance team tomorrow, threatening to run away otherwise. After a while, a group of pirates attacks a ship, and the ship's staff sends a voice note for help, identifying them as the Coral Queen Emerald. They report that they are being attacked by pirates of unknown origin and urgently request immediate assistance. The SS Uaku of the Hedong unit receives Coral Queen Emerald's location and responds that the rescue team will arrive in 2 hours and 45 minutes. They also inquire whether the pirates have boarded the ship and request that the ship turn off its engine and try to remain in the same position for as long as possible. A staff member alerts that the pirates are boarding the ship on the starboard side, with 3 or 4 of them coming up. They instruct everyone to turn off the engine and all other systems and gather in the engine room. As they attempt to save themselves, sea monsters attack the ship and the pirates' boat, causing extensive destruction. After some time, the rescue teams reach the coordinates sent by the Coral Queen Emerald. After searching within a 10-mile radius, they find no sign of the ship. They requested a search team to be dispatched to the current location. In the morning, the tree spirits flutter throughout the territory, creating sweet music. Choi Soo-young's phone rings, and she answers it. On the other end, Kim Miso inquires about what she's doing and whether she is currently with Park Soo-ho. She responds that she is not with him. Kim Miso admonishes her, questioning why she is still in bed for so long. After ending the call, she wakes up, goes out to the terrace, and remarks that he planted a lot in such a short time. After some time, she emerges and finds him engrossed in checking the status screen of all the wolves to assess their powers. She comments that if that's the case, he can't simply keep increasing the wolves' levels. Curious, she asks what he's up to, and he responds that he's giving names to their new family members. She points out that by family, he means the wolves and questions why he didn't wake her up and why he ventured out alone. She also inquires about the whereabouts of the others. He explains that they all left early in the morning, most likely venturing through dungeons. She remarks on their diligence, especially on such a hot day. He suggests they go for a walk to cool down, transforms into his beast form, and invites her to hop on and hold tight. They start running toward the trees, with the pack of wolves following closely behind. After some time, a reporter's team is camping outside the boundaries, and they are commenting that there's nothing to report, and the weather is extremely hot. One of them remarks that HQ keeps instructing them to bring back news, but they have been stuck at home for 2 months now. He asks if, by any chance, there's anyone there who has crossed the boundary, cautioning that the CCTV is monitoring the area, and the military will be dispatched immediately if they see anything suspicious. Another person mentions that no one knows when the portal will open, so they need to remain stationed nearby. While they are engaged in conversation, the Suho clan's car passes by them. Park Junho comments on how hot it is, but he observes that the reporters are diligently at work. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo is checking his YouTube channel and notices something unusual. He wonders why there are so many overseas donations from the US, Japan, Russia, and England, totaling over 4 billion won. He notices that most of the large donations seem to be coming from influential foreign scouts and contemplates whether he should inform him about it. As they observe both of them enjoying themselves in the woods, Han Dong-soo comments that he never offers them a ride because he's too competitive. Park Junho responds that he's too fast, and they step on the gas pedal. He agrees, saying they can't afford to lose, and they start racing in the car's sport mode toward the house. After a while, she recalls that she asked him what kind of planet he was on. He replies, Animal Kingdom. She asks again if there were only animals there. He confirms, saying yes. Looking back, it's an unimaginable place filled with hostile creatures with dimensional energies higher than 700. He explains it was a place where fights for territory and survival did not cease until one's death, and to become the leader of any group, one had to be at least U rank. He adds that even after he became king, he had to accept challenges for hundreds of years. She ponders the implications of a bridge portal connected to the planet, realizing that unrestricted passage in both directions could turn this place into a war zone where they would have to fight against hostile beings from another world. On the other side, Kim Miso asks Captain Kang if he thinks his planet will be friendly to them. He questions why Captain Kang is worried since he was the king there. On the other side, she regains her composure as the race begins. She remarks that he may not be able to control them, but he is still the king. He reflects that his present self is not the same as before, and they might not want to kill him if they see how weak he has become. She finds his reasoning convincing and sprints at full speed toward the northeastern field. Their objective is to distance themselves as much as possible from the city center. Han Dong-soo asks where they are going. Park Junho suggests, let's follow them. She chimes in, noting that it's starting because the space is beginning to distort. She calls her and informs her that the portal is just about to form, instructing her to send the portal's location to the waiting units. He remarks that's not the planet he was on, and adds it's an ordinary portal door. She questions how he can be so sure without using any equipment. He explains that it feels different from the one he went through. She counters that the one he passed through was a teleportation portal that returners sometimes use, so it might feel different. She thinks that the dimensional energy of the teleportation portal that Park Soo-ho passed through was higher than the portal bridge. She also recalls that at that time, it was enough for her to think that the device was malfunctioning, and she even suspected something was wrong with her intuition. She acknowledges that's true. Right now, my intuition is also telling me that it's not as dangerous as back then. She concludes, at any rate, this is a dungeon portal. On the other side, the reporters also notice it, and one of them asks, isn't that the signal of a dimensional crack? The other one confirms it. They observe ammo cars and inquire whether it's the Bureau's detective team, noting that the helicopter unit has also been dispatched. One of them remarks that it seems a portal has opened and asks if it is a new planet. Meanwhile, she inquires if it is a dungeon portal, but he doesn't reply. She wonders if he possesses better intuition than her, even though she boasts the best detection ability in the country, and he doesn't even have a detection skill. They both arrive at the scene, and Han Dong-soo exclaims, it's a portal. If this is a new planet. The detective team also arrives and announces that this is Detective Team 11, and they will begin installing the measuring device. Park Soo-ho questions their purpose, and they explain that it's for calculating the dungeon's level, and the time until the dungeon break. The team leader informs them that it's a level 4 dungeon, a relatively low level one. She once again calls her and conveys that it's a level 4 dungeon. However, according to him, that's not where he was from. She suggests that they need to enter and check it first. She provides the captain with information about the level 4 dungeon and suggests that they should have a detection team member with video memory skills accompany them to determine if the newly created dungeon is where he's from. He becomes agitated and questions whether she knows how much money they invested in this. She responds that they're not sure yet and that the level of skill Park Soo-ho has shown them until now doesn't align with a level 4. He insists that if the first portal to appear signifies the return of a dungeon portal, then they're dealing with a dungeon returner. He asks if she knows who trusted and invested in them. She explains that they invested based on the possibility because Park Soo-ho has great worth simply as an irregular. He advises her to use inspection as an excuse to buy some time and find a solution, as their investment is at stake. If they can't recover the investment, both of them will be in trouble. She informs them that it will break in 50 days and requests them to recall the military unit since it's after the 50-day mark. The team leader expresses his concerns, mentioning that he would have to clear a level 4 dungeon multiple times a day, and questions if it wouldn't be challenging with his current team members. Park Soo-ho disagrees, stating that it's not difficult. He admires the equipment and inquires about its price. She clarifies that he's referring to the dungeon energy measuring device and mentions that most guilds have it, with the latest model costing about 3 billion won. A moment ago, he received a notice offering to permanently rent the equipment to him as a contract signing gift. He questions why they are giving him things like this and asserts that even if he's not a returner from a new planet, the Bureau will never mistreat him. He further mentions that they are aware he's been contacted by many foreign countries recently, and emphasizes that the Korean Bureau truly values him as a family since he is their country's treasure. Surprisingly, he adds that he hasn't received any messages from foreign countries. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo arrives and expresses his desire to have a brief conversation with him. He mentions that the competition abroad has become quite intense, and due to his limited internet usage, he has received a substantial amount of donations. He inquires about the total amount. He responds, estimating that it should exceed 5 billion won. Han Dong-soo advises against becoming slaves to money, no matter how much they may like it. He assures him that he will keep his words in mind and mentions that they wanted to show him what they were offering, so he should at least examine 3 of them. He agrees to tell them that he showed it to him but that he ignored it. He also mentions that he will retain a small portion of the donations and send the rest to the guild's treasury. He reflects that when he's with him, it feels like money just enters his pockets and then slips away, while he exclaims that he has earned 3.6 billion won. After a while, he inquires if everyone is ready to go in. A guard approaches and requests them to wait, explaining that a combat team from the Bureau will be joining them in the dungeon. He insists that according to the contract, only 2 people can be mobilized for inspection, and they won't be allowed to participate in the hunt. She agrees and urges them to proceed into the level 4 dungeon, reminding the team leader to document everything thoroughly. He acknowledges her instructions. Biku approaches him, and he agrees that he should level up a bit. They enter the portal, and someone in the group asks for his thoughts. He admits he's not entirely sure yet, but something feels a bit familiar. The team leader raises concerns about whether it's safe for them to wander like this and suggests they should be more cautious. He reassures them that he's leading the way, so they should just follow along. They all agree. Meanwhile, she orders them to halt because there's a mob 70m in front of them, which means 3 monsters. He directs everyone to stay back. He engages in combat with monsters while the team leader diligently records the action. He identifies them as lizardmen. After defeating them, he received 84 achievement points. He reminds both of them not to forget to collect the loot, and they acknowledge this before rushing toward the fallen monsters. He instructs them to remain vigilant because, starting with the next batch, he plans to send them back alive. They successfully obtain the blood crystals. He commands Biku to venture into the forest and lure more monsters over. He alerts them that the monsters are approaching, prompting Junho to charge and attack them. Despite struggling initially, Han Dong-soo joins the battle and helps kill the monsters. As a result, Han Dong-soo reaches level 9, while Park Junho advances to level 1. Once again, the team leader questions if this is indeed a level 4 dungeon, expressing concerns about their seemingly careless actions. She emphasizes the importance of focusing on recording. Iku informs him that enemies are approaching from all directions, and he readies himself to confront and eliminate them. Meanwhile, Kim Miso arrives outside the boundaries, where reporters surround her car and begin questioning her about the dungeon's level. One of them mentions that he saw Captain Lee Min-sung's combat team entering a moment ago, and it's confirmed to be a level 4 dungeon. Without uttering a word, she departs from the scene, prompting the reporter to instruct his team to pack up. Her driver inquires if this isn't classified information. She asks him to consider which is more important, the higher-ups playing with money or Park Soo-ho. He promptly answers Park Soo-ho. She agrees and explains that by revealing Park Soo-ho as a dungeon returner, they can deter unwanted attention, which is why they are working to find a solution. On the other side, Combat Team 13 is prepared to enter the portal, and Captain Lee Min-sung asks his team if they are ready, stating that they will confront some monsters. A guard approaches and informs the captain that they have been instructed to stand by. Kim Miso arrives at the location, greets the captain, and informs him that they cannot enter at the moment. He inquires about the reason for this delay. She explains that, first and foremost, they cannot proceed without Park Soo-ho's consent to cooperate with the combat team. He expresses frustration at having to reschedule their plans and rush to the location, questioning the sense of entering with only a scouting party and no combat team when the contract includes an exploration clause. She reassures him that she has come to resolve this issue and mentions a matter related to the captain as well. After a while, Dr. Kim Young-guk watches the news reporting that Park Soo-ho has entered a level 4 dungeon. This triggers his memory of when Park Soo-ho claimed to have discovered fruit trees and had hidden on a coast with an abundance of seafood. At that time, it didn't take long for him to realize that it was a place he couldn't permanently inhabit. Dr. Kim Young-guk reflects on this memory, particularly on the presence of the sea, as it contradicts the current theories about dungeon origins. He ponders the possibility that a planet can break apart and transform into a dungeon. He also considers Park Soo-ho's request for help in finding his brother. Dr. Kim Young-guk had agreed to assist him on the condition that Park Soo-ho would share details about the 500 years he spent as the king of wolves before encountering the gorilla tribe, a time when he was the true ruler of the forest. Meanwhile, he is engaged in a battle with monsters and successfully defeats them. He questions the creature's behavior, urging his companions to gather the loot from the defeated foes. As they continue their journey, she remarks on the strange beauty of the place. He admits that he has never been here before, but some things inexplicably feel familiar to him. He notices that the writings around them are in Hangul, the Korean script. Their exploration leads them to a cave adorned with densely packed Hangul writings. In the cave, they discover a note that reads, "Park Soo-ho was here." She expresses concern, asking if this place is his homeland and inquiring about his well-being. He observes some unfinished knives made by sharpening shiny rocks. However, he suddenly bolts from the cave, leaving his companions behind as they call out to him. He reaches the mountain's summit, with her closely following behind. She inquires if this place is where he used to live. He confirms that it appears to be, but something feels amiss. He gestures toward various locations and describes how there used to be a towering snow-covered mountain, a grove of fruit trees, and the sea in different directions. She is particularly intrigued by the mention of the sea in a level 4 dungeon. Curious, she asks if he is responsible for the writings on the walls. He affirms that he wrote them. He explains that these writings were his attempt to preserve knowledge of civilized society. Upon arriving in this place, he started writing on the cave walls while hiding from other animals. Even after relocating, he would return periodically to continue the record so he wouldn't forget how to write. She questions if the lizardmen were always present in this area. He clarifies that they were not. She then asks about the fate of his animal companions. He informs her that this territory belonged to the leopards, who were not weak enough to be displaced by lizardmen. She points out the fog in the distance, explaining that it marks the dungeon's boundary, signifying that he cannot venture beyond it. Meanwhile, everyone is attempting to climb upwards, with lizardmen relentlessly pursuing them. Han Dong-soo urgently advises that they must stick close to the two leaders, as their survival depends on it, so they should ascend quickly. She exclaims about the sudden overwhelming influx of lizardmen. Among them, the imposing figure of the Lizard King becomes evident. He swiftly makes a decision, instructing her to remain with the others while he leaps down from the mountain. His arms transform, forming wings that enable him to soar towards the Lizard King. In a decisive strike, he engages the Lizard King, utilizing his beast transformation. As the lizardmen approach within 30 meters, everyone prepares themselves for battle. They launch an attack against the encroaching lizardmen. In the fierce confrontation, he battles fiercely against the formidable Lizard King while relentlessly inquiring about the whereabouts of the leopards. On the other side, all the remaining team members are also engaged in battling the oncoming lizardmen. The team leader raises a question, wondering if long-range weapons consume more dimensional energy compared to close-range ones. He is quick to explain that the launch volume is also constrained by an individual's level, and although it may not always be cost-effective, there are situations where it becomes necessary, like the current one. She issues a firm order, reminding them to stay focused since the lizardmen are closing in. With determination, they collectively strive to eliminate the approaching lizardmen while he continues his intense duel against the Lizard King. He reaches the summit of the mountain and deploys his wind attribute skill, causing a powerful disturbance that engulfs everything around him. In response, she urgently commands everyone to take cover. They all tumble to the ground, and once the turbulence subsides, she checks on their well-being. Unfortunately, they all have sustained injuries. Undeterred, he quickly advises them to move, pointing out that the door is now open. With determination, they all make a hasty dash toward the door. Meanwhile, the combat team and Kim Miso wait anxiously for their return. When they finally emerge, she identifies them and exclaims that they're coming out. Captain Lee takes note of his appearance, remarking that he looks somewhat weakened. He expresses his desire to speak with him, but to everyone's astonishment, he transforms into a pigeon and takes flight, leaving them all in disbelief. Kim Miso questions the sudden transformation, reminding them that she initially described him as a dog. She inquires if something unusual has transpired. In response, she insists that if she's there to cooperate today, they should simply let her be. She raises concerns about the recordings, and she reveals that he will return to headquarters with her. Kim Miso then mentions that she, too, is on a mission and that her involvement with the observation mission has officially concluded. She informs them that she's been dispatched for a critical mission supporting the border near northern Daegu, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. After a while, he informs them that 4 members of the portal management team will remain on site as the minimum required staff to oversee the equipment. Park Jun-ho assures him that they will take good care of the team members as their guests. He agrees and mentions that he should try to hire more personnel to manage things more efficiently. Meanwhile, she turns to Captain Lee and suggests they return and discuss wages. Captain Lee questions the need to return, reminding her that she initially said she would cooperate with him. She explains that the director is waiting for them, prompting them to leave. The director contacts her and inquires about her location. He informs her that everyone is withdrawing except for the management team. She suggests they can address the matter later and proposes discussing it in person when they meet up. After a while, he delivers a briefing in which he mentions seeing densely written Korean text and discovering his diary written on the cave walls. He also reports that he suddenly jumped up into the sky and threw the Lizard King around. Though he couldn't record it inside the dungeon, he managed to do so once outside. He further explains that they believe he confused with animals he has tamed in this manner. Captain Lee expresses concern about the treatment of the Lizard King. The captain inquires about the strength of the Lizard King in a level 4 dungeon, suggesting it's around B rank. He corrects that it's in A rank, and he defeats it easily. He then posits that he might be above S rank. She notes that his current dimensional energy is E rank, but his normal combat skills are S+ rank after fusion. He adds that his skill level depends on the fused animal but could reach at least SSS rank. He also mentions that he has no skill level limit when leveling up, unlike other awakeners. The captain remarks that if all those who disappeared during the cataclysm returned like him, their country would have become a superpower by now. He mentions the results of the first round of tests, confirming that he is a level 4 dungeon returnee. She states they can't be certain yet. He speculates that he might not want to share the secret to his strength, but she disagrees, saying he isn't like that. The captain asks why he is causing disruptions with the scouts despite signing a contract. He suggests that he probably doesn't want to share the secret of his strength. She leaves the room and reflects on the meaning of the secret to strength. He proposes that if they fill his squad 37 with 80 members ranked C or above, he will take responsibility for finding the secret. He adds that the issue with the minister's investment will be resolved without a problem. The captain agrees, noting that even if they take all the loot, it still sounds favorable. He outlines the terms as 3 times the regular salary and a 780% bonus. The team is ready 10 minutes before departure, with the captain of CDC 503 Special Forces Platoon 2, Ammo Detection Team 7, and Team 11 reporting the number of personnel and performing equipment checks. Special Forces reports are all clear, and the detection team also states there are no problems. He turns to Team 11, and she checks her phone, saying there's no problem with Detection Team 11. He announces that they will begin the operation. After a while, they sit in the car, and a soldier mentions hearing that the Daegu border is like hell on earth due to nearby dungeon bursts. Another soldier expresses doubt about sending the detection team to the front lines. She agrees and suggests they write a will and send it to their families before the signal disappears. Meanwhile, he lies down, recalling his childhood when she calls him, but he doesn't pick up the phone. He thinks Suho is sleeping a lot more than usual while checking donations. He says since it's been revealed he's just a level 4 dungeon returnee, the donations should have stopped. Park Jun-ho enters the room and asks him if Monk Moonjin called by any chance because he can't contact him, and he's worried that something happened to him. He asks if Moonjin has reached divine enlightenment and adds, anyway, he's probably having fun playing with the children or something. He asks if he doesn't think he is sleeping too much, and he replies that he is planning to wake him up. After a while, he gets up and thinks that he thought he could meet his friends again when the portal opened, but the land he returned to was only a tiny corner of it. Instead of his friends, it was swarming with red lizards that he had never seen before. He wonders about his red wolf family and Jackie's tribe, wondering if they all teleported somewhere because they were chased by the lizards. He thinks that it doesn't matter because destiny will reunite them someday. She calls him, but he doesn't pick up. When he's eating, he asks where she went, mentioning that she likes lobster. He thinks she was dispatched to the country because she contacted him when he wasn't answering the phone. He says they need to recruit more guild members, to which he replies that they have to. He emphasizes the need for people to operate the portal measuring device, as they don't know when and where a portal could burst in their territory, and their current members can't handle it alone. The scene shifts as she gazes at her phone when they enter Necroville's red zone. A soldier says, "Please turn off all private communication devices." She asks if this was originally on this route. She is about to turn off her phone when he checks his phone and calls her, but her number is unavailable. He mentions that she isn't answering, and on the other side, her phone breaks. Kim Miso and Captain Lee arrive, and she calls Junho, saying they've just arrived, and inquires if they can meet with Park Soo-ho right now. He is sitting in the garden as they approach, asking if this is about inspection, expressing disappointment that it's not the highly anticipated new planet, and questioning why she is so focused on inspection. She explains that they want to uncover the secret behind his ability in that dungeon. He insists that he already told her she just needs to train diligently for 1,000 years and wonders why she doesn't believe him. Captain Lee interjects, urging them to stop bickering when they're both from the same country, and suggests helping each other out in this time of national crisis. He provides more information, explaining that the frequency of level 6 dungeon appearances is increasing, the time limit until the dungeon break is shrinking, and the number of infected people in the fields has surged. He mentions that people with strong abilities, like Park Soo-ho, are urgently needed. She questions what he means by infected people, leading to an explanation about the Necroville virus. He shows them a map of the Necroville red zones and emphasizes that transportation and stopping dungeon breaks have become more challenging due to the increasing number of these zones. He reveals that the virus is of unknown origin, possibly alien, and spreads rapidly, making it difficult to respond with their current manpower. He proposes that they grant him 2 gifts in exchange for permission to freely inspect the dungeon and hunt. She mentions that they will increase his guild level to level 5, allowing them to enter dungeons up to level 5, and adds an exciting tone to her response. He presses for another concession, leading to her offering him territory in the region that used to be Gyeonggi-do in northern Gwangju and Namyangju, closer to Soo-ho's territory. He questions if he should set up in Gyeonggi-do and accept people because when people gather, they can help rebuild the city, develop dungeon commercial districts, and clear farmland. He points out the potential for astronomical profits if the Soo-ho Guild is recognized for its ability to manage its territory. She discusses the use of mobile modular houses in the dungeon commercial district for safety during portal breaks, highlighting the opportunity for significant gains. He acknowledges that it's not a bad offer but inquires about the situation in North Korea. She explains the challenges they faced during the Great Disaster, including coup d'etats and the collapsed command system, leading to survivors moving from place to survive. He expresses concerns about the potential escape of survivors to the south due to the lack of systematic dungeon management in North Korea. He is unsure if he's scamming them or being scammed by them, but ultimately decides to proceed and sign the contract. She agrees, affirming that he made the right decision. He asks if the condition requiring him to stay in the country for 100 days has been rescinded, to which she confirms. He then makes 2 personal requests: to meet the scientist who invented the dimensional energy measuring device and to track the location of his guild's monk Myunjin's phone, as he's suddenly not answering his phone. She assures him that both requests are easily achievable. The scene shifts to Shilla Guild, where mercenary recruitments are currently open, and several candidates have come for interviews. Jang Ishik considers Shilla Guild, the mercenary group established by Korea's largest conglomerate, Shilla Corporation, and the recruitment process, which only takes place twice a year but eliminates most mercenaries during the initial application stage. He believes the Shilla Guild is the dream guild for most mercenaries. It's just that it's difficult to gain entry. However, once he does, he will receive considerable support. He applied with the hope of obtaining some opportunities, even after being rejected by the guild. He successfully passed the application stage and is now being acknowledged after 3 years of working for small clans and as a freelance mercenary. He believes it's over now because out of the 50 who passed the preliminary stage, only 10 will be selected after the interview. He knows he can't lose his confidence here because this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Captain Kang Min-hyuk mentions that the open recruitment this time was disappointing because all the candidates were rather ordinary. Captain Kang Min-hyuk reviews Jang Yishik's profile and notes, "This one's a swordsman, an experienced one at that." He observes that he has worked for 3 years but is still ranked as an E. He also speculates that if his awakened skill is swordsmanship, it might be worthwhile to train him further and decides to select him. They instruct the guards to usher in the next group. Captain Lee announces, "Number 46-50, please enter." Captain Kang Min-hyuk inquires about the reduced number of candidates and asks where number 50, Mr. Jang Yishik, has gone. Number 49 explains that he suddenly left for some reason, recalling the message from him, who invited him to join his guild. He quickly departed, discarding his interview slip. He believes there is no need for further consideration since it's an offer from the person who saved his life and is currently the hottest topic of discussion in Korea. After a while, Captain Kim doesn't tell him that they don't know when they'll ambush them. He also mentions that Sergeant Han wants him to recount the time he was surrounded by 2,000 of them last month. The roads are becoming more dangerous, and perhaps they should have stayed on their ordinary course. On the way, the Necrovals devour a giant bear. One soldier suggests turning them to dust with the anti-tank rockets, but another soldier warns that shooting might agitate the Necrovals. He insists there's no time to waste, so they should just shoot, as they are nearing the Dobang Aerial Military Operations area. He fires the anti-tank rockets to clear the road. He eliminates them and clears the road, but the Necrovals hear the gunfire and start running toward them. He alerts everyone that they're coming. Sire, on the other side, Monk and Monk Myunjo are heading to forestry camping. Monk mentions that if they go a bit further, they'll reach the camping site's management office. He regrets insisting stubbornly that they come here, considering that those creatures have reached this area. Monk Myunjo replies that he also wants to cook a delicious meal with the fresh vegetables they harvested for the children. He suggests they leave for now and return quickly to share the meal with the children. Monk agrees, noting that everyone must be quite hungry. They notice that the door to the office on the first floor is open, and they need to stop there. Monk instructs the children that when the car stops, they should run quickly. He is determined to ensure everyone's safety this time. They pick up the children and hurry back home with the Necrovals in pursuit. Monk commands the children to run without looking back and to fend off the attackers. During the battle, he realizes that there are too many of them, and there are still 6 minutes before Dragon Rush's cooldown is over. Then, he sees the tree spirit, which attacks and eliminates the Necrovals. Meanwhile, he stands on top of the house and remarks, "This seems pretty useful." Everyone starts looking at him. He orders them to stay back and mentions that he doesn't want to get involved with them. Then, he launches an attack on the Necrovals. Meanwhile, the soldiers request a connection to the Dobang Aerial Military Operations Area 7. They report to the Mic Command that they are currently being pursued by Necrovals while the creatures attack their tank. She gazes out from the window and instructs her team to open the door. They promptly open it and inquire about how they are expected to push through that obstacle. She explains that once they exit, they should head towards Team 7's car, and if anything obstructs their path, they should eliminate it. She steps out and engages in combat with her team. She directs them, including the driver, to join her and mentions they are leaving the car behind. Meanwhile, a rescue team arrives, and the captain orders them to check on the survivors in car 2. One of them reports that the driver and front passenger are deceased. They attempt to fend off the attackers, but their numbers overwhelm them. Suddenly, they notice something unusual approaching in flight and wonder if it's descending from above. To their surprise, they spot the SOF 707-18. While battling, she encounters a man named Sun Jinwoo, who offers to handle the remaining foes. He joins the fight and shields her just as Skybear helicopters arrive and request a personnel report after assessing the number of injured and deceased individuals. They also observe an unidentified object rapidly approaching them. On the other side, he eliminates the Necrovals, and the children express their joy upon witnessing this. At the same time, a Necroval comes and bites Monk's ankle. He remarks that it was enjoyable and suggests they head home. Monk inquires about how he knew to come here. In Osaka, Japan, a portal opens as the road splits, and a menacing monster emerges. A terrified woman attempts to rescue her baby but struggles. Just in the nick of time, Hyro arrives and swiftly saves the baby. Following this, Hyro and his team launch an assault on the monster, engaging in a fierce battle. The crowd becomes exhilarated, and they express their gratitude, stating that Hyro has once again come to their rescue. As Hyro departs after vanquishing the monster, he is hailed as a hero by the relieved onlookers. After a while, news reports emerged stating that in Umeda, Osaka City, monsters had appeared through a teleportation portal, wreaking havoc in the area. The situation could have resulted in more casualties if it weren't for Team Hyro, who was returning from clearing a level 5 dungeon along with the commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau. The commissioner sits in the car, and she commends him, saying a good job. He quickly finishes speaking as she looks at her phone. She informs him that it's a video about him and asks if he remembers him. He inquires whether he is trapped somewhere again. She explains that he is merely a dungeon returnee, but their bureau doesn't feel disappointed. He acknowledges that he was correct in making such a fuss over a dungeon returnee. As he sees a picture of him with a child, he finds it strange, thinking that this guy is the 8th evil. Although he's still young, he's certain it's him. He believes he must have lost his father and is now living in an orphanage, which is why he placed him toward the end of the assassination list. He reflects that he was the most villainous figure to have emerged from Korea, and the 8th evil, so he's puzzled by his presence there. As he views a picture of Jang Ishik introducing the latest member of Suho Guild, the mercenary swordsman, and another picture of Monk Myunjin. He thinks of Monk Myunjin as the undying destroyer and Buddhist master. He wonders why all these individuals have gathered in one place. While he contemplates this, she urges him to watch a video compilation she put together to show him and assures him that she doesn't believe the content has been manipulated. She asks for his opinion, suggesting that he seems too powerful for someone who returned from an F-rank dungeon. He agrees, stating that this doesn't resemble the combat ability of a dungeon returnee. She expresses her belief in the articles, claiming he's irregular, implying that it may be true. He ponders the existence of an irregular not recorded in the official records and wonders if this guy is a regressor like himself, someone who has returned to the past and is using knowledge from the future to gather notorious villains. He fears that if his goal is to assemble a group of people to change the future like him, then the perfect plan he has crafted over 500 years of regressing into the past might become irrelevant. He concludes that he needs to go to Korea soon because he must meet this druid. After a while, Park Soo-ho arrives at his territory with the children and excitedly takes in the surroundings. Following this, she contacts her team to get an update on the Soo-ho clan's progress. They inform her that 37 squads, each consisting of 20 members, totaling 4 teams, have been inside for 28 hours. The Soo-ho clan's 5-member party initially cleared it in 2 hours and 30 minutes, but their 8th clear only took 11 minutes. She questions whether this means that if they invest 10 hours a day at a level 4 dungeon, they can complete clearing it in just 4 days. She reflects that they agreed too easily and should have imposed a special condition limiting the number of raids. Meanwhile, he presents a sword to Jang Ishik, who expresses his immense happiness upon receiving the gift. He exclaims that it's the Hell Blade and the best item for him, mentioning that his current sword has become quite dull. He interjects, noting that it's a longsword typically reserved for those above B rank, and speculates that Ishik won't be able to make full use of it until he reaches at least B rank. He responds with determination, saying he'll do his best to reach B rank as soon as possible. Then, Monk approaches and shares that he has a favor to ask of Ishik. He inquires about the nature of the request. Monk explains that his staff's damage capability is too low, and he needs a weapon that can accurately deliver critical damage. He admits that he desires a winged spear, but given his current level, he can't afford one. He responds by confirming if Monk is referring to the one that costs 120 million won and ideally auto-upgrades to a rank. He procures it and hands it over to Monk, who promises to repay this debt with countless curses and massacres. Ishik then turns to Dongsu and asks if he doesn't need one. He replies that he has already bought one for himself before, and that's more than sufficient. Akiko informs him that they cannot leave right now and explains that the airlines have been suspended. Puzzled, he asks her what she means. She shows him an article that was published not long ago, reporting on the outbreak of wyvern nests. She goes on to mention that it's not just the airlines, even the sea routes have been blocked. He ponders the situation, wondering why something like the wyvern outbreak is happening now. Meanwhile, he receives an urgent call from a minister who explains the reason for the call. He inquires about the nature of the urgency, and the minister informs him that his team must immediately head to Hokkaido because a level 7 dungeon has emerged. He is taken aback, thinking, a level 7 dungeon. Surprised, she also asks if it's indeed a level 7 dungeon. According to their predictions, a level 7 dungeon wasn't expected for another 5 months. He realizes that something has changed, considering that he had foreseen the wyvern dungeon bursting in 3 months. followed by a month for the world's air forces to handle the monsters. However, since they cannot prevent the level 7 dungeon from emerging, a global crisis is unfolding. He reflects on how everything has become chaotic, and if this continues, he won't have time to prepare for the impending events. The only variable that has changed is Park Soo-ho. Not only the individuals he has already confirmed, but also those around him could potentially become significant talents in the future. He wonders if there might be more than one regression stone and questions whether Park Soo-ho has also regressed for 20 years like him. He considers the possibility that Park Soo-ho may be from an even more distant future, and might possess knowledge about his existence and his future. If so, he can't leave Park Soo-ho unattended any longer. He concludes that he needs to meet Park Soo-ho as soon as possible, as their goals may differ, and if they do, he must eliminate him for the sake of humanity. He instructs her to head to Hokkaido immediately. She agrees and commits to continuing her efforts to gather information about Park Soo-ho. After a while, Park Soo-ho and his team enter a portal, and he instructs Monk to use area taunt. He rings the taunt while Han Dong-soo encourages him to do it louder and with more force. As they approach, he notices their approach, calling out their distance. First 40 meters, then 30 meters, and finally closing in on them. He informs the group that 125 lizardmen are approaching from the front. They prepare to attack, and he deploys the tree spirit skill, eliminating them all, except for one that manages to escape and is subsequently killed by Han Dong-soo, earning him 13 points. Then, he observes more enemies approaching from the other side and alerts the team to their numbers. They all do their best to eliminate as many as possible while he makes effective use of his blade, recognizing its remarkable damage. He reflects that he is on an entirely different level compared to large guilds that apply to the Shilla Guild. Most guilds wouldn't take on an E-rank mercenary for training in a level 4 dungeon, but Soo-ho's guild is different. As the Lizard King emerges, they attack and dismember it. He questions how they can kill the Lizardman King at this moment. Later, he realizes that they have to leave the blood crystals behind again, and he apologizes, admitting he got carried away. They notice that the door is about to burst in just 5 minutes, and he suggests they make their way out. He expresses regret about leaving behind what seems like it would be worth about 400 million won if they had taken all of it while running toward the door. However, he decides to let it go, saying they can always come back later. Monk feels pain in his ankle while running. A soldier from Base Camp Team 2 requests a situation report, and another soldier responds, saying that they have completed 30% of the investigation in Sector 3, and there is nothing special to report. The first soldier suggests that if they had found something, there might be a chance that a record of it exists. He notes that they have already finished analyzing the graffiti in the cave and instructs them to move on to the next sector. The soldier then informs them about Team 1's location, which is 70 meters from their current position at 4 o'clock, with 6 lizard spearmen approaching. The captain orders 2 of their team members to quickly handle the situation, and not forget to collect the blood crystals. He contacts Base Camp to inquire about the location of the Lizard King. After a brief search, he relays that Scouting Party 3 is moving to Sector 12, and questions how long it will take for them to find the rare item with their current progress. He also reports that 8 lizard warriors are heading towards their 3 o'clock position, approximately 70 meters in front of the base camp. He asks if they can see them and warns them to be cautious as he's prepared to eliminate them all. Suddenly, the captain observes that the base camp has been breached by the enemy, and a battle is taking place there. He instructs his team to return to the base camp immediately. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse D1 and D2 descend, and they report that the Necrobles are retreating, necessitating helicopters for transporting casualties and the detection team. They further report the presence of Necrobles at 11 o'clock. On the other side, they received in Sauce while en route to the Jeonbuk field, and it appears they arrived just in time. She mentions they were supposed to meet up with the CDC, to which he responds that while they were responding to the burst of 2 level 5 dungeons in the field, even the teleportation portal bursts, resulting in the CDC mobilizing entirely. Escort the detection team until they rendezvous with the 2nd Armored Brigade, and she can follow the CDC's instructions from there. Suddenly, they spot a helicopter, but a colossal monster attacks and destroys it. A soldier shows a video to Kim Miso, and explains that it's the end of the video sent by someone with video recording skills from Special Force Team 707A to the CDC. They believe the Bureau should be aware of it as well. She asks if there have been no updates after that. The soldier explains that a report should arrive once the situation calms down. She notes that the route taken is not part of the plan and questions what they are doing there. He assures her that if it is confirmed that they have acted improperly, she will be informed by the disciplinary team. Frustrated, she tries to call Choi Soo-young but finds her number unavailable and expresses her frustration, wondering why she can never have a peaceful day. After a while, the Lizard King launches an attack on the base camp, where everything has already been arranged to confront him. As he attacks, the person in charge presses a button, causing destruction and ultimately defeating the Lizard King. By the time the captain arrives, they notice a door formation located 120 meters to their 9 o'clock, with a countdown for the door burst set at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. The Central Defense Command Center informs Kim Miso that Scouting Team 1 has returned. But unfortunately, members Han Jialman and Kim In-ho have lost their lives, and 2 others are seriously injured and currently recovering. She expresses surprise at the casualties, wondering how a level 4 dungeon could result in so many casualties. The center explains that due to the need for a simultaneous scouting mission, the team had to be split, and the operation did not proceed smoothly. They plan to re-enter the dungeon in 2 hours after recovery. She suggests they wait and consider the possibility of substituting some team members. She inquires about the status of the other teams, and they confirm that they are still raiding. She asks about any potential clues or findings. The center reports that they are preoccupied with the rescue mission following the base camp attack and didn't come across any clues related to the item they are searching for. They have also confirmed that the time difference is twice as fast, with Team 1 spending 48 hours in the dungeon while only 24 hours passed outside. She realizes that if time is twice as fast, then 10 years passed before he returned, meaning he spent 20 years in the dungeon. She ponders how the mentioned 1,000 years came to pass and acknowledges that the Suho Guild's clearing speed is currently extremely fast. She suggests expanding the scouting party and picking up the pace. The center provides further information, stating that Team Suho stopped raiding after approximately 7 hours with 50 clears and has decided not to raid the level 4 dungeon in Suho land anymore. She questions whether they are not tired, and the center responds that it all feels like a dream to them, which keeps them energized. He says he has been working his ass off for 14 years. Never mind a level 4 dungeon. He has never even been to a level 3 dungeon and has been raiding a level 4 dungeon 50 times just today. He says that in that time, just the lizard warriors he has killed were on the same level as bosses at levels 1 and 2 dungeons. He says he barely became an E rank by crawling along the bottom of the barrel for 3 years, and yet, on the first day he joined the Suho Guild, he became a D rank. If he had entered the Shilla Guild, he would probably have been receiving rookie training. He says so, this isn't a dream. They reached their destination, so he says everyone should wake up. They're here, and he says, let's finish it quickly and go eat lobster. He lies down in the status window and thinks that the higher his level gets, the more he can hear them. She says the person who created the dimensional energy measuring device is Dr. Tavler from England. She has sent an email asking for permission to visit, and she will immediately inform him when she gets a reply. He thinks he should fly to England right away when he gets permission. He says he doesn't know why he's only a C rank. But congratulations, his dimensional energy is way over C rank. He gets up and says they have only figured out his level. He asks if he is the only one who can see other people's information and asks who made this status window system. He says, doesn't it just appear when he awakens level inventory store? She says this is more like a legend passed around among engineers, but they call it the God Stone. After the Great Disaster, it was a core item that revolutionized the dimensional energy industry. He says he thinks he heard about it. She says that after the Great Disaster, a large pillar of rock with red writing on it appeared somewhere in Northern Europe. They figured out that the Northern European awakeners could see the status window after that huge rock had appeared on the earth. The people who had suffered through something like the Great Disaster went to it, worshipped it, and claimed that the writings on that pillar were God's revelation. After God's revelation was deciphered, pieces of the pillar were spread throughout the world by the different ministries. Because of this, all awakeners around the world could see their stats through the status window. The piece of that rock pillar is what can be called the Bureau's dimensional computer's CPU, which is also called the God Stone. The Bureau's dimensional computer, which was created with that God Stone, allowed them to manage the awakener's status window. He asks what the deciphered content was. She says it was general information that they use nowadays, like the Awakener's upgrade system and how to use dimensional energy. It was a great discovery at the time. After a while, they emerge, and he suggests, let's go eat lobsters. He mentions that he might soon be targeted for assassination. He inquires about the amount of money involved. He is informed that it's 1.1 billion from the US, 400 million from Russia, 300 million from England, and 1.6 billion from Japan. He wonders why there is such a strong focus on him, considering it has been proven that he is a dungeon returnee. Based on the messages, he says that they highly regard his ability to control plants. He points out that the land occupied by humans has decreased significantly, and most of the world's food has to be imported from planet Erica, and he could potentially help solve their food crisis. He then asks why he believes he'll be targeted for assassination. He explains that it's because they're offering him money to meet with them, and if he doesn't show up within 2 days, they will kill him. He asks for advice on what to do in this situation. He suggests it would be alright if he delivered a message directly to the sponsors through a video right now. They agree. Then the scene shifts and Jeon Ho-chan is seen talking on a call. Mib informs him that Park Soo-ho has appeared. He mentions that after dining with the other members of the Soo-ho Guild, he is heading towards the level 5 dungeon where the incident occurred last time, and it seems that he will soon enter the dungeon. Jeon Ho-chan replies hold on to him for now. In the DGB office, he makes a call to a person who asks how he can assist him. He inquires if Vitamin has a member named Songi. He points out that in the last interview, she mentioned that her ideal type is Park Soo-ho. He suggests they are going to release a new song soon, so why don't they consider scandal marketing this time? He instructs the driver to turn the car around and let's go pick up a customer. Jeon Ho-chan is receiving a call from the chairman, who is becoming angry with him. He states that he is working very hard for their DGB group at the moment and asks how he can be treated in such a manner. He inquires about what tricks he is up to this time. He mentions that they will see where he ends up if he strays somewhere else today. He declares that he is going to undertake something that will benefit their group this time. He asks what kind of incident he is attempting to create this time. He announces that he is going to recruit Park Soo-ho. The chairman becomes angry and informs him that he has already dispatched General Manager Chen, so he should not cause any trouble and should return to the main office. He ends the call. After a while, Jeon Ho-chan receives a call from Songi, and she asks if they said he is going to introduce her to Park Soo-ho. He says he is on his way to the office right now, so she should come to the main entrance. After a while, a helicopter arrives and scans the building to locate Kim Jong-soo. The DGB's ex-team members discover him, but before they can reach him, the goblin attacks him. However, he manages to shoot them and starts running. Suddenly, he slips and falls, and the goblins are about to attack him when the DGB's ex-team members intervene, saving him and instructing him to surrender. After a while, Shin Dimyoung receives a call from DGB's ex-team members, and they inform him that the target has been secured. He instructs them to store it in the warehouse properly. On the other side, Jeon Ho-chan arrives and asks Mib what has happened. Mib explains that he is trying to introduce himself to Park, but it happens quickly. He went in very swiftly and treated him like he was invisible. He asks if he went in alone and comments that it's still a level 5 dungeon, indicating that he is completely reckless. He adds that he might die this time. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Park Soo-ho kills many goblins and checks his achievement on the status window. He notices that some points are missing and discovers that one goblin is still alive. He goes and kills the remaining goblin, taking the blood crystal, and his achievement score increases once more. The status window then prompts him, asking if he would like to open the beast farm. He opens the beast farm and selects the designated location for the beast farm, naming it Suho Land. Goblins attempt to attack him, but he knocks them out with his power. Meanwhile, Jeon Ho-chan sits in a club and receives a call from Mib, who informs him that Park Soo-ho has come out. He is shocked to hear this. On the other side, Park Soo-ho is being attacked by archers, and he instructs the wolves to retreat. He uses his wings to fly and generates a tornado with his power, causing the goblins to start flying. The boss orc emerges from the castle. He transforms himself into a grey wolf, attacking the boss and killing it, earning 238 achievement points. The door then opens 450 meters southwest. He starts running towards the door and exits the dungeon. Outside, Songi approaches him and asks if he is Park Soo-ho. Nib informs Jeon Ho-chan that they have finally met, and he is reacting to her as they are moving to a cafe together. He replies that he is on his way right now, so she should keep a tight hold on him. After a while, he arrives at the cafe and inquires about Park Soo-ho's whereabouts. Songi informs him that he mentioned not liking her because she is weak, and she leaves the cafe. He turns to Mib, asking for an explanation. He explains that Park Soo-ho believes his partner must be strong and mentions that there is a qualified person among the Awakeners in their clan, a ranker Kim My-young, who is exceptionally strong. He further asks about his current location, and he informs him that he has returned to the dungeon. Meanwhile, he notices him coming out of the dungeon and is shocked by the sight. He comments that this time, they need to apprehend him. They approach him, and Jian Ho-chan attempts to say something to him, but he re-enters the dungeon. This frustrates him, leading him to vent his frustration verbally. Chief Secretary Chen Dimyung arrives and intervenes, advising Jian Ho-chan to stop because many people are watching. He thinks of the importance of avoiding such rumors, as it would only worsen their situation. He acknowledges the mistake he made and agrees to let him take over. Chen Dimyung suggests that he retire for the day, assuring him that he has done all he can for today. He reassures him that there will be plenty of opportunities to build a relationship with Park Soo-ho in the future. He concurs, acknowledging that it might be too late to establish a connection today, and leaves the situation in his hands. After a while, Park Soo-ho emerges from the dungeon, and Chen Dimyung approaches him, introducing himself as the chief secretary of the DGB group. He explains that he has come to apologize for the previous incident where he entered a level 5 dungeon. He expresses deep gratitude to him, as his actions have brought fame to the portal and revitalized the commercial industries in the area. He mentions that they have prepared something in return. He suggests they begin by asking his opinion on visiting the best gastro venture in the 4th district, where they have made a reservation. To continue their conversation, he, feeling hungry, agrees, saying that it sounds like a good idea. After a while, Park Soo-ho is sitting with him in a restaurant, finishing his food, and saying, "That is great." He adds, "It's good that he likes it." He mentions that they still have some gifts to give him. He says he appears eager to spend money while using an apology as an excuse and asks what he wants from him. He then states that their DGB group would like to officially partner with Soo-ho Guild. He explains that, as he knows, the DGB Guild has not yet been able to rise to a position where it can represent one of the 12 sectors of Seoul. This is because they have not been able to create a level 6 combat team, and even with the full aid of the DGB group, which is number 1 in Korea's financial circle, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Park Soo-ho says he has no interest in becoming one of the representing guilds of Seoul's 12 sectors. He states that Seoul's sectors aren't their goal either, and DGB would like to open Seoul's 13th sector with Soo-ho Guild. He explains that, like the 12 sectors of Seoul, if there is a level 6 guild station somewhere, then a city would be created around it. Currently, the guilds within Seoul's 12 sectors are having a very difficult time when a level 6 dungeon appears, causing anxiety among the citizens. He predicts that people will start moving to the 13th sector, and the price of land will increase at an insane rate. They are certain that Soo-ho Guild can satisfy the citizens' hopes, but there is a problem that Soo-ho Guild can't overcome. He mentions that the Soo-ho Guild does not have the capital, people, or experience to unilaterally create and manage a city. He explains that he will need to raid dungeons, manage dungeons, and plan and build the city, all while cooperating with the government and compromising with many companies. Park Soo-ho asks if he wants them to lend him the power to create a city because he has money and experience but not the strength. He inquires whether he believes he can do it with just the people in the Soo-ho Guild. He asks why he thinks all the best guilds in Korea don't get aid from the national government but from major companies. He assures him that their DGB can be the best partner for the guild. He thinks he's saying they want a monopoly over the construction of the residential areas and the commercial areas around dungeons. But there's also nothing wrong with what he just said. He says he will think about it, and it's not like the 13th sector will be created quickly. He states that it's late and he should leave. He adds that it seems like he forgot, and there is still one more gift, which was very difficult to find. He explains that as soon as he was placed on the wanted list, he escaped out to the field and hid there. The DGB Guild's investigation team has found the identity of the president of the Yongari Loan Company. He says they've had him listed as dead, so he can deal with him however he'd like. He asks why he had to do such bad things and suggests that he can take care of him as he wants and just throw him into a dungeon. He calls Park Jun-ho, who is playing with Gunwoo, and says there's someone who wants to see him. He will send him the address of the DGB distribution center, so just go there straight away and take some medicine before he goes. He leaves the place, saying his little brother will take care of things by himself. Shin Dimyeon says please think of them as family and contact them whenever he wishes. After a while, Park Jun-ho arrives at the DGB distribution center and enters a container where he discovers Kim Jong-soo tied to a chair in a very bad state, with severe injuries. He asks why he is here, to which Park Jun-ho replies that he was informed that someone wanted to see him. He inquires if his brother accompanied him. He responds that no, his brother did not come with him. He questions why he wants to see him. Kim Jong-soo explains that he wanted to sincerely apologize for the day when he hit him. He mentions that his brother had beaten up his associates, which had made him a bit angry. He then denies any involvement in the incident where his brother was scammed into a level 5 dungeon. He asserts that he is not the one responsible for that, and he questions whether he thinks a mere loan shark like him can carry out such an act. He goes on to reveal that all of this is the work of the Bureau and DGB, who are using his brother to make money, leaving him as a poor scapegoat. He adds that as a result, his business went bankrupt, and he had to flee into the field, where it now seems like he might die. Junho asks if he can leave now, but he pleads with him to help him get out of this place. He reminds him that he had lent him money when he was in trouble and had also found work for Gunwoo's mom. He mentions that she had asked him not to mention this to him. He recalls a time when he was running the Youngari Employment Center and she had approached him, explaining that things were extremely difficult and she had begged him to help her find a job. The story flashes back to when Kim Jong-soo arrives at Junho's house and begins to torture Junho's wife. He inquires if Junho has gone somewhere again, expressing concern that the interest is accumulating rapidly like a mountain, and the family is suffering because Junho cannot deal with the situation. She pleads for her life, and he asks if there is anything to eat at home and if she wants him to help her find a job. He assures her that with him, she will likely be able to repay the debt in less than 3 months. He provides her with money and an organ sale contract paper and mentions that these days, a woman's life can change in an instant. He then leaves the house, stating that the next time they come, if they don't see her husband, they will just take her. Park Soo-ho is sitting in a car and receives a message from Kim Miso, who is saying that they have received a reply from Dr. Toddler, and he wants to meet him in England. He recalls a memory when she says that with his invention of the dimensional energy measuring device and the blood crystal generator, he is the one who is responsible for the beginning of the dimensional industrial era. He thinks that he might know about the connection between the secret of the time mix-up with this dimension crack and the planet he was on, and then there might be a way for him to meet with his brothers again. He tries to call Park Jun-ho, but he does not answer his call. He orders the driver to go to the DGB container. On the other side, Park Jun-ho takes Kim Jong-soo out of the container and transports him in his car. After a while, they arrive at their destination, and he asks if Gunwoo's mom is there. He said that their guys would take him to where Gunwoo's mom is in a little while. His men arrive and surround the car, delighted to see their boss alive. They start teasing Jun-ho. He tells one man that he wants to find his wife and take him there. They escort him into a building, where he sees blood everywhere and numerous grinders. Kim Jong-soo informs him that this place used to be a quite popular grinder lending company, and they put in more than 200 meat bags. He asks again about his wife. He steps forward and strikes him with a stick, saying they ground her in the meat grinder. He adds that she didn't know how to be thankful, and she could have lived here while being loved. He beats him severely. He says, doesn't he see that their business collapsed because of his brother? Jun-ho recalls his memories with his wife and thinks that he believed that as long as he graduated from high school, he would be free from the torment of others. But even after he became an adult, he could not see the end of that tunnel. He thinks Mi-jung was the only person who approached someone like him, and the only thing he could give her was the hysterics of someone escaping from reality and extreme poverty. If they meet again, he wants to beg her to give him one more chance. Kim Jong-soo says they will break his ankles like they did to his wife and then slowly lower him in feet first. A man comes with a hammer to attack him, but Jun-ho gets up and cuts his arm, saying he promised not to do stuff like this and that he cannot allow them to live. He advances and starts killing the man, and after a few seconds, he decapitates Kim Jong-soo. Everyone starts running to save their lives, but Park Soo-ho stands in a building with a sniper and kills the other man who is trying to escape. He is happy to see his brother and says he will do well now, even without him. The news is being announced that, despite facing regular dangers due to the continuous dungeon breaches in Jeonbuk Sector 2, or the old Childok area, the whole of Jeonbuk-daegu appears to be getting safer because of the assistance provided by the special forces from Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju provinces. However, the opinion that the guilds alone are finding it difficult to curb the explosive increase in the number of dungeons is causing anxiety among the citizens, and this anxiety is growing day by day. He says that they can currently hear the cheers of the soldiers, along with what could be referred to as Korea's most powerful combat team, Special Forces 707A. It seems like the Special Support Force is being returned to the temporary barracks of the Provincial Defense Forces after their mission has been completed. The next news, they say, is the hot scandal related to Song-hee, who is with Park Soo-ho. Choi Soo-young sees this on TV and becomes angry. After a while, Kim Miso receives a call from Park Soo-ho. He mentions that there's something he's curious about and inquires about what happens when an awakener is bitten by a necroval. She is asked if someone has been bitten. He clarifies that he is just curious. She responds that, according to the report, 38 cases of awakeners are infected by a necrovel. He then asks about the side effects. He mentions that in the 48th observation, 2 individuals died due to a sudden case of leukemia, 26 ended up with baldness, and 7 reported sporadic pain in the bitten area, with no other effects. Additionally, 3 individuals of F rank became necrovals, experiencing symptoms such as high fever, general body pain, and the area turning red. It is recorded that the lower the rank, the higher the chance of becoming a necroval. He asks if they get quarantined once they're bitten. She replies that they will be taken care of at accommodation facilities at the International Disease Control Center in Australia. And there's also a clinical trial for the vaccine. He expresses concern that this means he'll be experimented on. He meets a man in a black cover and greets him. The man replies, "It's been a while," and asks if he needs more medicine for his brother. He replies that this time, there's a guy who got bitten on the leg by a diseased person and asked if there's a medicine that might work. He mentions that the medicine he gave to his brother is being used very effectively. He explains that there is a medicine that can treat everything from a cute kitten to a rabid dog. He offers the medicine and says it just needs to be applied to the wounded area twice a day, in the morning and at night, and it should take effect after a week. He inquires about the price. The man responds that since this is his second purchase, he'll make it cheap. 1 tin costs 4 million won, but he'll sell it for just 1.2 million won. He asks if he can purchase 10 tins so that he has more than enough and won't ever forget this favor. The man agrees and advises that if there are convulsions, he should knock the person out and apply the medicine to stop the spread. 2 guards approach him and tell him to stop selling things there. He quickly picks up his belongings, jumps from the wall, transforms into a pigeon, and flies away. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo, Jang Yishik, and Gunwoo are observing the condition of Monk, and they remark that it has become worse. Park Soo-ho arrives and inquires about what they are doing at the door. He enters and strikes him hard. After a while, the news reports that they are in Sapporo City, located in Hokkaido, where the Level 7 dungeon is situated. The entire world is focused on the appearance of the Level 7 dungeon, and it has been 10 days and 11 hours since Hiro's combat team of 25 members entered. Several citizens have taken to the streets, cheering for their safe return in various areas of Sapporo. He emerges with his combat team. The news reports that it is of utmost importance for the combat team to return alive from the effective raid of the dungeon, and his combat team has once again saved Sapporo. All the team members of the combat team are collapsing one by one, and the healers are rushing over while Hiro has also collapsed. According to on-site news, spots have opened on the team, and 7 members do not appear to have returned from the dungeon. Seeing how Hiro's combat team, which is the most powerful team in the world, has suffered 7 casualties, the difficulty of a level 7 dungeon is very concerning. Hiro is awakened in the hospital by Akiko, who asks him if everything is all right. He then requests some water and she reassures him, saying he doesn't blame himself, it's not his fault. She also informs him that Park Soo-ho has extended an invitation to Mr. Dago, and asks if he doesn't think something seems fishy. Hiro believes that Dago, the second in command of the Supernatural Bureau, the state institution responsible for national defense, is much more prestigious than the Awakener Federation that brought him here. This suggests that the government is attempting to establish contact with Park Soo-ho. Hiro is certain that they are using him as a benchmark to create a better future, so he cannot afford any further delays due to a level 7 dungeon appearing much earlier than expected. He lost 7 companions unnecessarily, and it's all because of him. He thinks that someone who gathers criminals can't possibly have a good reason for his actions. For the sake of both his and humankind's future, he must eliminate Park Soo-ho. He instructs her to locate all the boats that can travel from Tsushima to Busan immediately, and, if there are none available, to arrange for one to be made so that they can depart. After a while, Park Junho gets up at home and notices his card on the table. He realizes that he is now a registered mercenary. Han Dong-soo sits in his room and checks the Soo-ho Guild TV channel. He observes that the number of views has decreased since everyone learned that Soo-ho is a dungeon returnee, but he believes he has almost 10 billion won in his account now. While he's lost in thought, Park Junho enters the room and asks if Yishik has gone somewhere because he can't find him anywhere. He remarks that Yishik is a training maniac who's probably practicing in the woods. Yishik thinks if this is slow, he'll fall behind again. He believes he can't let history repeat itself. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho inquires with Myunjo about Monk Myunjin's health. The monk informs him that Monk Myunjin has been lying in bed, waking up repeatedly, and can even exercise in the morning now. He's also eating well. He tells his childhood memories to Park Soo-ho when other kids bullied him because he was an orphan and suffered from congenital systemic alopecia. He realized that he was different from others, so he built a wall around himself that separated him from the rest of the world. But one day, a master came and asked him not to come to the Bonamsa temple with him, and took him there. He says that the day Bonamsa temple burnt down would have been the end of senior brother Moonjo not caring about him, as he had fallen into the abyss. He says Moonjo saved him, whose soul had been wallowing in pain, once more, and also rebuilt the burnt Bonamsa temple, allowing him to put down the burden in his heart. He says that now he has set his goal for the people who are suffering, and he will walk the path of an asura beside them. He jumps out of the window and says, next time, he's going to ride Titiabaki. Lee Sungwoo and Akiko are reaching Busan by boat. On the other side, in Suho land, they are all eating food, and Park Junho says Chief Secretary Chen from DGB has called. He mentions that they have finished the city plans using the drafts he provided, and tomorrow, they will bring a scaled map from the construction company. They will also commence the infrastructure and residential construction. Park Soo-ho advises ensuring that they aren't doing shoddy work while he is away. Jang Yi-shik inquires about his destination, to which he replies that he is going to England to meet Dr. Toddler. Han Dong-soo points out that he can't go right now because all airlines and ship routes are closed. He asks why, and Jang Yi-shik explains that there has been significant news regarding wyverns and megalpersons or something taking over the skies and seas. Park Junho suggests that it might be fine if he flies there. However, he clarifies that even if he were to transform into a pigeon, he could only fly for about 10 minutes, prompting him to wonder how long he would have to wait. Jang Yi-shik checks his phone and mentions that the Chinese combat team attempted to fight against them, and experts estimate that China will destroy the monsters in a month. Han Dong-soo believes there must be another way, and he suggests finding an awakened golden eagle and taming it. Park Soo-ho asks where he could find something like that, and he responds by mentioning that he saw it in a video on a survival YouTube channel. He explains that north of the DMZ is currently a haven for wild animals, and in that video, huge wild animals that had to awaken to survive were also introduced, including a massive golden eagle. Meanwhile, Lee Sungwoo and Akiko are traveling to Seoul by car. She says if their location were to be leaked somehow, there would be quite a significant issue. He responds it will likely become a diplomatic issue between countries. She asks, wouldn't it be safer to bring him onto an official stage like the SFC? He says he cannot delay any longer, and quietly assassinating him would be the cleanest method. On the other side, Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo arrive at the DMZ to search for the golden eagle. However, Han Dong-soo is surrounded by a big boar pig from level 5 and a black rabbit from level 2. Park Soo-ho comes and sends the rabbit back and sits on the pig, stating that they need a ride. He sits on a wolf and starts riding. The eagle they have come for has not been found yet. Park Soo-ho calls Kim Miso and asks where Choi Soo-young is, mentioning that he has not been able to reach her for a while now. She informs him that she was dispatched to the Jeonbut region. He inquires whether he can contact her. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young's team needs to retreat right now because their backup team is taking time to reach them. She instructs them to pack all the equipment and withdraw. She receives a call from Park Soo-ho. He informs her that he needs to find an eagle right now and asks if she thinks she can locate an eagle with her clairvoyance. She becomes angry and informs him that she is hanging up. Han Dang-soo observes some smoke up ahead and asks, what does he think that is? He says it looks like smoke to him. Han Dong-soo checks the phone and says there are starfish, showing an article that states they have broken loose and are moving toward Gangwon-do. He explains that they shoot fire, causing explosions and burning their surroundings even when killed, making them quite troublesome to deal with. After a while, they observe feathers around them. Han Dong-soo remarks that the fire is spreading rapidly and they should make their escape. Animals and birds also flee to save their lives. Park Soo-ho suggests that it might be an arsonist. All of a sudden, he spots the golden eagle among the birds and becomes delighted to see it. The news broadcasts on the wildfire in Gangwon-do. They report that experts are saying a local updraft is rapidly drawing in the wildfire that was initiated by the starfish. After a while, Han Dong-soo watches the news and says, this is why the TV news ratings are so low. He uploads the video he recorded and instantly garners 400,000 viewers. Park Junho and Jang Yi-shik call him, informing him that a level 2 dungeon has appeared nearby, and they still have 3 free passes left. He asks if the two of them can't easily handle the level 2 dungeon on their own. Junho explains that he has the largest number of skills, and Jang Yi-shik mentions that Monk Moonjin is waiting in the car. Han Dong-soo responds that he will come down once he finishes uploading the video he just edited. In the video, he adds an advertisement stating that the Earth is besieged by monsters, they have lost the sky, and the sea has been taken over, but nothing will deter Park Soo-ho, and his adventure continues. Meanwhile, in the motel, Akiko observes the advertisement and informs Lee Sung-woo that it appears Park Soo-ho is not currently in Korea, showing him the ad. He wonders why he would suddenly go to London. He contemplates whether if he came from a more distant future than him, he should know all of his plans and is purposefully avoiding him. He concludes that his avoidance implies that he's not yet prepared to confront him, and he must bring him onto the stage before he completes his preparations. She suggests that they can't wait here until he returns, and he responds that he needs to provoke him to take the stage. On the other side, Park Soo-ho is heading to London and thinks that he can't go any faster. He worries that at this rate, he won't reach London anytime soon. He notices that a fire attribute skill has been removed from his status screen. He speculates that he probably didn't hear the alert because he passed out after extinguishing the wildfire. He checks the fire fairy's point, and it turns out to be very expensive. Suddenly, his status screen displays Jeomsuri fusion time remaining 60 seconds. Meanwhile, in Sinuiju, Chol-young is with his uncle Jong-seong, aiming at a bull. Chol-young shoots a bull and then observes something falling from the sky. He asks his uncle, "What is that?" His uncle responds, "Why, that is important, and they just need to take the cow." They approach the fallen object and discover many fire fairies. Chol-young says, "Doesn't it sound like a human?" Jong-seong says it could be an alien that mimics human sounds. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho comes up on a mountain and says he thought he was going to die. They assume he is a person from Joseon. He introduces himself and asks about them. Chol-young introduces himself and says he fell from such a high place, but he is still quite hale. He says it hurt, but he is fine now and asks where they are. He says they are in Sinuiju, and if he goes a little further, he will reach the Yalu River. Chol-young asks why he fell from the sky. He says he was flying and just fell. He says that seeing that he looks well even after falling from the sky and crashing into a crazed bull, he seems to be a very strong awakener. Jong-seong asks if he roams around by himself or if he has a companion. He says he does have a companion, but right now, he is on his own. He says he will continue on his way, and they've been chasing the bull, so they will take care of it. He asks if he is going in the right direction and checks his phone, but he has already dropped it somewhere. He uses his power and finds the phone, but it's broken. He says what he should do. On the other side, they both find a bull, and Jong-seong says if they want to move it, they should probably cut it up, and it's also difficult to move while avoiding the wild animals. He says if they don't bring this with them, the villagers will starve to death. Park Soo-ho asks if he could borrow a blood crystal phone. Chol-young says they do have one in their village. Jong-seong stops him and says to be careful with what he says because there are women and children in the village, so how can they take someone, an awakener at that, back with them? He picks up the bull and says he will move this for them, so please lend him their phone. Chol-young says they shouldn't take the bull back to the village first. Jong-seong asks if he has already forgotten what the roaming awakeners did to them a year ago. He says they told them they were nomads, so they took them to the village, and they brought their companions over and plundered their village. They sit on their bike and tell him to follow them. They are shocked to see his speed. After a while, their village is reached, and they observe that it is in a bad state. Jong-seong inquires about what is happening and why the gate is broken. He inquires about Jongmyeon. Dalsu informs them that they went to rescue Hyun. He asks about what happened to her. He explains that a winged beast suddenly appears and shoots fire everywhere, killing people and causing chaos everywhere. Amidst it all, Jongmyeon had everyone head for the shelters when she fell, and the monster took her. He mentions that Jongmyeon took a few people and followers after it. He asks where it took her. He responds that it went over that rocky mountain. He left to find her. Chol-young approaches Park Soo-ho and requests help, saying he will never forget such a favor. Soo-ho agrees and says to lend him his phone when he returns. Soo-ho transforms into an eagle and flies. On the other side, Kang-chol is being chased by a bear and is running to save his life, but unfortunately, he gets struck by a stone and falls. Jongmyeon is attacked by the bear, and the bear counterattacks them. After some time, he says that there is no way they can win against the crazy bear, and he suggests that they might die before they can find Hyun. They are badly injured by the bear when another person says they really might die if this continues. He says that it's already too late to save Hyun. There is no way that winged creature has kept her alive this long. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho arrives and kicks the bear, throwing it away. They are shocked when they see him. They inquire about his identity, and he reveals that he came because Chol-young asked for a favor. He also asks about her whereabouts. He responds that it appears she was taken to the nest of the winged creature somewhere on the mountain. However, due to the sudden attack by this bear, they are currently stuck. He asks if that means they don't know where she is. The bear attempts to attack once again, but he retaliates and defeats it. He instructs the bear not to play dead, to open its eyes, bow down, and follow him. He then questions the bear if it knows where the winged creature is and suggests they go seek revenge. Jung Soong arrives and asks about her location. He informs him that he will go retrieve the child, so he should keep his promise. With the bear by his side, he runs and transforms himself into an eagle, flying away. After a while, she is found sitting in the cave of that winged creature, crying, when the bear and Park Soo-ho arrive. Park Soo-ho believes he is a wyvern and initiates an attack, forcing it out of the cave. He assures her that he will rescue her, instructing her to stay put and avoid moving. He contemplates whether it's possible to tame the creature as he observes that its dimensional energy is significantly higher than his own. To investigate the possibility, he checks his status screen and concludes that maybe it is feasible. He launches an attack on it, but defeating the creature proves to be quite challenging. The wyvern's constitution level is constantly decreasing, and it has reached 9%. He thinks it's time to tame it. He uses emergency recovery to heal the wyvern's wounds, then sits on it and starts riding. After a while, Park and Hyun reach the village, riding on the wyvern, and everyone is shocked to see this. After some time, they sit down to eat food, and the children play with the wyvern. Park Soo-ho watches them play and thinks that since it has been tamed, its friendliness towards others is much higher, as long as the other party isn't its enemy. Once a creature is tamed, he can see its past, and the horde of wyverns above Mount Baekdu was almost annihilated by the Chinese and Russian alliance. As a runt of the litter, this one was flying quite far behind the rest of the horde, and because of that, it was lucky enough to survive. Although it succeeded in escaping the battlefield, it was suffering from pain and hunger when it crossed the border. After finding the village and kidnapping the child, it discovered Ilgam's cave, which was full of the bear's food reserves. Jongmyeong thanks him and says that he even gives them food using magic, fixes their houses, and heals their injuries. He says they were happy back before the government lost its role because of the Great Disaster, and the warlords became independent and fought against each other. There was a time when they were poor and hungry, but they live happy lives as a family, and neighbors help each other. When even fighting together proves difficult, they are torn apart and scattered. He asks how they can stop the creatures that keep coming since surviving has become so difficult. More and more people are starting to escape to the continent. He says there are probably several thousand people like them who lead a nomadic life, but now that number has probably decreased quite a bit. This is due to the lack of prey and crops, as well as animal attacks and looters. He reiterates that there are over 400 people from each region who have settled here, but in the 2 years since they first settled here, their numbers have dropped to 60. He states that today's incident is happening right as they are about to move, and they just can't endure it any longer. Park Soo-ho asks if the continent is considered safe. He says how a safe place can exist in the current world, given the vast territory and the potentially incomparable numbers of creatures and looters over there compared to those here. However, he has heard that several protective barriers surround Beijing, protecting the citizens. He acknowledges that it won't be easy to live so far from home, where the language is not understood and there is a lack of any connection. Still, for refugees, the only hope is for everyone to reach that place alive. After a while, Jongmyeong mentions that a room on the second floor over there has been cleaned out. He states that he has somewhere to go. He instructs Chol Young to fetch one of the red stone hand phones from the room. Taking the phone, he mentions that he will make good use of it. Before leaving, he employs his magic to drop numerous blood crystal stones, suggesting that they should use them when they need help in the future. The newscast reports that the horde of wyverns, which had been blocking the airways and instilling fear in everyone, has been annihilated over Mount Baekdu by the Russian and Chinese alliance. This morning, another battle took place between the surviving wyvern and the Russian Air Force. However, the video of that wyvern being controlled by an awakener is quickly spreading among those who witnessed it, and the people are cheering over the appearance of a dragon knight. According to the news, just a few moments ago, a portal breach occurred on Banpo Bridge without any warning, and as a result, 2 fire ants emerged from the portal, plunging the entire bridge into pandemonium. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo has come to Banpo Bridge to combat the ants and, with the Shilla Guild, takes care of the 2 monsters in 10 minutes. On the other side, the news is announcing that, according to the information they received a moment ago, the Dragon Knight who has joined the fight while riding a wyvern is surprisingly a Korean, Park Soo-ho. The report states that the interview with the Japanese hero Lee Sung-woo, who received a lot of attention due to his surprising appearance at Banpo Bridge not long ago, is currently sparking controversy. He says, "Let's watch the footage from the interview." Lee Sung-woo explains that reports claim Park Soo-ho, who possesses the taming skill and is referred to as the Tornado God, came to prove that his skills are all a scam. He further mentions that Park Soo-ho ran away because he knew he was coming to Korea, and everyone would discover that he was a con artist once they met him. Lee Sung-woo emphasizes that Park Soo-ho is merely a common tamer, and his skills have never been professionally examined. He is being used by the government as a means to earn money. He challenges Park Soo-ho, stating that if he's watching and wants to prove himself, he should stop the circus show and come to the SPFC stage. Park Jun-ho watches the news about Park Soo-ho's visit to Russia and questions what he is doing there when he had previously claimed he was going to England. The director contacts him and inquires about Park Soo-ho. He responds that they also cannot reach him and becomes irritated because the director calls daily. Han Dong-soo remarks that he wouldn't have dared to even stare at them just a few months ago, but now he pesters them almost every day. He also notes that Park Soo-ho's worth is currently extremely high. He comments that many people want to move to the area once it's designated as the 13th district of Seoul, and the world is eager to have Park Soo-ho. He agrees with this sentiment, stating that people should live like that. He adds that the director has suggested constructing a protective wall after Park Soo-ho's land is designated as Seoul's 13th district, along with tax exemptions, and the bureau taking care of easier dungeons. He mentions that they hope to have Park Soo-ho's guild join as the advanced team when a level 7 dungeon appears, but he cannot make such a decision on his own while Park Soo-ho is absent. He also expresses uncertainty about whether their guild can handle becoming the 13th district and raiding a level 7 dungeon simultaneously. He believes that being the advanced team for level 7 dungeons is a different matter, as they would receive the best treatment in exchange for their lives, and there's no need for them to take on such a task at this moment. He reflects on the chaos in Korea due to Lee Sung-woo's taunt in the 13th district issue, noting that Park Soo-ho seems to be pursuing his agenda. After a while, Dr. Tobler contacts Park Soo-ho on the phone and inquires if he can meet him because he is en route to their designated meeting place. He also mentions that he can see the 3 stone golems behind his car. Park Soo-ho responds that he will handle them and attacks the golems with his fire fairy power, quickly defeating them. He remarks that they appear weaker than they look and wonders if it's because of their low level. Dr. Tobler expresses his appreciation by stating that Park Soo-ho is truly as excellent as the rumors suggest. He takes a picture of the wyvern and identifies it as the famous Tadu wyvern. He mentions that the Russians may mistake it for other wyverns, leading to their artistic depictions, and asks the artist for more information. He replies that it has become an artistic monster. Dr. Tobler adds that although it was only a brief encounter, he could sense the aura of the Dragon Knight and thank him for saving his life. He comments on the natural translation and assumes that he must be using a good Korean translator, specifically the Naver's Blood Crystal translator. He questions if this is London due to the chaotic situation. He explains that the situation in England, and particularly in London, is dire, especially after sunset when the area becomes even more dangerous. He suggests they proceed with their plans. Park Soo-ho orders the wyvern to return home and opens a portal, which he describes as a beast summoning portal. He notes that seeing such a large creature enter the beast farm implies it is at least level 3. Dr. Tobler acknowledges Park Soo-ho's knowledge and mentions that he is currently a hot topic worldwide, expressing his desire to meet him. He asks about the location of his lab, and he reveals that it's in New Dover. He questions why he chose to meet in the current location rather than at the lab. He explains that he came to gather materials for his research. He mentions a recent large-scale bombing in London that provided ample tissue samples and blood crystals from deceased monsters. He is researching the possibility of creating a permanent teleportation portal similar to his Beast Farm portal. He also suggests that the monster teleportation portals work similarly, allowing rapid worldwide travel even if the skies and seas are overrun by monsters. Park Soo-ho finds the idea convenient, and he emphasizes the urgency of preparing for a future where airlines and sea routes are blocked. He believes that without adequate preparation, humankind may become isolated and face challenges in survival. He then asks him why he wants to meet with him. All of a sudden, a humpback whale appears in front of their car, and they are about to crash. A tentacle shark is going to eat them and break the bridge. A helicopter arrives there and announces that the small vehicle crossing the bridge has been involved in a crash, and those in the pursuit are trying their best to rescue them. David inquires, "Isn't the car that just fell Professor Toddler's?" She instructs them to leave the toddler to her and to go take care of the tentacle shark. She dives underwater and checks that the car is empty. She observes the shark chasing the whale. The whale emerges from the water, and the rescue team notices that there are people on the humpback whale's fin. Dr. Toddler, who is on the whale's fin, says that they might be eaten. Park Soo-ho employs his power to create a tornado, and then summons the fire fairy, successfully escaping with the whale. After some time, they both sit in a house on the mountain and have tea. Park Soo-ho remarks that it's a beautiful place. Dr. Toddler looks at the whale and says that the whales have probably become extinct due to sea monster attacks, and fortunately, he encounters him. He mentions that this is truly a town on the edge of the world. He explains that England has been pushed to the end of the land, and they no longer have a place to retreat. They are in the middle of a large construction project to build protective walls. He admits he still can't forget the terrifying events of last night. He adds that it's surprising that he can communicate with the animals he has tamed. But what astonishes him even more is that he can see the fire tornado, which has only appeared on YouTube, with his very eyes not once, but twice. He says there has not been an awakener who could tame beasts and invoke skills with all four attributes, earth, wind, fire, and water at the same time. He inquires about the kind of life he lived before awakening. He remarks that it was just ordinary and he lived a unique life in the animal kingdom. He asks if he is the one who invented the dimension energy measuring device. He confirms that he did make it. He asks about the principles behind it. He inquires about what he is curious about. He explains that whenever he gets measured, he feels like someone is observing him, and this relates to the planet he returned from. He mentions that what used to be a planet was fragmented and appeared as a dungeon. That level 4 dungeon was only a small part of the land. Instead of the animal friends that lived there, it was filled with lizards that he had never seen before. He inquires about what happened to his friends on that planet, why he has not aged at all in 1,000 years, why he is still alive now, and who the people who keep observing him are whenever he checks his dimensional energy with the device. He states that the reason he came all this way is to get the answers to those questions from the one who is the expert on this topic. He suggests that he believes his questions and the reason he has recently been interested in Hangul and the Korean language are related. Dr. Toddler takes him underground into the basement and explains that it has been constructed to withstand even a nuclear bomb. He adds that it is his lab, but it also serves as a government facility, and he is the first outsider to enter this place. Dr. Toddler says it's a bit messy, and Park Soo-ho agrees. Dr. Toddler explains that despite the appearance, the facilities are complete, including lab equipment for analysis and an equipment tester. This remarkable device can automatically visualize the blueprint of any object when its code is input, and, as demonstrated, it can even recognize voices. He also points out the ores found in dungeons, emphasizing that they aren't merely ornamental but used for research purposes. Dr. Toddler inquires about the familiar scribbles and mentions that these are pictures taken from dungeons over the past 2 months. He finds it surprising that Earth language, specifically Hangul, has been discovered in all the dungeons they've entered in recent weeks. He asks if several versions of the same dungeon have appeared. Park Soo-ho explains that there is a level 3 dungeon in Berlin, a level 4 dungeon in Oslo, and a level 5 dungeon in Athens. These dungeons have appeared in 8 locations in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, including the recent one in Korea. Dr. Toddler confirms that the levels are different, and they appear at different times as well. He contemplates that he had been informed about connected portals appearing near returnees and wonders if the current situation is a result of it being a dungeon rather than a new planet. He questions whether a planet shattered and got duplicated, pondering the fate of the animals that inhabited it. He expresses curiosity, which is why he wants to speak with Park Soo-ho. He explains that he thought meeting Park Soo-ho might unveil the truth behind the creation and destruction of the dungeons, which has led to numerous hypotheses and confusion. However, one day, the creator of the Hangul writing system, whom he had longed to meet, contacted him. He reflects that this person might not possess any pertinent information. He mentions that he knows he was curious about the dimension energy measuring device, so he has something to show Park Soo-ho. He discovers an object and reveals a stone, explaining that it's called a memory stone. Park Soo-ho inquires about what he invented. He mentions that thanks to the information recorded in the God Stone, they were able to create many devices. One of these devices is the stone case, which successfully processes the memory stone and connects it to deliver the information etched into it. He adds that the memory stone starts exchanging information with anything it comes into contact with, although it is still somewhat limited. Using this method, the device examines the information and invites Park Soo-ho to try touching it. After Park Soo-ho touches the screen, he notes that he has surpassed the dimensional energy of a B rank in just 3 months. He acknowledges that such achievements can be attributed to him being a regular. He inquires if it's a portable dimensional energy measuring device, and he confirms it. He also mentions his plans to reduce its size continuously. He also mentions that he has a physical measuring device he recently created and asks if he would like to try it out. He inquires if this device was also created with the same stone as he shows it to him. Dr. Toddler confirms that it's correct, but he explains that the stone case's function is different. They found that the stone exchanges a significant amount of information. Through ongoing research, they recently discovered that it can also analyze a person's physical information. He elaborates that with this measuring device, they can assess an awakener's strength and agility. By classifying awakeners not just based on their dimensional energy but also on their physical abilities, they can assemble more effective combat teams than they currently have. He concludes that this implies there hasn't been an awakener who could perceive not only their physical attributes but also those of others. Meanwhile, he mentions that he has finished creating the prototype, and the official showcase is scheduled for tomorrow. He adds that it would be a great honor if he would be the first to try it out. He agrees, but the device displays an error. He remarks that there wasn't any problem yesterday. Quickly, he calls the director and informs him that they might need to cancel the scheduled showcase for tomorrow. There appears to be a sudden error with the machine, and he is uncertain about why it occurred. After some time, Park Soo-ho comes across a picture and comments on how there were areas where classy novels were written, wondering why they only focused on such matters. He apologizes and expresses a desire to continue their conversation, but something has suddenly come up. He then asks one question, whether he happens to know where all these stones came from. In response, he says that memory stones are ores mined from the planet Eruka. The scene shifts to Suho's guild, where Lee Sun-woo arrives with his swords covered in blood. The children become frightened upon seeing him in this state, and Gunwoo asks him who he is. He asks if he is Gunwoo. Dr. Toddler observes that memory stones appear to be quite common there unless they are broken into very small pieces. They share the same energy wavelength. He explains that if blood crystals are like batteries, then memory stones serve as transmission devices, and he says that the High Elves of planet Eruka use these stones to communicate from one end of the planet to the other. He inquires about what is meant by High Elves. He says that they refer to the high-ranking elves on planet Eruka, and the dimensional energy measuring device was an additional result of their research. He elaborates that their ultimate research goal is to create a communication network that the elves, specifically the High Elves, can use, and they plan to replicate it on Earth. Going further, they would like to create a teleportation portal that can connect the entire planet. He reveals that this is secret information obtained from some of the elves who occasionally visit Earth, and they mention that on Eruka, the High Elves can use the memory stones to observe other people's dimensional energy levels, class, and other important traits. He mentions that it means when he meets a High Elf, all of his personal information will be revealed. Park Soo-ho wonders if the status window he sees is the same as the ones the High Elves see. He checks the status screen, which shows no signal. He states that he needs to fix this, even if it means staying up all night, and he probably won't leave the lab until he fixes it. He adds that if he waits here for a moment, the guide will be here soon, and he should look around the city. He leaves the place, saying not to go too far and suggesting they talk again tomorrow. He stands alone there, looks at the screen, and remarks that it seems only this much has been discovered until now. He touches the memory stone and mentions that the High Elves on Eruka might know about the existence that is observing him, and perhaps even the secret behind the great disaster and the appearance of dungeons. He concludes that he needs to go to Eruka. Meanwhile, William arrives and introduces himself. He mentions that he is the guide from the Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer in the dimension industry. He points to the screen and explains that there's a place he wants to go to, and he asks if it would be possible for him to go there. He specifies that the place is the South Portal E101 in London, which is the 11th Infantry Brigade's operation area. He inquires if this means that he would like to participate in clearing the E101 portal dungeon. He responds with a yes. On the other side, Dr. Toddler sits in his lab, checks the system, and wonders why Park Soo-ho's data has come up as an error. Meanwhile, David arrives and mentions that the Dragon Knight came to visit, so how could she not come to see him? She asks about the Dragon Knight's whereabouts. He explains that something suddenly came up, so he asked a guide to take care of him. He then asks if she could place her hand on this device, showing her an energy measurement device. She complies, and it displays her strength and agility. He expresses happiness that it's working. She comments that the number should be in the 4 digits to feel like something to brag about, even though it seems she needs more training. She leaves, saying she is going to look for the Dragon Knight. He contemplates the 4 digits and mentions that the current limit is 999. He considers increasing the limit to 99.99 and, after adjusting, he is shocked to see the result. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and William have reached Portal E101. Upon seeing a monster, it has been captured in chains and attacked by armies. William explains that they are paralyzing the monster to capture it for research purposes since they are destined to be killed anyway, and their company is acquiring them for a low price. He continues, stating that they are currently in a level 5 dungeon filled with giant grasshoppers, and there are 18 hours left until the dungeon break. William informs them that these days, guilds are using many celebrities to boost profits from dungeons, and he asks if they are under attack. He informs that currently, more than half of the area is engaged in battles, but that won't deter them from raiding dungeons. A helicopter has fallen, and he inquires if the rest of the team has also descended into the dungeon. He confirms that the entry procedure has been taken care of, and the team is already there. He introduces them as Lauren's Corp's Phoenix team, one of the best combat teams in England, consisting entirely of rank combatants, specially selected by their company for his mission. He further introduces Robert Cole and says that he is the ace of the Phoenix team and the captain of the second Phoenix team. Park Soo-ho asserts that he doesn't need their assistance because he intends to raid the dungeon alone. He emphasizes that it's a level 5 dungeon. He checks the status window and remarks that it's still not working. He then asks if the limit of the B-rank beast farm was 14-0. Park Soo-ho enters the dungeon alone, and William asks Robert what they should do, or if should they not follow him immediately. He says he doesn't see why they should when he does not want them to. After a while, David joins them and asks Robert why he is here and not out catching grasshoppers. He questions why a hero who is supposed to be busy saving the world is in the countryside like this. He responds that they have to prepare for a quest and leave. She then turns to William and inquires why he seems so upset all by himself and mentions the Dragon Knight. He explains that the Dragon Knight went into the dungeon by himself a moment ago, and he couldn't stop him. He expresses concern about what they should do if something goes wrong. She remarks that it seems he doesn't know much about the Dragon Knight and mentions that she will wait at the Pink Ice Cream Cafe, so he should let her know when he comes out. Before she goes to the cafe, she notices that he has come out. She is happy to see him, but before he greets her properly, a fire boar escapes there and destroys things. She gets angry to see that it has destroyed her favorite restaurant. She moves forward and with a megaton fist, hits it, knocking it down. She then comes forward and introduces herself to Park Soo-ho. She says she has been meaning to meet him since the day she saw him turn the megalopersolodon into fish food. She adds that at that time, she realized he was the same kind of person as herself. She expresses her desire to see him fight a monster in close combat, using only his strength. He agrees, and then both enter the portal. The news broadcast reports that the Dragon Knight Park Soo-ho and England's top-ranked David are saving England and clearing a level 5 dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes. All Awakena associations in England, including the Lawrence Company's Phoenix Guild, are expressing their thanks to Park Soo-ho. Meanwhile, the captain asks Kim Miso if there has been any news from Park Soo-ho. She replies that she can't contact him either. He inquires whether the Soo-ho dungeon has been cleared and if there is anything noteworthy from the dungeon. She informs him that there wasn't anything of note. She questions why he's so concerned, pointing out that as long as they pay back all the money, it should be fine. He counters that a level 7 dungeon is about to appear, and she doubts that he would be preoccupied with money at this moment. She presses further, asking what's bothering him, and wonders if there is something she doesn't know. He tells her to think of a way to bring Park Soo-ho back to Korea quickly. She reassures him, saying he doesn't need to worry too much, as he will return once he checks the internet. She mentions that a video was uploaded to the Soo-ho channel on YouTube an hour ago, and shows him the video. She says that Lee Sung-woo has caused a significant incident this time. An announcement expresses gratitude to everyone who participated in the celebration of the successful dungeon clear. Since the party is for everyone present, it hopes they have fun. David remarks that today has been the best day for Park Soo-ho. He responds, stating that it felt even better than when he caught the giant tentacle shark. He also mentions that his fists are among the best he has seen from the Awakened. She asks if he has met Sylvia in Russia. He inquires about who Sylvia is. She explains that Sylvia is quite famous among the tamers and that she left everything behind and flew to Russia after hearing about him. She adds that there should have been many tamers like Sylvia who flew to Russia to meet him. He asks why she wants to meet him. She responds that since he's the Dragon Knight, there isn't a single tamer in the world who can tame a wyvern. He takes a sip of his drink and casually says it's easy. She advises him not to rise to the champion's provocation. He asks for clarification, wondering what she means. She explains that it seems he hasn't seen the news yet and proceeds to show him the news about Lee Sungwoo. She tells him that he is currently ranked first in the world, originally Korean, and his real name is Lee Sungwoo. He responds that he doesn't know and has never heard of him. She continues, cautioning him, and emphasizes that this guy is a murderer. She suggests that if he can avoid it, he should not interact with him. She adds that he's the SPFC world's #1, known for his achievements and globally acknowledged as a hero. She admits that she had honestly wanted to befriend him and once had the chance to talk to him in a friendly setting. But she lost. She praises his strength, even though he lost, and mentions that it was the best match of her life. She recalls seeing something unsettling in his eyes that day. She extends her hand and shows him the result, explaining that she had to undergo 8 major surgeries on her left arm. She goes on to mention that many challengers have died in matches, even when he's winning by a large margin or when they've forfeited. He asks what kind of grudge he has against him to provoke him like this. He watches the news of the attack on Suho's land and is shocked to see that his territory has been attacked. Meanwhile, he dials Park Junho, who asks why they haven't been able to contact him for so long. He responds sharply, telling him to be quiet and to explain what's happening there. He relays that Lee Sungwoo has burst in, and if he doesn't come out, he threatens to kill all of them. 2 of the wolves on patrol have died, but there's no explanation for why the alarm didn't ring when they were attacked. He investigates and discovers that there's no signal. He deduced that the alarm didn't ring due to an error in the status window. With pack members dying, he wonders why the others weren't able to react, whether they were restricted from leaving their assigned area. He questions what the other guys were doing when the incident occurred. Junho responds by asking what he expects them to do against Lee Sungwoo, emphasizing that he's ranked #1 in the world. Nevertheless, he insists that he come back quickly. He thinks to himself that once he returns, he will subject the guys to special training until they wish for death. She inquires if he's leaving. He affirms that he has to go immediately. She pleads with him not to go, arguing that Lee Sungwoo's plan is evident, and she doesn't understand why he's so fixated on him. She suggests that there must be a purpose behind the champion taunting an awakener who isn't even registered in the rankings yet. She warns that it's exceptionally rare, and considering his actions so far, there's a high probability that something unfortunate will happen during the match. He reassures her, saying it's fine, and asks her to say goodbye to Toodler and William on his behalf. Dr. Toddler observes him and comments that he had wanted to keep him here a bit longer, expressing regret over why David had to bring that up. He reassures him, saying not to worry, as he'll be released in a little while. Dr. Toddler then uses his summoning wyvern portal, and a wyvern appears. He notes that the skill recovery time is exactly 23 hours, 28 minutes, and 14 seconds, just as expected. He contemplates that an artificial ore was created by combining a memory stone with atacamite. And he thinks about the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water, which haven't been shown yet. He reflects on Park Suho's known dimensional energy abilities, which are almost the same as those of the High Elves. He speculates that Suho's status window probably wasn't working properly after he touched this atacamite. He explains that after coming into contact with an atacamite of this size, an error appears on the status window, and all skills using dimensional energy are halted for approximately 24 hours. He ponders if humankind's awakening and leveling are evolving in the same direction as the planet Eruka's elves. After a while, England's Security Service Director, Gilbert Reynolds, calls David and asks if she is with Park Suho right now. She confirms that he has just left, and all the information she could store in the stone has been recorded. Gilbert informs her that he left earlier than expected and instructs her to come to the Security Service headquarters as soon as she can. The director then calls Dr. Toddler and inquires about his thoughts on the test. Dr. Toddler responds affirmatively, stating that the test went as expected. He explains that it means if it works on Park Suho, it will also work on the aliens from planet Eruka. He believes the time to teach those arrogant elves a lesson has come. The director raises concerns about the Eruka elves being close allies who have shared knowledge about alien technology, suggesting they should exercise discretion. Dr. Toddler counters by noting that alliances don't last forever and warns that the Eruka elves could turn against them at any time. He acknowledges that there are still many problems to solve before commercialization, but he emphasizes the rising crime rate among awakeners worldwide and the need to regulate them as levels become equivalent to power. Dr. Tobler expresses concern about Park Soo-ho's physical stats, which average around 8,000, and questions whether it will be enough to stop monsters like him. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho is on his way to his territory, seething with anger at the audacity of the invasion. He's determined to destroy whoever dared to encroach on his territory. Han Dong-soo asks what Soo-ho said. Park Jun-ho informs them that they might be in deep trouble and shows them his message to endure special training until they feel like they are dead. They all scream and inquire what they are supposed to do against the world's no one, who even beat up an S-ranker. They watch the news when Lee Sung-woo meets them. In the comments, people call them weaklings. Park Jun-ho acknowledges that he knows no one is on their side when they are victims. Jang Yi-shik questions why he had to upload that video. Han Dong-soo says to Sue Lee Sung-woo. Myung-jin mentions that there's no way they can rebut the comments claiming what had happened was a disgrace, and they should always remain calm in the face of danger. Park Jun-ho warns that when he comes back, they should know that they won't be safe, and he is really angry. Myung-jin suggests that everyone temporarily withdrawing from the guild to weather out this storm could work. Jang Yi-shik inquired about what the bureau said. Han Dong-soo replies that they said it's a pity. He gets angry and mentions that a foreigner illegally entered the country and trespassed into a guild's territory. Not only that, he even attacked them and caused damage, but they won't do anything except say it's a pity. He adds that at the very least, shouldn't they catch him and hold him responsible for his actions? Han Dong-soo also mentions that there's an article saying that he returned to Japan. Jang Yi-shik says he can't stand this and suggests going to talk to the bureau about it. Park Jun-ho speculates that they are probably telling them that things will be troublesome if this becomes an international incident, so they should take care of it themselves. Jang Yi-shik questions whether Lee Sung-woo is part of the Defense Agency of Japan. He says he doesn't think this can fall into personal vendettas. Myung-jin remarks that the ones who are truly humiliated seem to be the government officials, and officials who push the citizens' hardships and responsibilities off on them are truly a disgrace. Jang Yi-shik adds that it's also shocking that there isn't even a single article on their side when they are the victims here. Han Dong-soo mentions that there is an article that came from America, saying the Soo-ho Guild should move to a superpower country that can protect them, like them. Park Jun-ho agrees, stating that this happened not because they are weak, but because their country is weak, and they should have emigrated a lot sooner. They recall the moment when Lee Sung-woo came to them and threatened to bring Park Soo-ho in within 10 days, otherwise they would all die by his hands. Han Dong-soo insists on waiting until Soo-ho comes back, and he will surely crush that bastard into dust. Park Jun-ho says they also have something they should do before he comes back. After a while, Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo are searching for something in the garden. Park Jun-ho mentions that he is certain they buried it somewhere before leaving. At that moment, he receives a call from Kim Miso. She expresses her gratitude for their cooperation until now, mentioning that they were able to finish exploring the dungeons because of their help. He acknowledges that they did sign a contract after all and then cuts the call. He suggests to Dong-soo that they should go inside the beast farm. He points out that those people probably installed listening devices in important places before they left. He says that he shouldn't be too hard on Section Chief Miso as she has always looked out for them. He admits that's true, but there's a saying that one's enemy is usually found close to home. After a while, they reach the beast farm and see the animals playing. Park Jun-ho comments that the family is getting bigger in an ownerless house and asks where he is. Han Dong-soo mentions that there's a news article from yesterday, which states that he was seen riding a humpback whale in the South China Sea and catching 4 megalopterodons with an ice vortex. He says that if he's in the South China Sea, then he's almost home. He adds that it seems like he has leveled up a lot while traveling, and to think he froze the sea to kill sea monsters. After a while, they come across news reporting that Park Soo-ho is attacking Tokyo, and they are shocked to see this. He is demanding that Lee Sung-woo come out. The breaking news broadcast announces that the Dragon Knight has suddenly appeared in the middle of Tokyo, and is searching for Lee Sung-woo. They have received a report that he has entered the country illegally. Although the unexpected arrival of the Dragon Knight has disrupted traffic, there hasn't been any major damage so far. The Awakener Federation's criminal task force appears to have arrived on site. They mention that the World's No. 15 and Lieutenant Seiski's Tokyo Team 1 are also on their way to the site. Additionally, they have just received news that the Type 10 Tank Battalion is en route to the Tokyo site, and footage of the unmanned air drone battalion on its way to the site has been sent as well. Meanwhile, in the Japan Ministry of Defense Situation Room, a person reports that Tank Battalion Team 1 is ready, the Combat Drone Battalion is ready, and the Combat Satellite target locked. Dago, second in command of the Awakeners Federation, informs Kurosawa, Minister of Defense, that Park Suho is someone their people have been working to persuade to join their side. He mentions that Seisuke has also arrived, so for now, they will observe and determine if he's worthy of using their defense assets. On the other side, Seisuke reaches Park Suho and informs him that he is under arrest for illegal entry, causing social chaos, fear-mongering, and other public order violations. He inquires if he is Lee Sungwoo. He identifies himself as Seisuke Kazuhiro from the police department and politely requests him to disembark from the Wyvern and comply peacefully. He warns that if he is not Lee Sungwoo, he should leave immediately. Growing frustrated, Seisuke attacks him and binds him with his magic, instructing him not to move as it will only tighten further. As he prepares to launch another attack, Park Suho delivers a solid punch and throws him away. Park Suho asserts that if his territory is attacked, he will defend it with his life. He acknowledges being scared and praises him for being as strong as the rumors say. He admits that if he hadn't cast a debuff the moment he was hit, his face would have been crushed. He tells him to leave if he knows what's good for him. Seisuke advances to attack again, warning that he will face additional charges of assaulting a police officer. He employs the air vortex power to throw him against a building, leaving everyone shocked. He reiterates his demand for Lee Sungwoo to come out and not send his minions. Meanwhile, Kurosawa, who is watching everything live in his office, remarks that Park Suho is even more amazing than he thought, and he appears to be an even more attractive asset than Lee Sungwoo. Dago mentions that before this, Park Suho had sent an invitation to them, and they plan to reschedule the meeting as soon as the airlines become safe. On the other side, Park Suho declares that if they don't bring Lee Sungwoo out, he will burn down everything within a kilometer radius. The operator in the Situation Room states that the citizens are in danger, and they have to eliminate the Dragon Knight with the satellite. Kurosawa comments that it's just getting interesting. He asks Dago why he is so nervous and inquires about what comes next. Dago responds that Lieutenant Masai is preparing. After a while, Lieutenant Masai arrives where Park Suho and suggests that it would be best if he stops there. He says that he brings Lee Sungwoo out and gives him a 30-minute deadline. He responds that Lee Sungwoo cannot come here right now because he is currently raiding a level 7 dungeon. He asks for details about the location, to which he replies that he cannot meet him right now and that it will take at least 10 days for him to come out. Growing angry, he questions someone who needs 10 days to clear a dungeon, provoking him. He states that he will come back then. He emphasizes that he will have to pay for what he has done today. He insists that it's their fault and accuses them of stealing the youth or eggs of a next when the pack leader goes out to hunt. Then, he flies away with his wyvern. On the other side, Dago asserts that they cannot simply let Park Suho leave like this as it would result in international humiliation. Kurosawa responds that it's even more humiliating to use the full force of the defense army against a single Awakener. He suggests that since Park Suho mentioned he's coming back, they should request Urumakazuei to escort him until the air defense identification zone with the F-35. Meanwhile, Park Suho notices a black portal and wonders if it's the gateway to the planet Gutchin. On the other side, in Suho's land, they are all happy to see the news about Park Suho declaring war against Lee Sungwoo. The news reports that Lieutenant Seisuke, who lost consciousness from a single strike while attempting to arrest Park Suho, has been transported to the ICU due to a concussion. They mention that the Japanese government has categorized this incident as an attack and threat against Japan. They have requested Park Suho to be extradited into their custody. Otherwise, they will declare war against Korea. As a result, the ministers who have entered an emergency meeting have not yet made a statement. After a while, they hear Gunwoo's voice filled with excitement as he greets his uncle Park Suho. He asks where his dad and uncles have gone. He explains that they were guzzling down alcohol while watching TV in the office. He enters the office, and they are all shocked to see him. Angrily, he questions what they are doing, and in response, they all start running from there. Meanwhile, in an emergency meeting of ministers, there is a heated argument among them, with some siding with Lee Sungwoo and others with Park Suho. At that instant, the president of South Korea arrives and asks if Lee Sungwoo and Park Suho know each other. The assistant secretary of state reports that there is not a single point of contact between them. The president then inquires why Lee Sungwoo did something like this. He mentions hearing that Lee Sungwoo was the one who initiated the conflict and questions why someone who betrayed their country is picking a fight with Park Suho. The Awakener Bureau Director offers two possible explanations. The first is that Lee Sungwoo became jealous of Park Suho's recent and swift rise to fame outside the country. The president turns to the Minister of National Defense and asks if they can win a conflict against Japan. The minister responds that if it were just 10 years ago, they might have stood a chance, and if they receive a larger budget now, they might be able to take measures to stand a chance against them within 10 years. He insists, just give them Park Soo-ho. The Awakena Bureau director interjects, stating that they believe their second guess is more probable. He explains that this is a plan made by their government to scout Park Soo-ho. The president contemplates that if it's as the director says, the threat of war is just a bargaining chip. The director points out that in the current climate, where both countries are already overworked trying to stop dungeon breaks, a war is realistically impossible. This implies that they want Park Soo-ho that much. The president asks if Park Soo-ho is that powerful, considering he's not even a planet returnee like Lee Sung-woo. The director responds that Park Soo-ho is a bit different from others. He elaborates that the reason not only Japan but also countries all over the world are so desperate to scout Park Soo-ho is because of the unique skills that only he possesses. He inquires about the skills that make people so desperate to have Park Soo-ho. He learns that Park Soo-ho is on his way to mastering elemental magic, a skill said to be unique to the high elves of the planet Eruka. He acknowledges that there has been an increase in the number of individuals who have returned from Eruka after studying it with great difficulty, but none of them possess the ability to perform area magic. He explains Park Soo-ho is like a lottery ticket that can earn them a huge sum of money. The president agrees, stating that if it's a substantial amount, they must protect him even if it means going to war. He then instructs the Minister of Justice to put Park Soo-ho on the list of VIPs and forbid him from leaving the country. After a while, the news reports that the government had declined Japan's request for Park Soo-ho's extradition. Kim Mi-so and the director are in the car, and Kim Mi-so remarks that, in the end, it was about the money. The director asks why she is acting like that and who she thinks was the one who stopped him from being deported to Japan. He instructs her to tell Park Soo-ho that they will raise the Soo-ho Guild to level 6 soon, and they will need to focus on increasing the farmlands to cover all of the Gyeonggi regions. And this way, Korea will become the world's granary instead of Eruka. She mentions that they were contacted by Mr. Max, and they have agreed to meet on Soo-ho Land tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Area 2's Grasshopper Dungeon, Level 3, Park Soo-ho is subjecting these 4 to tough training, and they are all struggling. He informs them that they still have 10 rounds to go. Just then, he receives a call from Granny Sukja. He inquires if something has happened. She asks if he is allowing the others to eat while he is training them. Park Soo-ho responds that they ate a lot when he was not there, so they don't need to eat right now. Granny Sukja mentions that she is giving the phone to Miss Mi-so to talk to her. Kim Mi-so takes the phone and mentions that she heard he has been undergoing high-intensity training in a dungeon without even stopping to sleep in the 3 days since he returned to Korea. She asks if he is aware of Japan's severe reaction and mentions they have a rather nice solution for it. Park Soo-ho reflects to himself that in the human world, there are human rules, and he momentarily forgets that going against them can be a hassle. He says to meet her at home. After a while, Park Soo-ho arrives home, and Kim Mi-so introduces him to Mr. Max, the Asian branch manager of the SPFC. Park Soo-ho asks what the SPFC wants from him. He explains that not long ago, the champion Lee Sung-woo challenged him to a match by name and claimed that Park Soo-ho is nothing, and he doesn't even need one hand to beat him. He acknowledges that he recalls something like that but wonders why Lee Sung-woo would do something like that. He elaborates that it's all about earning money. If the match were to happen, an astronomical amount of money could be earned. He advises him not to think about it too much and just agree to it. He adds that if he agrees, he can prevent the war from happening and earn a huge sum of money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He reflects on when David warned him that Lee Sung-woo is a psycho-murderer and advised him not to interact with him if possible. He mentions that he can legally kill Lee Sung-woo if he agrees. He requests a clear explanation of the SPFC rules, emphasizing that they won't hold him at fault for any accidental deaths, and they do not condone murder. Kim Mi-so assures Mr. Max that she will contact him again after discussing things with Park Soo-ho. Mr. Max expresses his hope that they make the correct choice and leave. Kim Mi-so reassures Park Soo-ho that if he doesn't feel like agreeing, he doesn't have to. She says that the war won't break out. However, Park Soo-ho expresses his strong desire to do it. She points out that Japan's intentions are straightforward, either appease him or eliminate him. He asserts that he doesn't care about Japan's reasons. He simply wants to beat Lee Sung-woo since it's not against the law. She inquires about his thoughts on donating the proceeds of the match to Japan, emphasizing the importance of appeasing Japan before the match. He responds with an affirmative. She mentions that she will inform Mr. Max of this idea. Then, she takes out some documents and reveals that there's one more thing to discuss, an official order that has come from the government. She hands him a document and announces that there is a general assembly of all guilds once a year. During this event, all the large guilds at level 6 gather together. She states her intention to invite him there. He inquires why he's being invited when his guild hasn't reached level 6 yet. She informs him that the Suho Guild has officially achieved level 6 status and presents him with a level 6 shield to congratulate him. She also explains that this is the certificate awarded by the Bureau, and that the entire Uijeongbu region will be entrusted to him, along with autonomous rights over the territory. Furthermore, she mentions that once the infrastructure has been established and people begin to settle in, the government will designate all the land managed after a while. He presents the document, and Park Junho remarks that these people ignored them when they were facing difficulties. But now, what is this? He questions why they are being given the land they had previously relinquished, and being tasked with guarding the country. The monk chimes in, mentioning that they haven't even undergone military training, so question their ability to guard the country. He responds, stating that the decision has already been made, and the government must establish the city first. The construction in their designated area will still take some time. He speculates that they might just be exploited by the government. He adds that it could be easier to expand the beast farm than what they are being offered here. Han Dong-soo suggests that it might be 100 times better to simply accept the money and emigrate elsewhere. He states that they will maintain Namyangju as their headquarters and reveals his plan to divide the new region into sub-districts. He inquires if they are going to become branch managers, possessing similar powers to mayors. He also mentions that Seoul Area 13, where they are situated, is as large as Gyeonggi-do, so he likens his role to that of a provincial governor rather than a mayor. He further asserts that he will be the one appointing the branch managers, making it more accurate to describe them as lords and castellans rather than mayors and provincial governors. Then the monk, while looking at the news, remarks that due to the agriculturalization of Suho land, Korea is poised to become the grain hub of the world, resulting in astronomical income. However, he questions whether they can compete with Erica's agricultural industry, which boasts several trading gates worldwide. He points out that Erica's products are costly, and there are too few gates to meet all the planet's needs. Therefore, he suggests that they are targeting the niche market. He states that if this venture succeeds, Suho will become a lord with a territory generating a substantial income, and they will be the castellans responsible for safeguarding that land. He reminds them that they have already signed the contract and advises them to retain 2 copies of such an agreement to prevent any disputes. He asserts that everything has been decided, and they can't even protect their own homes, so the notion of being castellans is questioned. He concludes by saying that once they've finished their meal, they should proceed with today's training. Meanwhile, Park Junho watches the news reporting that Lee Sung-woo has emerged from the dungeon. He exclaims, "Welcome back, he's in trouble now." An event is organized, setting up a match between Lee Sung-woo and Park Soo-ho. Lennox comments that a one-on-one battle between Awakeners is a completely different challenge from hunting in a confined space, and he predicts that Lee, with his extensive experience, will triumph over Park Soo-ho. Right SPFC commentator emphasizes that Park Soo-ho has no prior experience in one-on-one combat with an Awakener on such a grand stage and suggests that he will soon discover how vastly different the SPFC is from street fights. Han Dong-soo checks the Suho channel and reads the comments from people. Excitedly, he remarks that he doubts they would have earned as much money even after raiding a level 5 dungeon 100 times. However, his mood changes when he comes across the news that Park Soo-ho has donated the entire 240 billion fight money to Japan. He expresses his frustration, questioning why Park Soo-ho would give away hard-earned money to another country. After a while they are all talking, he arrives and inquires about their activities. He mentions that his life is currently at stake, and he questions why he should give away all the money he earned by risking his life. He urges them to stop talking if they have finished eating, and to go inside quickly because he intends to inspect the land in Uijeongbu. The scene then shifts, and the Awakener Bureau Director is seen having a phone conversation with the president. He acknowledges that the reported amount of fight money was reduced, and he assures that even if they distribute 5 billion to each recipient, it's more than sufficient. As a precaution, they have also signed a contract in which Park Soo-ho agrees to donate his winnings to the National Development Funds. With this arrangement in place, they can quell any speculation about internal conflicts within the country. The director also praises Park Soo-ho for his generosity, and suggests that this is just the beginning, as the success of the agricultural project on Suho land will likely bring even more benefits. Meanwhile, he arrives with Wyvern, contemplating the facility that once served as the headquarters of the Third Corp, which is presently in the process of relocating. He believes that with some expansion and renovation, it should be capable of accommodating around 1,000 people. Kim Miso is already present to greet him and inquire about his perspective from above. He responds that it appears suitable and that planting within a 4-kilometer radius of this location should work well. She informs him that once he has demarcated his territory, she will submit it for approval. He utilizes tree spirit power to mark his territory. On the other side, the reporter greets all the martial arts fans and announces that they are on the Worldwide Martial Arts channel. He mentions that there are only 15 days remaining until the Battle of the Century, featuring champion Lee Sung-woo against rookie Park Soo-ho. Wright and the Psychic Channel team have prepared some footage of an interview with both the champion and the challenger. Earlier this morning, they strategically planned to meet Team Lee Sung-woo in front of the Level 7 dungeon in Osaka. He approaches Lee Sung-woo and inquires about how he's preparing for the match against Park Soo-ho. He responds that he doesn't have time to prepare for it. He explains that the number of Level 7 dungeons is about to increase significantly, and there is no time for rest as they must act for the sake of humanity's peace. After a while, he approaches Park Soo-ho's team and inquires if they are the members of Team Soo-ho, including the individuals referred to as the Four Stooges. He introduces himself as a psychic and asks them about Psychic Channel, inquiring whether he could interview with Park Soo-ho. Han Dong-soo suggests trying to find Park Soo-ho in Uijeongbu, as he is likely involved in planting trees at the moment. Meanwhile, Akiko sits in JR Hotel, attempting to gain access to Park Soo-ho's profile. After some time, she successfully gains access. The news reports that DGB Construction has started transporting building materials to Uijeongbu for construction on Soo-ho land. There are only 2 days left until the match, but Park Soo-ho is still in seclusion within Soo-ho land and has not yet arrived in Japan. On the other side, Akiko sits with Lee Sung-woo in the Tokyo Top City Hotel. She asks him what he's thinking. He ponders how he should deal with Park Soo-ho if he doesn't show up. She expresses doubts about it being easy. She mentions that she checked top-secret information from Korea's Awakena Bureau, revealing that according to records, Park Soo-ho returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. He questions if he regressed multiple times over 1,000 years. She clarifies that no, she doesn't believe he's using a regression stone like him. He insists that it's impossible to live for 1,000 years without using a regression stone. She explains that, according to the records, he returned after spending 10 years on another planet. However, the passage of time on that planet is twice as fast as on Earth. If Park Soo-ho spent 500 years regressing on Earth, then spending 1,000 years on a planet not temporally tied to Earth is not impossible. She adds that this also explains why he has never met Park Soo-ho, as he regressed 20 years 25 times. He wonders if, in the absence of a regression stone, Park Soo-ho drank from the fountain of eternal youth or something similar. She shares her findings, mentioning a rare item known as the Crimson Divine Peach. She explains that it's an exceptionally rare item that appears only once every 1,000 years on one of the planets and vanishes after 10 days, and it's considered a divine fruit that grants eternal youth and immortality to whoever consumes it. She expresses her concern that Park Soo-ho might have lived even longer than him. He asserts that whoever his opponent is, he can't allow anyone who obstructs his plans to remain alive. On the other side, the commentator reports that 3 hours before the start of the match, the stadium is buzzing with excitement. But there's news that Park Soo-ho still has not arrived in the country. He questions whether Park Soo-ho has truly given up on the match. The commentator Masuda chimes in, emphasizing that even if it's just an event match, it shouldn't be easy for a rookie, especially considering it's his first match against the SPFC champion. They highlight that the Korean government bears all the responsibility for the pre-match inspection, implying that both Park Soo-ho and the Korean government should take responsibility and issue an apology. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo inquires Akiko if there is still no news about Park Soo-ho. She responds that according to the news from Korea, Soo-ho land was recently expanded to Uijeongbu. He thinks to himself that Park Soo-ho indeed has an uncanny ability to foresee the future, as the first place where a level 7 dungeon opens in Korea is Uijeongbu. He reflects on how the combat unit that audaciously challenged the level 7 dungeon when it first appeared was obliterated, leading to a catastrophe in which Korea lost half of its total S-rank awakeners. Ultimately, they couldn't prevent the dungeon break, and due to the massive explosives used to combat the level 7 monsters, Uijeongbu was reduced to ashes. He believes that soon there will be numerous dungeon breaks across the continent, with the monsters advancing from North to South Korea, causing the complete collapse of South Korea. He understands that the Korean government is attempting to prevent this outcome by pushing Park Soo-ho forward. On the other side, the commentator announces that there are only 7 minutes left before the match begins. According to the rules, players will be disqualified if they do not arrive at the arena an hour before the match. However, there is uncertainty about whether Park Soo-ho can make it within the remaining 7 minutes. Just then, the sound of a wyvern is heard, and to everyone's surprise, Park Soo-ho has arrived. The commentator exclaims that Park Soo-ho has defied expectations by appearing in Tokyo Stadium on his wyvern, causing excitement among the audience. After a while, Park Soo-ho lands and sends his wyvern back into a portal. He inquires about the large crowd and the whereabouts of Lee Sung-woo. The commentator informs that it appears he is searching for Lee Sung-woo in the arena, and as soon as he calls out Lee Sung-woo's name, the spectators in the stands start shouting in response. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo is in a room with Akiko. He says that he is heading out. She attempts to stop him, but he reassures her not to worry, stating that he will win and return safely. Lee Sung-woo arrives in the arena and asks Park Soo-ho if he'll allow him to ask a few questions before he kills him. He inquires if he is a survivor of the apocalypse. He responds by asking what the apocalypse is. He continues, questioning if there was another regression stone and how many years he can regress with the one he possesses. He further inquiries about the nature of a regression stone. The commentator sends a transmission drone near them to capture their conversation. He taunts him, suggesting that he must find it enjoyable now that he has returned to the past, feeling like he has the world at his feet. He asks if he has come back to the past. Lee Sung-woo attempts to attack him, but Park Soo-ho retaliates by hitting him in the face and throwing him aside. This sudden turn of events leaves everyone in the stadium and those watching the live broadcast in a state of shock. The commentator remarks that Lee Sung-woo appears to have sustained significant damage and is not displaying any immediate response. He continues to approach slowly, and Lee Sung-woo is now in a precarious situation. He approaches him closely and instructs him to get up. He questions how someone with the title of champion can be so weak. He manages to rise to his feet, noticing that his nose is bleeding, and wonders if he was struck by magic. He comments on the necessity of humility and says an ant has a queen and a frog in a well. With frustration, he attempts to attack once more, but Park Soo-ho effortlessly punches him, employing tornado power to launch him into the air and following up with a fire fairy shower. The commentator, witnessing this one-sided beating, expresses disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The shock is palpable among the spectators. Park Soo-ho firmly grasps Lee Sung-woo by the neck, insisting that he not feign death because he knows Lee Sung-woo is still conscious. The status window displays Lee Sung-woo's HP at 25%. Park Soo-ho decides to inquire as well, asking why Lee Sung-woo sought him out. Lee Sung-woo responds that he wants to kill Park Soo-ho. Park Soo-ho then questions why Lee Sung-woo believes he deserves to die. Lee Sung-woo asserts that it's because of Park Soo-ho that his meticulously crafted plan, developed over 500 years of hard work and dedication, has been ruined. Park Soo-ho inquires about the plan Lee Sung-woo had been working on for 500 years. Lee Sung-woo consumes a potion, transforming into the monstrous entity known as the Fury of God. Meanwhile, Kurosawa watches everything happening in the stadium on the screen and mentions the potion to recover his stamina. He says after taking the potion, it appears that he has learned some interesting things from planet Gutchum. When Lee Sung-woo transforms the Fury of God, everything is destroyed in the stadium. People are badly injured, and even Akiko is injured. He uses a skill so lethal and powerful that the human body can't handle it, so he has to call on the physique of a monster. Astonishingly, he used this skill, which he had been saving for the level 8 boss, Toad Monarch, on a human like that. Park Soo-ho also sustains some head injuries but gets up again and expresses surprise. He believes he was able to survive that ultimate move and asks what item Lee Sung-woo is using to be so strong and what he used to regress. Lee Sung-woo replies that he doesn't understand what he means by regressing and this isn't an item. It's a skill called Forest's Blessing. He explains that a mere skill can replace an elixir. He asserts that it's an elixir grade skill and that it completely recovers lost stamina and mana within 5 seconds. Meanwhile, he launches a fierce attack on his opponent, hurling him aside, and remarks that it seems like the planet may face destruction because of him. His opponent retorts that his 500-year plan has been thwarted by him, signifying that the planet's demise is now attributable to him. Consequently, the blame for the planet's destruction falls on him, and he should meet his end at his hands. He inquires if his adversary comprehends how he reached this juncture. With a swift kick and a forceful throw, he asserts that his adversary is simply deranged. He believes that it's remarkable that there's a human he cannot defeat, even after undergoing a monstrous transformation. Nevertheless, he perceives no prospect of reversal, and it doesn't concern him. He continues to pummel his opponent mercilessly, all the while stating that the ruin of his plan wasn't caused by him. He resolves to enlighten him about reality from this point forward. He privately thinks that his adversary should continue talking, divulging all of his knowledge, as in the subsequent setback, he will absorb all of his power, even assimilating his soul. He proclaims that the world's savior must be him. Then Park Soo-ho transforms, becoming a black wolf, and delivers a powerful punch that reverts his adversary into a human, causing his stone replica to shatter. He transforms once more, this time into an eagle, and approaches him. He inquires about his thoughts, asking if he can now perceive the real world. He asserts that the reason he couldn't save Earth over such an extended period is simply due to his weakness. He issues a warning, advising him not to ever trespass into his territory again, as if he does, he will genuinely end his life. He points out that 95% of humankind will perish in the impending apocalypse, and he will meet the same fate soon. His adversary retorts, questioning why his past must determine his future. He privately reflects that there is no future for someone like him who dwells in the past. Choi Soo-young is watching a match, and the commentator mentions that even though Lee Sung-woo has collapsed, Park Soo-ho has transformed into an eagle and flown toward him. She recalls the incident at the hospital where he told her they couldn't be together because she was still too weak. She contemplates that if their strengths aren't balanced, one side will inevitably break. On the other side, Park Soo-ho secured victory and donated all the money to Japan. The families of the injured individuals collectively filed lawsuits against Lee Sung-woo, who remained unconscious for a week. During this time, he experiences a dream in which Park Soo-ho warns him. He abruptly wakes up and questions how much time has passed. He reaches for his phone and starts watching the news, but Akiko arrives and snatches his phone away, cautioning him not to look because people are only shocked by his defeat. She asks if he's alright, and he replies that he wants to be alone for a while. She agrees but informs him she'll be taking the phone, and what he needs right now is complete stability. He rises from his bed and gazes out of the window, where people are protesting outside the hospital. He muses that these were the people who always used to follow him around, and no matter how much he dedicated to them, they remained the same. Then, he looks at his stone of replica and laments that if he had held on a bit longer, he could have copied everything. He reaches for his regression stone and explains that with it, he can return to Earth from 20 years ago. Given the current circumstances, he concludes that there's nothing else he can do but go back 20 years and eliminate Park Soo-ho. He mentions that he can activate the regression stone in about 2 years but is considering upgrading it to level 3. Meanwhile, Nobisuk and his friends enter his room. They inquire if he has woken up and if he is all right now. He asks them what's wrong, and they respond that it's an order from the bureau to bring him along. He expresses surprise, stating that he didn't receive any notice. He questions Toshihiro and Yuichi about why they are here, and they explain that they were also summoned and happened to meet on the way. He reflects on how all the S-rank awakeners in Tokyo have gathered at the summons of the bureau. He instructs them to wait outside while he gets ready. They agree but insist he should come along quietly, mentioning Shimizu and Rokuto waiting outside the door. He scoffs, wondering if they believe that just the 5 of them can defeat him. Nobisuk urges him, saying that it's just a simple investigation and he only needs to go there for a while. He contemplates that on the day of the match, the defense agency should have recorded his entire conversation with Park Soo-ho, and they are probably curious about the items in his inventory. He asks if they are also coveting the regression stone and planning to lock him up and torture him. Nobisuk clarifies that it's not like that. It's because of the missing items from the reports. Toshihiro suggests that if there's something like that, then it's right to use it for the good of the citizens. This infuriates him, and he declares that they have crossed the line, and Japan will soon realize the consequences of their mistake today. After a while, they launch an attack on him, and he activates the Fury of God, countering their assaults. He challenges them, asking if he appears weak just because he lost once. He threatens that if a single one of them makes a move, Toshihiro's neck will snap. They plead with him to stop, but he insists on knowing who gave the order. He learns that it's the commissioner's order, Commissioner Takeo of the Supernatural Bureau. He reflects on Takeo, a patriotic man who primarily values bloodlines. For someone so opposed to Korea, Takeo was likely uncomfortable cooperating with him all along and had been waiting for him to fail, seizing the opportunity as soon as this incident occurred. He says that Commissioner Takeo questions his loyalty to Great Japan. Takeo points out that when Lee Sung-woo's team raided level 7 dungeons, 9 people died. He questions whether he ever transformed into a monster or used an elixir to heal his team. Furthermore, the items and skills he displayed this time have never been documented anywhere. This implies that all reports on the skills and items submitted by Combat Team 1 of the Defense Agency are false. He wonders if he hid some items that should be used for the country's defense for personal gain. He suggests that, before opening a special investigation committee, they should ask him some questions, not because they don't trust him, but to dispel all doubts. He alleges that Takeo simply wants to take all the items he possesses for himself, and he likely promised to grant him the position of captain of Japan's Combat Team 1 if things went well. He contends that Takeo claims his loyalty to the defense agency has never been in question since he was a part of the Navy, and that the agency needs individuals like him. Then he responds that he has already witnessed the destruction of Japan 25 times and wanted to rebuild human civilization here due to the geographical advantages. However, he supposes that the plan is now in ruins because there's no way to curb this country's greed. He inquires further, asking if Akiko is aware of it. He informs him she knows about this. He kills Toshihiro in anger. The news reports that Lee Sung-woo kills 2 Awakeners and injures 3 others before making his escape. Meanwhile, in Japan's Supernatural Bureau, Commission Takeo expresses his distrust in helping others, citing the incident involving Lee Sung-woo. He believes that they took in a man abandoned by Korea and turned him into a hero, only for him to turn against them at the slightest provocation. Takeo suspects that Lee Sung-woo might have been a spy planted by Korea from the very beginning. He sees this incident as an opportunity to eliminate any threats within their country and replace them with pure-blooded heroes. He instructs Kitano to contact all broadcasting stations and the press to schedule a briefing about Lee Sung-woo in the conference room within 2 hours. The news reports that Park Soo-ho has established himself as the world's strongest individual in his new location in Uijeon, and the Soo-ho Guild has experienced a surge in its membership. The countdown to Uijeongbu becoming Seoul's 13th district has also begun. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo watches a news report about champion Lee Sung-woo escaping after committing murder, then disappearing and killing 2 S-rank Awakeners. The news further reveals that Mr. Takeo from Japan's Awakener Federation has called for an emergency press conference at the government office. Mr. Takeo voices their suspicion that Lee Sung-woo may be a spy sent by Korea, and demands an explanation from the Korean government regarding the recent terrorist attack associated with Lee Sung-woo. In response to these accusations, a spokesperson from the Blue House, Kim Byung-seok, holds a briefing at the archives, firmly rejecting Commissioner Takeo's unfounded allegations and expressing great resentment towards Japan's unreasonable provocation. After observing all of these news reports, Han Dong-soo expresses doubt that someone who was severely beaten by Soo-ho would come to their location. He decides to search for Soo-ho in case Lee Sung-woo arrives when Soo-ho is absent, as he did last time. After a while, Han Dong-soo notices something familiar in the sky, and a new member of the Soo-ho Guild screams and starts running from the side. Han Dong-soo realizes that he may have arrived and begins running as well. Jang Yi-shik arrives and asks where they are going. Han Dong-soo explains that he believes Lee Sung-woo has arrived. He says that he received a report from the detection team about a nearby portal, so he was on his way to investigate. They see a new portal opening, and it appears to be quite strong. They check the status window, which indicates that it's a level 7 dungeon with dimension energy measuring 7530, and the potential break in 42 days. Shocked by this revelation, they realize the gravity of the situation. Park Jun-ho considers the fact that even with Park Soo-ho, their focus on becoming the 13th district led them to admit people without thoroughly assessing their capabilities. In the event of a dungeon break, this place could be destroyed, and the safety of everyone cannot be guaranteed. They are left uncertain about what to do next. Byung-jin suggests that they should relocate before the dungeon potentially breaks. Park Jun-ho expresses doubts, believing that Soo-ho may not allow them to leave, and if he is present, he might insist on keeping them here. Jang Yi-shik questions Soo-ho's whereabouts during such a critical moment. In response, they decide to split up and search for him in different directions. Before they proceed, a weasel suddenly appears in the center of their group and questions their reasons for coming here. Park Jun-ho admits that their eagerness to become the 13th district branch manager blinded them. The weasel explains that they were chosen by the government because this area is a larger hunting ground, and he appreciates their honesty. He encourages them to embrace the wilderness and mentions that a significant prey has presented itself. He asks if they are willing to hunt with gratitude. Han Dong-soo expresses gratitude but points out that their current levels are at E rank. The weasel, in response, tells them that the prey is practically offering itself to be caught, and if they continue running away, they'll return to their past. He questions if they desire to go back in time, which they vehemently deny, emphasizing how hard they worked to reach this point. They decide to scout ahead. Suddenly, the weasel transforms into Park Soo-ho himself. Park Soo-ho notes the significant improvement in the newbie's abilities and emphasizes the importance of managing the construction efforts. He designates Myungjin and Ishil for the first raid, instructing them to follow him. Han Dong-soo expresses regret that his name wasn't included in the very first raid of a level 7 dungeon in Korea, lamenting the missed opportunity. He decides he will join the raid as well. They enter the level 7 dungeon, and it's an undead land. They are being attacked. Meanwhile, the news is being broadcast that after the event in Japan, a level 7 dungeon has finally appeared in Korea. It is the 8th level 7 dungeon in the world and the 2nd in Asia. Major foreign media outlets are saying that it was something expected to happen, and it has been reported that the international airport is currently in chaos due to people trying to escape. The reporter states that it is a mess, and as the Awakena Bureau is in the middle of a meeting discussing how to proceed, he will end this news flash by reporting that a team of 3 from Suho Land, including Park Soo-ho, has already entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Awakena Bureau, the director acknowledges the impressive performance of the broadcasting stations these days, likening it to having placed a listening device in their building. He inquires whether they reported entering the dungeon as soon as it appeared. He mentions that Park Soo-ho, Han Dong-soo, and Jang Ishil are currently inside. A gray-haired individual inquires why he brought those two with him. The bespectacled one explains that Han Dong-soo possesses the video memory skill. The director suggests that they should at least create a video recording for the following teams. The bespectacled one responds by noting that there are already numerous videos of people clearing level 7 dungeons from foreign countries on the internet. The director then asks about the preparations of the combat teams. One gray-haired individual reports that all 13 teams within the Bureau are currently awaiting orders. However, even when considering the best within the Bureau, they still have only a few A-rank Awakenas, with the majority being B-rank. Another person adds that, furthermore, time is too limited, and they must clear the dungeon 88 times within 42 days to prevent it from collapsing. The bespectacled one checks something on a tablet and mentions that Lee Sung-woo's team set a record of 8 days, given that the time inside the dungeon is usually twice that of Earth's. This essentially means that clearing it takes an average of 20 days. The director observes that this implies they need to clear it twice a day. A gray-haired person, referring to the data, suggests that they need to evacuate the country. The bespectacled one asks if they shouldn't send a request for cooperation to the guilds and attempt to somehow halt it. He proposes the idea of evacuating people from Uijeongbu Suho Land and stationing personnel at the Seoul defense wall in preparation for the dungeon's collapse. The director remarks that everyone will perish if a second level 7 dungeon appears within Seoul. He inquires about Suho Guild's wall of trees, wondering if it's quite strong. He points out that even if they can confine the monsters behind the defense wall, there's nothing the guilds in the country can do if a second or third level 7 dungeon emerges. The director believes that as long as the level 7 dungeon in Suho Land is taken care of, it will be the safest place on the planet. He asks if Section Chief Kim Miso is at Suho Land and suggests they call her to assess the situation on site. After a while, they observe Suho Land with a drone to find Kim Miso and comment it's quieter than expected, and it also appears that the construction is still ongoing. They observe that the infrastructure construction is being carried out by DGB Construction. They notice a child riding a wolf, and the workers are eating peacefully. They wonder if they are playing war games and question if this is Korea, as it appears like another world. The director asks if the drone's location is truly Uijeongbu Suho Land. He inquires about the whereabouts of Section Chief Kim Miso and locates her through the drone. He remarks that it looks like the soldiers' dormitory building and is surprised to see her sunbathing. She gets up and asks who he is, prompting the director to inquire if she is Choi Soo-won. She explains that it's lunchtime and she is just taking a break, apologizing for any inconvenience. He then asks her to provide a brief update on the situation on site. She explains that there was some unrest when the level 7 dungeon first appeared due to the evacuation manual. But after Park Soo-ho's team went to raid it, things calmed down. She mentions that 3 hours after the dungeon's appearance, the infrastructure construction is proceeding as planned, with Park Jun-ho, the vice guild master of Suho Guild, overseeing everything, and Monk Myungjin, a guild member, training recruits. He asks if there is anything else she is curious about. The director notes that the entire country of Korea is in a panic, but that place feels like a different world. General Manager Choi enters the room and informs them that the Ministry of Defense has deployed Sun Jin-woo's 707A Special Forces unit to Uijeongbu. The director approves of this decision, emphasizing that even if a dungeon break occurs, they must do their best to prevent it, and expresses hope in Park Soo-ho. He instructs them to retrieve his combat gear, as he will now be the on-site commander for the level 7 dungeon. The scene shifts as Akiko is tied to a chair when Commissioner Tokyo arrives and asks if she's awake. She responds by saying he's making a mistake. He retorts by asking if she needs to be electrocuted some more and shows her bracelet, questioning how they found it, especially since it's not something she wears often, and she hid it quite well. She inquires about how he obtained the bracelet. He informs her that there's no need to ponder, as they have already examined everything within it. She then asks what they want now. He reveals that there was a particularly intriguing notebook within it. She dismisses it as just a diary, to which he counters that even Lee Sung-woo probably doesn't know about its existence. He adds that she specializes in information gathering, and Lee Sung-woo likely trusted her because he didn't anticipate her taking such actions. She urges him to get to the point. Commissioner Tokyo explains that the diary contains information about the future, detailing who will become heroes or villains, what kinds of incidents will occur, when and where they will happen, and even how the world will eventually come to an end. He elaborates that armed with knowledge of the future, he gathered individuals with great potential and made it appear as though he trained them. All of this was done to reap the benefits, and he brought those who would have shaped Japan's future, even if left on their own, into his team, making them look up to him. Consequently, he rose to become the champion and the country's hero, with the citizens revering him as such. He credits this achievement to the regression stone he possesses. Akiko finally asks if that's what he wants to know in the end. He responds by urging her to reveal where he is hiding, promising to grant her what she desires. She says she does not know. A person watching them from a glass wall informs Takeo that she's telling the truth. Takeo says it would have been great if she'd known. She says it would have been great if they hadn't made Lee Sung-woo their enemy. He says she will be locked up in the Awakena exclusive prison, and she will meet a sad end while trapped there. She says she doesn't think he has the time to worry about others right now, and Lee Sung-woo will probably want to meet him. After a while, an operator shows Takeo a video of Lee Sung-woo and says this is the last video because he has gone underground. He states that they are currently trying to track him down with drones. He explains that Lee Sung-woo is a villain who is attempting to overthrow them by luring Korean Awakeners and citizens to his country. He emphasizes using all possible means to locate him and make him accountable for his crimes. He believes that Lee Sung-woo certainly has a regression stone in his inventory. Meanwhile, on a beach, Lee Sung-woo is seated, watching the news on his phone. The news broadcast has just revealed the list of guild members who have joined Park Soo-ho in his raid of the level 7 dungeon. He remarks that it's a 3-man raid, with Jang Ishik being D rank and Han Dong-soo being E rank. He says, let's see how much he can change the world with his strength. He writes something in a notebook and mentions that to prepare for his next regression, he needs to gather as much information as possible about that guy. The news reports that they have received more information, and Korea's best combat team, Special Forces Unit 707A, is on its way to Uijeongbu. He comments that Korea's destruction began in full swing after the combat team led by Korea's number 1 was annihilated. He notes that a level 7 dungeon has appeared, but Busan remains peaceful. He thinks that when the end of the world arrives, those bright faces will be stained with blood and tears, and if he manages to survive, he will help them smile again. Meanwhile, members of SF Unit 707A have arrived at the Suho Guild. The director has also arrived at the Suho Guild. Park Jun-ho and Kim Mi-so see the director, and she asks why he is here. He responds, what does he think and how could he just sit calmly in the office when the country is in the middle of a crisis? He meets Park Jun-ho and explains that to ease their citizens' anxiety, the Awakena Bureau and the Ministry of Defense have decided to fully support the Suho Guild in any way they can. Park Jun-ho expresses Park Soo-ho's dislike for outsiders entering the territory like this. The director acknowledges this but emphasizes that the appearance of a level 7 dungeon is not the Suho Guild's problem. He states that it is a national crisis, and it is not just the Suho Guild's duty to clear it. She says she will do her best to explain things to Park Soo-ho when he comes out, and they are willing to pay an appropriate amount for using the dungeon. After a while, Kim Mi-so stands alone with the director. She inquires about the reason for his presence. He responds by asking what she means by that question. He asserts that the director of the bureau should not remain inactive during a national crisis like this. She questions whether he evacuated to this location because it appeared to be the safest. He challenges her perception of him and instructs her to cease the nonsensical talk and set up his place at the command post. He explains that they will be temporarily transferring all available aces to join them, including Choi Soo-young from the detection team. He emphasizes that Choi Suung should be in the barracks at this moment. He then inquires about the claim that the defensive wall of trees in this area cannot be breached, not even by a missile. She responds that she is uncertain and suggests that he try it himself. After a while, Sun Jinwoo informs Park Junho that they should not create any difficulties for him. He proposes that if he is willing to permit it, they will establish their post in that location. He believes that the man of Iron Fist, who turned down a blank check from the Shilla Guild out of patriotism rather than a desire to avoid trouble, appears to be doing this because he does not wish to accept any assistance. He adds, let him do as he wishes. He also requests that they ensure the paths of the soldiers and civilians do not intersect, as the soldiers might be somewhat sensitive due to the impending raid. After a while, a healthy soldier has his food and remarks that he believes this place is where trash accumulates, except for Park Soho. But the food is exceptionally good. His friend points to the granny cutting food and mentions that she is cooking in a hurry because the food prepared for 200 people doesn't appear to be sufficient. Just then, he is struck by a newcomer from the Suho Guild and becomes angry. He seizes the newbie's collar and shouts at him. Meanwhile, Gunwoo pilfers the bread and attempts to escape while striking his face. Granny Sukju becomes angry and hurls the knife, saying that she had warned him not to touch the bread since they don't have enough. However, he leaps out of the window and offers the bread to their monkey friends. Healthy soldier spots him from the window and inquires about his identity. His friend replies that he is Park Suho's nephew. He mentions that his movements resemble those of an awakened monkey. He remarks on how coldly Granny throws those knives and expresses his anger, saying that the knives were headed straight for him. His friend explains that it's because he was causing a scene. He asks if he wants to face the consequences for touching Park Suho's family, like Lee Sungwoo. He then questions if Granny is a member of Park Suho's family and wonders what kind of family is filled with lunatics. After a while, Soo Jinwoo sits in an office with the director. The director asks what has brought him here. Soo Jinwoo replies that they plan to start the raid today. The director suggests that they have just arrived here not long ago, and wonders if it's better to let the soldiers rest for at least a day. He responds that they have already rested enough. He explains that they have sent an official cooperation request to each guild and are currently in the process of adjusting the plans for the additional combat teams. He hopes the director can wait for at least a day. He asks if he doesn't trust them or if they don't need more people even now. He clarifies that it's not about trust. Even Lee Sungwoo's world record team had casualties, and for their country, which lacks manpower compared to Japan, even a single casualty would be a huge loss. He emphasizes that if they enter hastily and lose men, they won't be able to carry out subsequent raids effectively. He mentions that 4 S rank and 12 A rank mercenaries are currently on their way from Busan, and they need to include them in the combat unit. He reminds him not to forget that Unit 707 is their best asset. He responds with an understood and agrees to keep the unit on standby for one more day. Meanwhile, in the camps, Choi Suung is sleeping, and Kim Miso approaches, playfully tossing a fire fairy on her. Kim Miso remarks that Choi Suyoung is supposed to come and greet them since she has finally returned after such a long absence, questioning why she's just resting. She responds that being away was better. She begins teasing her about Park Suho's name. She asks what that guy has to do with her. She mentions she called Park Suho many times while she was dispatched. She gets angry and asks why she is going around checking other people's call records. She reflects on how she didn't even think about how the bureau was turned upside down when she suddenly disappeared. Just then, a red-haired girl enters the room, and both Choi Suung and Kim Miso are delighted to see her. Choi Suung asks if she brought the chicken. The three of them sit down to enjoy the food Hong Se-hee brought. Hong Se-hee inquires if they've seen the video of Song-hee getting rejected by him in 5 minutes. Kim Miso asks if Song-hee and Park Suho are dating, to which she explains that it was all revealed in the Song-hee edition of Unanswered Questions. She was rejected the moment they met, and now she's getting tutored because she wants to take the Awakened Mercenary exam. She asks if they know why she got rejected, and she replies that it's because she was weak. Kim Miso deduces that Park Suho's type is someone strong. Hong Se-hee then turns to Kim Miso and inquires that she is Park Soho's liaison officer at the bureau. She emphasizes that she is ranked number 1 among women in Korea, and foremost among the country's strongest women. She playfully asks if she could introduce her to Park Suho. The news broadcasts that 24 hours have passed since Park Suho entered the level 7 dungeon. 38 mercenaries, including S-rank members, have joined the Vanguard and the full party of 30 from Special Forces Unit 707A, who are about to raid the level 7 dungeon. After a while, Sun Jinwoo's teams are ready to enter the level 7 dungeon. Park Junho asks a newbie where is Monk Myungjin. He says that Monk Myungjin entered a level 1 dungeon with them yesterday and defeated the boss several times by himself. However, he suddenly went off by himself with a strangely vicious expression on his face. Junho asks, did he bring his medicine? On the other side, Sun Jinwoo addresses his team and states that the only intel they have on this level 7 dungeon is that it is an undead land, which means they are acting as the vanguard. He says that first, they are going to find the best place to set up camp, then they will make a map, analyze the situation, and devise a plan of operation. He reminds them not to forget that they are the best combat team in their country, and expresses his hope that they all do their best to fulfill their duties. They begin entering the portal, and 28 successfully enter, while 2 S rankers fail to enter, and the portal closes. Just then, the door bursts open, and a countdown starts, leaving everyone in shock. The director states that it's Park Soo-ho, and reporters also confirm that he has returned. News is being broadcast, reporting that a level 7 dungeon has been cleared by him in just 24 hours. The director then asks him to please allow them to express their sincerest gratitude and looks at Jang Yi-shik and Han Dong-soo, who are sleeping on the grass. He inquires if his teammates are still alive. He responds that they weren't able to sleep for 3 days, so they are just resting. He acknowledges that he must be tired but requests that he trouble him to write down his dungeon clearing strategy while he rests. Kim Miso suggests that even if it's just a map or details about the monsters, it would be of great help to the teams currently preparing for the next raid. He replies, asking if they are not going to send another hastily assembled combat team to his hunting grounds. He explains that they are currently in a state of national emergency to prevent a dungeon break, and it's best to have one more team join. He firmly declines, stating that there's no need to join forces because he's more than capable by himself. She believes that a level 7 dungeon isn't a national catastrophe for him. It's more like an island full of treasures that have landed right in his lap. He doesn't see their intention to send in a team as an attempt to help prevent a disaster. Instead, he views it as their attempt to claim a share of his treasure. He asks why there are so many people gathered here right now. She acknowledges his perspective and assures him that they won't send in any more teams. However, she mentions that one of the Special Forces units from the Ministry of Defense is currently in the middle of a raid. He asks for permission for them to enter his hunting grounds. She points out Park Junho, and he agrees to grant permission. Park Soo-ho pulls Park Junho aside, scolds him, and asks about the whereabouts of Monk Myungjin. Meanwhile, Monk is on the verge of attacking a reporter when he spots him and orders that he be brought over. The director questions what those guys are doing. While some guards apprehend him and escort him to the portal door, they all enter the portal once again. Reporters speculate that they are going in right now without resting, assuming that if he is truly determined to prevent a dungeon break by himself, the Soo-ho Guild might become the first level 7 guild. However, it's too early to determine, as one would need to clear the dungeon twice a day to prevent a break. They mention that, at the very least, they'll have to wait and see if they can reduce the clear time to 7 hours. The guards toss Monk Myungjin into the portal, while reporters observe that Monk doesn't appear to be in good health. After a while, the director announces that he's going to take a short break and gather information from them once they awaken. He reminds them that he is still the on-scene commander and needs something to appease the higher-ups. They both bring in the first aid van where the doctor checks if the machines are working properly. He confirms that both machines are currently at B rank. The other person points out that they were at E rank and D rank when they entered. He examines their status screens and expresses amazement at the significant level up they achieved from going through a level 7 dungeon just once, emphasizing that there is concrete proof of such progress right here. Suddenly, both of them wake up, ready for a fight. After a few seconds, Han Dong-soo realizes they are no longer in immediate danger. He inquires about Park Soo-ho's whereabouts. The doctor responds that he heard Park Soo-ho re-entered the dungeon about 20 minutes ago, along with 2 other members of the Soo-ho Guild. Jang Yi-shik suggests that they likely have only about 30 minutes left and asks for guidance on what they should do during that time. The director advises them to spend all the money they have on purchasing items if they wish to avoid dying without even leaving a corpse. They proceed to check their status screens. The scene shifts and Lee Sun-woo watches the news reporting that Park Soo-ho has re-entered the dungeon without resting. He observes people cheering for his dungeon raid, and news announces the completion of a residential area for 3,000 households in Namangju Soo-ho land. He expresses shock, wondering how Park Soo-ho managed to clear it in just a day. He also notices news coverage of Park Soo-ho, Monk Myungjin, and Park Junho returning after reducing the dungeon clear time by 3 hours, achieving their second clear in 21 hours. On the other side, a medical team arrives to provide healing. Han Dong-soo, with no injuries, has his stamina at 30%, while Monk Myungjin requires 1 hour and 20 minutes of healing. Han Dong-soo questions their actions, to which she responds that it's the Bureau's healing service, and they are doing it to assist. She requests that they allow them to take care of Monk Myungjin. He wonders why they would engage in something that seems like a waste of time since they will recover from sleep once they return to the dungeon. She explains that it's 3 times faster in the dungeon, so as long as safety is ensured, it's better. Upon his orders, they both also come here to pick them up and enter the portal. They inquire about who will take care of the guild, and she responds that she will monitor the construction's progress. He expresses gratitude and asks why she's doing this. She explains that it's their job to make it easier for him to focus all his manpower on raiding the dungeon. He agrees to leave it to her and suggests that if she has questions, she can talk to Aunt Sukja. He then orders them to proceed and enter the portal, instructing them to wake up the others. Park Jun-ho wakes up and asks if it hasn't been cleared yet. Han Dong-soo says it was cleared once, and then they all came back in. Park Jun-ho insists on having some humanity and allowing the rest of them to recognize their differences. Park Soo-ho remarks that they have been sleeping here for 30 minutes, adding that it isn't such a short amount of time. He explains that Jun-ho is at a C rank, Yishik is at a B rank, Myungjin is at a B rank, and Dong-soo is also at a B rank. Given their respective levels, sleeping in the dungeon for 30 minutes, without factoring in the time difference, should be more than sufficient for their recovery. They all proceed to check their levels on the status screen. He says that their bodies are rapidly growing stronger, but their minds have yet to catch up, which is why they feel fatigued despite having had ample time to recover. He further emphasizes that with such an attitude, they won't be able to protect their home, even if they reach S rank. Consequently, they are all undergoing special training until their lifeless expressions regain some vitality. Park Soo-ho says, "Don't the guys realize they have to get stronger quickly so they can leave the house to them while he is away?" Just then, undead skeleton knights arrive to attack them, but they are all fought back strongly and most of them are knocked down. Some undead orcs approach them. Park Soo-ho says this wave of opponents is approaching them by itself. Is it because of Myungjin? They all use their different powers to kill the dead orcs, but suddenly, an orc kicks Park Jun-ho. Jang Yishik says he has suddenly lost strength, and his sword's edge is becoming dull. Han Dong-soo says his accuracy is also suffering. On the other side, an orc is badly beating Myungjin. Just then, a banshee comes to attack them. Meanwhile, an operator shows a video to Kim Miso and the director, where Jang Yishik is fighting against the banshee. He describes the banshee as an undead-type monster that appears to be on par with a mid-boss. It is estimated to be an S rank, and its specialty lies in a debuff that reduces its opponent's physical damage, accuracy, and speed. It can also transform its arm into an arrow and perform ranged attacks. The director asks if he is suggesting that the banshee is not the boss and questions why they don't have the rest of the video. He explains that they attempted to forcibly extract the video while Han Dong-soo was sleeping in the infirmary, but he woke up in the middle of it. He mentions that they will formally request the video from Han Dong-soo once he comes out. The director adds that, aside from Lee Sung-woo's team, no one has ever succeeded in clearing a level 7 dungeon. Kim Miso points out that there's also Park Soo-ho in their team, and no other team has returned from raiding a level 7 dungeon yet. He says Japan is refusing to share information for some reason, and they are receiving several requests for information about the level 7 dungeon. He states that their immediate priority is the safety of SF Unit 707A and asks how things are over there. He shows a screen and says this is a scene of Jang Yishik, who was barely C rank at the time, receiving healing from Park Soo-ho's fairies after he almost died upon entering the dungeon. He mentions that they have observed that he received not only healing but also a buff. He explains that without Park Soo-ho's extremely long-range healing, they believe that no team on the planet could defeat the Banshee without suffering casualties. The director asks how long it has been since the SF unit went in. He says that 9 Earth days have elapsed, and if they compare them to Lee Sung-woo's team in Sapporo's level 7 dungeon, they could say that there's still some time to spare. However, the unit's composition is weaker than Lee Sung-woo's team's, so it is likely that the unit would quickly collapse if they encountered a Banshee early on and sustained casualties. He says they have to save them. She asks what they can do from the outside. He receives a call, and the person informs him that Park Soo-ho's team is coming out and the third time clear time has been reduced to 13 hours. They are all shocked to hear this. The director announces that he will arrive soon and instructs him to hold on to Park Soo-ho. He adds that they had initially emerged from the dungeon, but Park Soo-ho has since re-entered. She explains that if they analyze Park Soo-ho's previous dungeon clear times up to level 6 and make comparisons, they would find that he completed solo dungeon raids in half the time it took when he was part of a team. She further elaborates that based on this data, Park Soo-ho's 4th level 7 dungeon raid should take approximately 6 hours. He remarks that had he known Park Soo-ho's skills were this exceptional, he would have made every effort to prevent the deployment of the SF unit. She then inquires about what he meant by a way to save the SF unit. He clarifies that the more he repeats something, the faster he becomes at it, and suggests that if Park Soo-ho were to assemble a team with rank veterans, they could achieve remarkable results. After a while, Park Soo-ho emerges from the level 7 dungeon, and the director approaches him, sitting on his feet, and earnestly pleads for help. He inquires did someone mention they're going to kill him. Kim Miso then expresses her desire to discuss something with him if he can spare some time. After a while, they sit by a lake, and Park Soo-ho asks how he is supposed to assist the SF unit. He states that he is currently clearing the dungeon faster and questions why he should help those thieves. Kim Miso explains that 3 days have elapsed since Captain Sun Jin-woo's team entered the dungeon, which translates to 9 days passing within the dungeon itself. The director interjects, stating that it is said that spending more than 15 days in the dungeon reduces the survival rate to below 50%, and they cannot afford to lose their special forces unit so needlessly. He angrily demands to know who authorized such a reckless entry. He admits to making a miscalculation due to his impatience. He asks how he can save the people who have already entered the dungeon. She responds that there is a way to go and save them. She recounts an incident that occurred 5 years ago in a level 1 dungeon near the Namhan River in Yongpyeol. She explains that since the level 1 dungeon appeared in a field, the entrance fee has remained affordable. Additionally, there is a high chance of finding an artifact there, making it a popular dungeon often referred to as the lottery and treasure dungeon. As more and more people have come to try their luck, the number of available doors quickly decreased. The problem arose with the last door that was raided when 5 C-ranked mercenaries entered a level 1 dungeon with a capacity limit of 15. However, upon entering, they discovered the corpses of those who had entered earlier, killed by spiders. He questions why there were already corpses everywhere if they hadn't even started hunting, and the door had just opened. She continues, explaining that the door's countdown began suddenly, and by the end of their desperate attempt to exit, only 1 mercenary had managed to escape alive. This particular mercenary happened to be a track and field athlete, enabling him to make it through the door within the countdown. The director mentions that an investigation was initiated, and the inquiry concluded that 2 teams had entered the dungeon shortly after each other due to a computing error. He goes on to state that this event revealed that the final dungeon could admit more people. However, he emphasizes that they cannot exceed the capacity limit as long as there are surviving soldiers in the last dungeon before the dungeon break. She summarizes that additional individuals can enter the same dungeon under the condition that they do not surpass the capacity limit. He asks that they request him to clear the remaining dungeons as swiftly as possible and subsequently rescue the SF unit soldiers trapped in the last dungeon. The director asserts that he is the sole individual in this world capable of saving those people. He questions whether they had not reached maximum capacity upon entering. She responded that there were 2 available positions. He inquires if he clears it 4-5 times a day, and whether he should be able to reach them before the break occurs. He expresses concern that as time passes, the survival rate decreases, and if it takes a month in dungeon time, the survival rate will plummet to a mere 2%. Therefore, he needs to clear it as expeditiously as possible to ensure at least 1 more person can return alive. He wonders aloud why he had to engage in such a futile task. He says that he will arrange for the government to compensate him for all the experience and profits missed out on during the rescue period. However, she responds with a firm no need and proceeds from there. After a while, a reporter announces that he is currently situated in front of the level 7 dungeon in Uijeongbu Suho Land. Park Soo-ho, who has managed to reduce the level 7 dungeon clear time to a mere 4 hours, has now initiated his rescue mission for the Special Forces Combined Unit. He entered the dungeon only 10 minutes ago and is anticipated to complete it in approximately 2 hours. Suddenly, they are all taken aback when they witness Park Soo-ho returning from the dungeon unexpectedly. He reports a shocking event has just occurred and they are witnessing Park Soo-ho exiting the level 7 dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time in a mere 13 minutes, and now he is re-entering. The scene shifts and the news broadcast informs that amid the world's fascination with Park Soo-ho's incredible dungeon clearing ability, 4 days have elapsed since Sun Jin-woo's SF unit entered the dungeon. Park Soo-ho has now embarked on his 8th raid of the dungeon. Despite Park Soo-ho's remarkable average clear time of 20 minutes, the news reporting that the combined unit's survival rate has dropped below 50% has prompted numerous individuals to gather in the square. Meanwhile, inside the level 7 dungeon, the SF unit is making its way toward their base camp. Choi Soo-young suddenly halts them all and informs them that a wraith is located 140 meters ahead. Banshees attack Choi Soo-young and her team, and they attempt to conceal themselves, but she manages to locate them once more. A soldier engages her and eliminates her. The girl with red hair insists that they need to relocate, but she asserts that it's too late. A soldier from the base attempts to establish contact with the main squad and reports that a substantial group of monsters has been observed advancing toward their position. He informs them of a group of 40 orcs approaching from 6 o'clock, a group of 20 ogres approaching from 7 o'clock, and a group of 200 goblins approaching from 3 o'clock. He instructs the main squad to proceed to the intersection point 200 meters ahead at 11 o'clock and engage in battle. The girl with red hair issues orders for them to prepare for battle and launch an attack. He notices something flying overhead at an impressive speed and inquires about it. She explains that she's analyzing the undead monster field guide from Eruka. He questions the need for analysis, suggesting they simply go and eliminate it. The goblin attacks her and hurls her aside. He remarks that their mana and stats are decreasing at an abnormal rate, making it impossible to defeat the undead in this condition. He wonders if it's some kind of curse, and upon seeing her, he identifies it as a banshee. He realizes that their physical attributes are diminishing rapidly, making their endurance limited. He believes they need to inform the scouting unit and tries to establish contact with them to relay the information about her. Meanwhile, people observe that Park Soo-ho has returned and acknowledges that he has achieved the incredible record of clearing a dungeon 87 times in only 6 days as he emerges from the portal. Han Dong-soo also notices the news of his return and inquires if they can go to meet him. Jang Ji-shik responds by asking if he wants to go to that place again. Han Dong-soo clarifies that he certainly does not and suggests that they lay back down, which they proceed to do. He reflects on what might have happened if there hadn't been a great disaster. He then asks the director and Kim Miso if he can enter now. The director requests that he return with them this time, emphasizing that it's the last dungeon. Han Dong-soo replies that if they are still alive and proceeds to enter the portal. The news broadcasts announce that patron Saint Park Soo-ho is finally entering the long-awaited last dungeon, commencing the rescue mission, and pondering the fate of the 707A combined unit. On the other side, Hong Se-hee engages the Banshee in combat, and goblins begin to attack the soldiers. Their stamina decreases, making it impossible for them to continue fighting. They express concern that if this situation continues, they will face annihilation. Sun Jinwo spots a building and identifies it as the boss room, which they find sooner than expected. He suggests instructing the entire unit to gather there and deploying the iron curtain to separate the boss room from the outside. This would enable them to eliminate the isolated boss. He notes that it appears the base has been under attack, and the main squad is currently in the midst of battle. However, the situation doesn't look favorable, and their location is a 20-minute away. He insists they must go to their rescue. Upon their arrival, they find themselves trapped and declare that they are completely cut off. They notice the Dead Knight approaching to attack them, recognizing it as a level 6 Dungeon S rank boss. They are alarmed because there are 12 of them attacking at once. Choi Soo-young fell, and as she looked at her status screen, she noticed that her energy was very low. She found herself unable to get up. She wondered why she was thinking about Park Soo-ho at this time. Suddenly, fairies appeared before her, and the soldiers also noticed them. They wondered if they had all gone to heaven. Hong Se-hee also fell and saw the fairies. She pondered what this was and why the gauge was going up. She questioned the presence of these blue insects. Then, she spotted Park Soo-ho, and all her stats were instantly fully charged. A soldier remarked that he was overflowing with power, and Hong Se-hee had also fully recovered. They all prepared to attack the goblins once more. Park Soo-ho employed his fire fairies to eliminate all the goblins. He inquired if everything was taken care of here. Choi Soo-young approached him and hugged him, asking why he was there. She inquired about how he had managed to get in here. The soldiers wondered if that guy had saved them. After a while, Hong Se-hee arrives at the scene and observes that all the goblins have been killed. She then attempts to locate her team. She finds them some distance away, where soldiers are discussing Park Soo-ho, the one who saved them, and talking about his dating relationship with Choi Soo-young. Hong Se-hee expresses shock, wondering why he is here. She assumes his presence means this is the final dungeon and questions whether they are saying he managed to clear everything by himself. He attempts to push her away while stating that he has already mentioned she is too weak. She suggests they remain in their current position a little longer. He forcefully pushes her aside, remarking that she's too weak to be his partner. He rushes back towards her, inquiring if she's all right and warning her that she could get hurt if she stays by his side. Meanwhile, the soldiers are discussing the main squad, which initially consisted of 21 total members. There have been 6 fatalities, all of whom were fighters. Currently, there are 15 surviving members, and all 15 members have been gathered. Contact with the base camp and the scouting party has been severed. They mention that they can't even locate the corpses of those who perished here. They observe the goblins resurrecting once more and inquire whether they will continue to do so until the boss is killed. One of them asks what they should do next. Another soldier insists that they must first regroup with the base camp before searching for the scouting party's whereabouts. However, another soldier arrives and informs them that even if they head to the base immediately, they won't find anything. He reveals that there are 5 more people alive in the boss room, but the situation is dire. The soldier suggests they follow him without delay, emphasizing that time is of the essence, and if they delay, everyone will die. He swiftly departs, leaving the soldiers wondering how they are supposed to keep up with him. Hong-se advises them that if they don't want to be left behind, they should run quickly, even though the path is infested with ghouls. She orders them to prepare for battle. One soldier summons his beast, and his bear and wolves join him as they launch an attack on the ghouls. However, some soldiers express doubt about the need to fight. As they debate, Choi Soo-eun alerts them that it's 11 o'clock, and a flying entity is approaching. Park Soo-ho gazes at her and contemplates the fact that she is the strongest king of the undead, a lick. A wave of undead is swarming in their direction, and they wonder how they are going to deal with all of them. They prepare to launch an attack. On the other side, Sun Jinwoo observes a castle and contemplates the presence of a black mist, a shroud of darkness, the magic capable of reanimating a corpse, and the ability to summon death knights. He deduces that it must be a lick, and the one inside is the lick's life vessel. He explains that if they destroy the vessel, the lick will perish, along with everything reanimated by it. He proceeds to enter the castle, affirming that he can handle it on his own and expressing the hope that they all survive until he destroys the lick's heart. One of his team members remarks that even if it's a lick, it won't be able to penetrate Sun Jinwoo's impenetrable black armor. On the other side, Park Soo-ho transforms into a golden eagle and takes flight to launch an attack on the lick. He states his intention to put an end to their game, mentioning that he no longer has the time to keep playing with her, and advises her to return home. Portals open on her side, and he summons wyverns through them. They unleash a fiery assault from all sides, causing the lick to vanish without a trace. Choi Soo-eun remarks that it's not over yet, and emphasizes that a lick does not meet its demise so easily. The scene shifts as Sin Jinwoo enters the castle, where he encounters numerous vessel monsters. He reflects that this situation is preferable, as he dislikes receiving help. He proceeds to advance and engage in combat with them, initiating a killing spree. However, he becomes ensnared by the monsters, and despite his efforts to free himself, it proves to be a challenging task. Outside the castle, his team members are exerting their best efforts in battling the undead ORCs, but they find themselves overwhelmed and bound. At that moment, Park Soo-ho's fairies arrive, accompanied by a wild boar and a bear, and they launch an assault on the undead. The team members are astonished to see Park Soo-ho. He employs fire fairies to incinerate the undead ORCs. A member of the SF unit notes that they are regaining their strength, and observes that all the undead outside the barrier are also being consumed by the flames. After a while, Park Soo-ho remarks that one member is missing. A member is informed that the captain went inside the castle. He decides to take action, declaring that he will retrieve the missing member. He instructs the others to remain where they are and not venture elsewhere when the main squad arrives. He then transforms into a golden eagle. Park Soo-ho employs fireflies to eliminate the ghouls, effectively killing them. He then transforms into a beast and launches an attack on them. He eventually reaches the boss's room where he finds Sun Jinwoo suspended in vessels. As he observes Sun Jinwoo covering in vessel, he contemplates the notion that he is the living, breathing heart of the lick, the life vessel. He ponders whether Sun Jinwoo is intentionally being kept alive, with his life energy gradually draining into the vessel. He laments that, given a bit more time, the lick could have fully resurrected. But unfortunately, his life is about to come to an end. To free Sun Jinwoo, Park Soo-ho utilizes fireflies to break the net. Meanwhile, the soldiers report that the castle has exploded, and the undead are disintegrating into dust and vanishing. Simultaneously, outside the door, an eruption occurs, signaling the start of a countdown. the soldiers announce that he has returned. Park Soo-ho emerges from the castle, carrying the unconscious Sun Jin-woo in his arms. His team members inquire about Sun Jin-woo's condition, and Park Soo-ho reassures them that he's not dead yet and suggests they all leave. They express their confidence that the Man of Iron would not simply perish. After a while, news broadcasts report that Park Soo-ho is in the midst of a mission to rescue a dungeon raid unit, marking an unprecedented milestone in human history. This rescue operation takes place merely an hour and 40 minutes after he commenced entering the dungeon to rescue the Special Forces unit. The doorburst countdown has finally initiated, and the entire world is silently watching and hoping for the safe recovery of the brave combat team that ventured into the level 7 dungeon in their quest to save humanity. A few minutes later, they emerge from the dungeon. News broadcasts proudly announce that the combat team has successfully cleared the level 7 dungeon, a place that had plunged the world into fear and confusion. Park Soo-ho and the SF Unit 707A soldiers confidently exit. Although it appears that some of them have sustained injuries, it remains unclear who these injured individuals are, as well as the whereabouts of the dungeon, which has vanished. Reporters approach Park Soo-ho and inquire about how he is feeling at this moment and whether he intends to share his raid strategy. In response, he transforms into an eagle and takes flight, leaving the questions unanswered. Meanwhile, Hong Se-hee reflects on the idea that she could encounter a guy like that in her life, considering its fate. She then questions her companion, inquiring whether she has any feelings for him. The companion responds by asking what she's talking about, explaining that she is simply happy to see him. Hong Se-hee suggests that she should ask him out. Lee Sung-woo watches the news reporting his successful dungeon clearance and ponders whether there are still skills of which he remains unaware. He wonders about the kind of skill he used to clear the dungeon in just 2 minutes. As his phone's recharge depletes, he contemplates the likelihood that all his Japanese bank accounts have been frozen. He realizes that if he sells the blood crystals in his inventory, he'll likely be discovered. He overhears people speaking ill of him and praising Park Soo-ho. He decides that he should use these individuals as the first sacrifice for upgrading the regression stone. Sun Jin-woo recalls a childhood memory when he attempted to catch a football on the road, and a truck was approaching him. In that dire moment, a person intervened and saved him, but at the cost of their own life. He awakens in the hospital, where medical staff inquire about what happened and inform him that they heard Park Soo-ho rescued him and the other soldiers. On the other side, Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho open the door, and Hong Se-hee girl inquires whether Soo-ho is not awake yet, as they had agreed to meet today. Han Dong-soo mentions that Park Soo-ho has not awakened yet. She hands them kimbap soaked in raspberry wine and requests them to give it to him, as well as to call her when he wakes up. After she departs, Park Jun-ho remarks that he never knew he was this good with women. They proceed to check on Park Soo-ho, who is sleeping in a wild boar transformation. Park Jun-ho suggests attempting to wake him up, but Han Dong-soo recounts a previous experience when he tried to do that as a wolf and nearly got bitten to death. Just then, Hong Se-hee enters the room with a scream and inquires if Park Soo-ho is awake. He transforms into a cat, and she picks him up, hugs him, and explains that after the SF unit dispatch ends tomorrow, she will have to return to the guild and won't be able to see him for a while, so she wants to spend some time with him. Han Dong-soo points out that it's almost time for the transformation to end. Shortly thereafter, Choi Soo-young and Sun Jin-woo arrive to meet Park Soo-ho. He transforms back into a human, but after the transformation, he finds himself in a very inappropriate state with her. Choi Soo-young sees them, becomes angry, throws a box of bacchus at his head, and departs. Sun Jin-woo expresses his gratitude, mentioning that he wanted to thank him and has learned that receiving help doesn't only burden others. He promises to use the life that was saved to save more lives in return. Meanwhile, a member of Korea's Awaken Bureau's criminal task force is tailing Lee Sun. She inquires about his identity, to which he introduces himself, and asks why a woman who was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head at a murder scene in Silumdong is now alive and present. She becomes angry and transforms, turning into a lizard and subsequently killing him. Meanwhile, the director is engaged in a phone conversation. After he finishes the call, Kim Miso approaches and informs him that an order has been received from the Army's Special Warfare Command. The order entails disbanding the coalition and dispatching SF Unit 707A to the Level 6 dungeon in Seoul's Area 5. He acknowledges the urgency of the situation in Seoul. She adds that it's not just Seoul, the entire world is in turmoil. He expresses his weariness and mentions that saving the country is only enjoyable the first few times. She informs him that the executives are waiting in the conference room at the bureau and offers to connect via video. General Manager Kim is on the call and appears to be very distressed. He questions why he looks that way and if they all attended some boot camp. General Manager Kim responds by stating that there is a highly serious situation and insists that he must quickly come to the bureau. He states that trouble appears to be brewing in Russia. The director inquires if the Russian army possesses a stock of conventional weapons. If so, why are they doing this? He explains that the current scale of the monster wave, which originated in Harbin, has been assessed to exceed the capacity of conventional weapons. He adds, however, that the problem lies in the fact that if the monster's northbound route is altered due to nuclear weapons, the monsters destined for Russia will instead head towards North Korea. He mentions that the army is preparing for this possibility by dispatching and stationing the 1st and 3rd Corps at Paju and Dongganian along the Imjin River. However, he expresses concern that if the wave combines with the monsters in North Korea and heads south, they believe it would be challenging to contain them with their military's firepower alone. He concludes, surely they won't head in that direction. The director inquires about the situation concerning their country's dungeons. He is informed that 14 dungeons have emerged in Seoul today, including 6 level 6 dungeons. He says the requests for combat teams to be dispatched have been pouring in, but other guilds are also facing a shortage of combat teams, leaving no solution in sight. The director remarks, "They're telling me there are 6 level 6 dungeons. It's a total disaster." He reveals that 2 special task force members who are investigating a suspect have been murdered, and the suspect managed to escape. The director asks, who is the killer? Are they an awakener? He responds they believe it is a vampire who has died and been resurrected 3 times. After a while, the next morning, the SF unit gets ready to depart and bid farewell to each other. Kim Miso suggests to Choi Soo-young that she should return to the detection team. She is told to be sent to the most critical area as she expresses her desire to become stronger. Meanwhile, news reports that Russia has dropped a nuclear missile. It is mentioned that they cannot say much when they drop a bomb on their land, but they eventually do it. The director suggests the need to strengthen the defense wall around Seoul, which belongs to the territory of the Shilla Guild and Goryeo Guild. They receive a request for cooperation has already been received from both guilds, and the break time is incredibly short. Moreover, there is a shortage of combat teams. However, the only person who can resolve this situation is Park Soo-ho. They say that there are claims that he could handle all the dungeons in Seoul if he wanted to, but he has not taken any action. Additionally, there have been reports from the Guild Association that the Suho Guild is not contributing much considering the benefits they receive. After a while, Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo are engaged in a conversation on a mountain. Han Dong-soo observes the news about people holding a candlelight rally because he is not taking any action while Seoul is in chaos due to the presence of dungeons. Currently, there are 2 level 6 dungeons in Area 2, and the available break time is only 27 days. He questions why he should venture into hunting grounds within other people's territory. Just then, they notice Kim Miso approaching them. She informs them that a request for cooperation has been received from the Awakener Bureau. She requests them to listen to her explanation first, as there are several dungeons that they cannot contain without his assistance at the moment. Meanwhile, they witness an explosion in Suho land, and she questions whether it's the blood crystal power plant. Han Dong-soo speculates that it might be Lee Sung-woo. People are heard saying that the injured should be taken outside, and some individuals are trapped within. Park Jun-ho states that they cannot enter due to the fire. Jang Yi-shik arrives and inquires about the situation. Han Dong-soo responds, suggesting that a blood crystal generation may have exploded. He suggests that they should prioritize extinguishing the fire. Then, Park Soo-ho arrives and employs a water vortex, causing a whirlpool of water to appear in the sky. People begin to fall from the building. He immediately calls wyverns for assistance, and they are all saved by wyvern. Kim Miso inquires about what happened. Park Jun-ho responds, suggesting that there may have been a problem with one of the blood crystal generators, but they won't have certainty until it's thoroughly investigated. She points out that although the DGB's blood crystal generators have occasionally caused problems, an explosion of this magnitude warrants assembling all the team leaders. Park Soo-ho expresses his desire to construct a large moat around Suho's land. Park Jun-ho questions if he intends to encircle the outer walls from Uijeongbu to Namyeongju with a moat. He raises concerns about the exorbitant cost of such a massive construction project. Park Soo-ho jests that he will need to go earn money unless he happens upon a treasure dungeon or something of the sort. Kim Miso mentions the existence of a treasure dungeon, specifically a level 4 scorpion dungeon in Gwangju Field in the Gyeonggi province. This dungeon has 12 days remaining before it breaks, and it yields valuable items dropped every hour, with the potential to gather 4-5 blood crystals per person. She notes that the Scorpion Dungeon is currently under the management of the Goryeo Guild in the southern fields of Gyeonggi province. Interestingly, a cooperation request has already arrived from the Goryeo Guild. She explains that the Goryeo Guild's parent company, Goryeo Construction, boasts 50 years of experience in river construction, and by cooperating effectively, they can complete the construction at half the price. Jang Yishik expresses his desire to use this opportunity to thoroughly test his new strength. Myungjin suggests that if he wishes to do so, they could each form a party with the recruits in the guild. She assures them that during their absence, she will handle the contract negotiations with Goryeo Construction. The news broadcast announces that the Suho Guild's party of 5 has finally commenced their raid on Gyeonggi Province's Scorpion Dungeon in Gwangju Field. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, they are engaged in a fierce battle against the scorpions, successfully defeating them and collecting the blood crystals. On the other side, in Mongolia, soldiers are confronting thousands of monsters heading toward their position. Simultaneously, in the Situation Room at the Scorpion Dungeon in Gyeonggi Province, an Awaken Bureau member enters and inquires of an operator when they expect Park Suho to exit the dungeon. The operator responds that there are 4 days remaining until the dungeon break, but they've heard that he intends to take his time farming the last boar before exiting. The Awaken Bureau member conveys this information to the director seated in the bureau, who instructs him to relay a message. When Park Suho emerges, he should be informed that Uijeongbu's Suho land is on the verge of being reduced to ashes, and his entire family will meet their demise. Meanwhile, in a meeting, an individual presents an image on the screen to the president. He explains that it's a picture of their front line captured by one of the drones, showing a recent meteor impact. He reveals that 3 meteors, each measuring 23 feet in diameter, crashed in Dongdaecheon Field, resulting in the annihilation of everything within a 4-mile radius, including the frontline operation area of the 11th Corps. He reports the detection of significant waves of dimensional energy at the moment of impact and mentions finding meteor summoning magic in Planet Aruka's Magic Encyclopedia. He says they initially considered the possibility that one of the North Korean returnees possessed taming skills, but they've now concluded that it's likely a vampire. He notes that a level 7 dungeon broke in Giseong not too long ago, and they suspect it was a vampire dungeon. They draw a connection to the vampire serial murder cases reported in Seoul, and believe that some of these vampires may have infiltrated Seoul. The president questions how vampires, who cannot be killed with their current technology, have made their way from Giseong to Seoul. Someone suggests that they should lock down all gates within Seoul. The news broadcast reports that the surging monsters have annihilated the entire First Corps subordinate unit following the meteor crash in Paju Field. Consequently, the Third Corps subordinate unit has decided to abandon their current frontline position, withdraw to the Seoul barriers, and regroup to halt the monster wave that originated in Kazakhstan. The Chinese government is initiating a tactical nuclear attack in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Simultaneously, the Russians have launched their tactical nuclear attack on Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. The report also brings another breaking news update. Martial law has been declared in Seoul. Meanwhile, the director makes a call to Kim Miso, who is currently in Suho Land, Uijeongbu. He urgently advises her to evacuate the area if she wishes to survive. He explains that they are in the midst of a national emergency, and the Third Corps subordinate unit is currently retreating toward the Seoul barriers, with their location being near Uijeongbu. He strongly urges her to join that unit and make her way down there, emphasizing that if she misses this chance to leave, she will soon find herself surrounded by monsters. He reveals that there are plans to bomb Uijeongbu once the monster clusters there. Meanwhile, people are departing from Gate 34 when suddenly, Choi Soo-young arrives and eliminates a vampire who had just bitten a soldier. She instructs the team to set up all the equipment around the gate and stand by. She then enters the gate area and inquires if everyone from Suho Land has passed through, mentioning Sukja Lee and Kim Miso by name. However, she informs that their names are not on the list. On the other side, Kim Miso approaches Granny and emphasizes the urgency of their departure. Granny points out that Gunwoo's father and uncle have not yet arrived, and she questions how Kim Miso expects her to leave without them. Just then, a newbie arrives and reports that all the construction workers are hurrying out, but they can't locate Gunwoo anywhere. Granny suggests that if he's not around, he might be playing in the beast's resting zone. Suddenly, the newbie points out the window and remarks that the sky is taking on an unusual appearance. They all turn their attention to the window to see what's happening outside. Vampires launch an attack on the Suho Guild. When Kim Miso spots them, she issues orders to close the door, but they manage to destroy everything and gain entry into Suho's house. Kim Miso directs everyone to get behind her as they approach. She employs a firebomb to counter their attack. Once more, she urgently instructs everyone to leave and heads towards the beast farm. She engages in a battle with them, but a vampire lands a punch on her, sending her unconscious. They proceed to attack her for her fresh blood. Granny intervenes to rescue Kim Miso, using a pan to fend off the vampires. However, one of the vampires punches Granny as well, and they resume attacking Kim Miso for her blood. The soldiers contemplate their options, unsure of what to do next. Just as a vampire is about to bite Kim Miso, Choi Soo-eun arrives and attacks, ultimately killing them. She instructs the soldiers to take both Kim Miso and Granny and make their way towards the beast farm. Bats also start following them and transform into vampires. She continues to fight against them. On the other side, a vampire appears before the soldiers who are carrying Granny and Kim Miso. Suddenly, a Biku emerges and attacks, killing the vampire. Choi Soo-eun deploys a defense bomb against the vampires to eliminate them, but they surround her. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho arrives and attacks the vampires with fire fairies, reducing them to ashes. He questions the nature of these creatures. Cheeto's Rakwala seizes Choi Soo-eun and carries her away. Park Soo-ho examines her status screen and questions why she is causing havoc on someone else's territory. She responds that, from now on, it's her home ground. He initiates an attack with fire fairies, but it doesn't have a significant impact on her, and she remains unyielding. He makes another attempt to attack and hurls her away. She reaches a garden area, where she remarks that it's as fresh as she expected, and her wounds are regenerating rapidly. Park Soo-ho comments on her resilience, noting that she must want to live badly to go to such lengths. He inquires if she has ever heard of a planet called the Animal Kingdom. She replies that, based on her subject's visit to Earth about 12 years ago, it was merely a primitive planet ruled by lowly creatures called humans. She believes that humans, being savages, couldn't possibly harm her. He mentions that she's the first one who hasn't perished after being attacked by his fairies and muses that they could have been friends if she hadn't trespassed on his territory to challenge him. She asserts that she will kill him regardless of her identity, as this is her territory from this moment on. She tries to wake Choi Soo-eun by mentioning her daughter. When she awakens, she commands her to kill him. She attacks with a sword and slashes her neck. She questions if the sword is God's artifact, suggesting that it should be destroyed if she cannot possess it. She kicks her head away, but she performs some magic with her finger in the sky. She wonders if it's a meteor. She responds that it's just the beginning and that her enraged warriors will annihilate every living thing on this land until there is nothing left. Park Soo-ho transforms into a black bear and attempts to intercept her stone attacks. He also summons a tornado to hurl the stones out of the earth, which inadvertently strikes a satellite. In Japan's defense headquarters, they report the loss of signal from the combat satellite MSZ-1 and begin investigating. Park Soo-ho wonders if he managed to dispose of it safely, as it felt like something had exploded. She suggests that next time, she should begin with the vampire's mouth. He inquires if she's all right, to which she responds by asking why he's asking, as she doesn't appear injured to him. He acknowledges that she's always been a bit eccentric and suggests that she might not require any medicine. He expresses gratitude to her for saving his family. Monk Myunjin, Park Jun-ho, Jang Yi-shik, and Han Dong-soo arrive at the scene. Monk Myunjin asks what he just sent flying into the sky. It appears as though he smashed a meteor with his fist and sent it into space. Park Soo-ho inquires about the well-being of the others. Park Jun-ho reports that Aunt Sukja and the chief are recovering at the medical center, while Gunwoo has been taken to the dormitory. Han Dong-soo informs them that tens of thousands of monsters are now converging in their direction, and an evacuation order has been issued. He adds that the chief mentioned a massive bombing would take place soon, and they needed to escape. She provides specific information, stating that approximately 120,000 monsters are approaching from 6.1 kilometers outside the outer wall of the Suho land castle. Park Soo-ho concurs, mentioning that the military has already pulled back, and they should follow suit. Park Jun-ho is instructed to make a call and inform them not to engage his prey. Concerned about the ongoing situation, she remarks that it might already be too late. He makes a call and learns that the artillery fire has commenced, and there will be an air raid soon. Everyone starts running towards safety, and he comments on the difficulty of stopping a million creatures now. At the military base camp, they assess the situation at Seoul land and observe the initiation of the Apache squadron attack. They express surprise, wondering if these monsters possess anti-air capabilities as well. After a while, a team assembles at the Presidential National Crisis Management Situation Room. The director questions whether they are currently utilizing all available firepower, and notes that the damage to the monster horde is minimal, merely slowing down their advance. He recognizes the strength of the enemy. He seeks advice on what they should do. In response, they suggested that they issue an evacuation order for Seoul in case a massive meteor attack was to target the city. The director vehemently opposes this idea, emphasizing the substantial investment made in Seoul. At that moment, a person enters the room with the news that the United States has approved a nuclear strike, and a B-1B Lancer is launching from Guam. Their faces light up with excitement as they contemplate their survival. Meanwhile, the news reports that the approved warhead is a 10 KT nuclear warhead named Amazing Goodman, which is expected to be dropped in approximately an hour and 40 minutes. The designated drop point is the Olonakyang Station Field. If it explodes at an altitude of 500 meters, it is anticipated to have a shockwave damage effect extending up to 4.26 kilometers. He says Seoul lies beyond the reach of the shockwave's influence. However, there are concerns about potential long-term radiation exposure, especially in Uijeongbu, where Seoul land is located. He also notes that the B-1B Lancer squadron has recently taken off from Guam, and a national crisis is unfolding. There is particular worry regarding the safety of Seoul land. The director raises the point that Seoul land's purpose is to defend Seoul, and suggests deploying the iridium shield on Seoul's outer wall to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, the soldiers express their inability to hold on any longer, and the Apache squadron begins to retreat. They notice something and inquire amongst themselves about what just passed by them. A soldier discerns that it is Park Soo-ho, who has arrived there in the form of an eagle. He employs the power of Earth Fury and submerges all the monsters underground. She observes that they are all being drawn into the ground. Han-dong-soo questions whether it is over now, but then they witness the giants resurfacing. Once again, he launches an attack on them, this time with tree trunks, and the monsters are being crushed by the tree trunks. Meanwhile, in the Blue House National Crisis Management Situation Room, a meeting takes place where they watch a video of Park Soo-ho's battle against the monsters. The president inquired if Park Soo-ho caused an earthquake and then initiated a fire. An individual informs him that the 120,000 monsters he was concerned about have been eliminated. The president instructs them to immediately recall the nuclear bombers. On the other side, Park Soo-ho initiates an attack on the monsters, but he suddenly faints and becomes motionless. The monsters begin to advance toward him. Choi Soo-young and others rush forward to assist him and engage in combat with the monsters. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo is working in a shop and overhears some customers discussing the vampire situation. He checks the regressor's stone on a status screen and observes that living as Lee Sung-woo offers significant advantages for upgrading the regressor's stone, which he considers a positive aspect. He notes that there are only 298 more upgrades needed for the regressor's stone. As he checks his phone, he comes across news reports. He learns about millions of monsters descending from the north and the transformation of Seoul into a wasteland due to vampires. He also comes across news about Park Soo-ho, who, with his earthquake skill, has exterminated over 1.2 million monsters heading towards Seoul. Lee Sung-woo is astonished by this news and contemplates whether it could be considered divine power. The story transitions to a flashback in Finland, near Katila, where an old man informs Lee Sung-woo that there is a rumor circulating. It speaks of a god who has emerged in the east, capable of summoning whirlwinds and shaking the earth to expel evil spirits. This god also provides medicine and daily sustenance, serving as a savior for vulnerable humans against evil. This savior bears a distinctive long scar on his face and is seen as a god of salvation in the realm of the deceased. The story returns to the present, and he ponders whether the old man's words held any truth. He reasons that the presence of a long scar on someone's face doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's Park Soo-ho. It dawns on him that there might be several individuals capable of wielding divine power, suggesting the existence of an item that can awaken such abilities. His thoughts drift back to when Akiko informed him about a rare item that appears on one of the planets every 1,000 years, disappearing within 10 days. And this item, when consumed, prevents aging and death. He contemplates how Park Soo-ho could have obtained the Chakyun sword and wonders if he were to return to the moment of the significant change and join forces with him, could he acquire the red sky fruit? On the other side, in Okinawa's Ishigaki Island, Kurosawa Aikta informs Takeo Chanu that the U.S. Pacific Fleet, en route to rescue the South American escape team, has been obliterated by sea monsters. Takeo Chanu expresses his concern about the difficulty of reaching Park Suho and questions how they can afford to let go of a man capable of launching a meteorite into space with his fists. Kurosawa suggests that if Park Suho is unwilling to assist, they should consider consuming Korea. He points out that the Korean government has lost its effectiveness and is struggling to defend Seoul under the relentless pressure of the monsters, with their reliance solely on Park Suho's abilities. He explains that cities like Busan, Daegu, Gwangju, and Jeju will likely seek a stronger government and defense contract to ensure their protection. He notes that Busan, currently the most proactive, is on the verge of declaring independence and signing a defense treaty with Japan. Furthermore, he mentions the attractiveness of the Asian portal in Sigwipo on Jeju Island. He predicts that with the forthcoming openings of Gukcheon Dongwon and Busan and Iksan, and as the central people of Gukcheon collaborate with Korean cities, the guardians of these cities will have no choice but to sign defense agreements with them. Suddenly, a portal opens, and Dr. Toddler, accompanied by Chief Gilbert Reynolds, emerges from it. Takeo asks Dr. Toddler if he has finally invented the portal generator. He mentions that it's the outcome of their hard work and dedication. But currently, the generator can only accommodate 2 people, and errors occur when 3 or more attempt to use it. He expresses his excitement about sharing a plethora of interesting information with Park Suho, such as the reversion stone and new weapons designed for clearing the level 7 dungeon, among other things. Meanwhile, in Suho Land, all guild members are extracting bloodstones from the deceased monsters, and they are all tied up. Inside the house, the granny is weeping and remarks that it's sad to be this old, especially when everything now appears hazy. Kim Miso advises her to take her medicine 30 minutes after each meal. She exits the room where Choi Soo-young and Gunwoo are having their food and inquires about Park Suho's whereabouts. She responds that he should be with his guild members, cleaning up the field in front of the barricade. Just then, Park Suho arrives and asks if she is looking for him. She informs him that there's an official letter from the government that she would like to share. He questions the official letter's purpose, and she hands him a Guild 0 defense contract. She explains that if he signs it, Suho Guild's level will be elevated to level 0, and Suho Land will be upgraded from District 13 to Suho City. She elaborates that Korea is currently a federation of united cities with autonomy, consisting of 4 large cities, Seoul, Busan, Gwangju, and Daegu, and 3 medium-large ones, along with Jeju Province. Suho City is set to join this list. She explains that Suho City will possess the same autonomy as other large cities and will sign an official mutual defense treaty with the Korean government. Choi remarks that it's a fancy way of implying they should remain within the country and concentrate on defending Korea. He asserts that he has no intention of leaving. She counters that this is precisely when he should state that he must frequently be out of the country. Kim Miso points out that essentially, the government is concerned about the absence of internal defense when he is not in Korea. She inquires if he is comfortable with being pulled in different directions by various individuals who require his assistance. He responds that he only needs to ensure the safety of his home. She assures him that he will be generously compensated for the support he provides, emphasizing that Suho City requires government backing as it is. She believes it is beneficial to mutually assist each other, considering that they are all neighbors, after all. He proceeds to sign the contract. Then, she introduces one more proposal. She suggests he hire her. Their surprise is evident. She describes herself as an ambitious woman and reveals that she holds an executive position at RCD. She promises that if he hires her, she will make every effort to bring in top-tier talent suitable for the prestigious Suho City. She states that she will submit an official job application within a week. He responds that it sounds good to him. She then informs Choi Soo-young that she has received orders to join the Special Task Force for Vampires. Choi Soo-young questions whether the issue with vampires has already been resolved. She explains that they continue to receive reports of murders that appear to be the work of vampires, which is why they are expanding the task force and providing the necessary equipment to address the situation. She mentions that she plans to stay overnight and join the task force the following day, as it is already quite late. Afterward, she heads to the shower and discovers vampire bite marks on her neck. Kim Miso contacts Mr. Chin and informs him that there is some commotion within the group regarding the search, seizure, and arrests. However, she mentions that the construction site is still robust. He says he heard that the use of defective materials in Suho City was a pretext to remove Mr. Jian from the group. She responds that they have temporarily addressed the issues with the power plant facilities, but there is a possibility of another explosion shortly. He says, unfortunately, there are limitations to what they can do with their current technology. He suggests that it would be more efficient if she were to reach out to Tesla in America. She inquires Sujin whether it wasn't the Shilla Group that initially constructed the Bloodstone power plant facilities in Seoul. Sojin interjects, explaining that this was indeed the case initially, but the facilities team from Tesla oversaw the overall construction. She elaborates that they had engaged in technical cooperation with them after paying them patent fees. She says it was quite costly for a limited time frame and without technology transfer. She asks whether Dr. Richard is still the team leader of the facilities team at Tesla. Meanwhile, she contemplates that for Seoul land to achieve technological independence, they require a core engineer to lead the dimensional energy research, along with the necessary equipment, engineers and researchers of various levels, and a returnee inventor of a caliber comparable to Dr. Toddler of British Roland or Dr. Richard of American Tesla. Subsequently, she arrives in Seoul land. After some time, Park Soo-ho arrives at the construction site and inquires about the slow progress of the construction. The workers explain that they are doing their best, but the machines keep halting due to frequent electricity disruptions. Park Jun-ho adds that the cafeterias are also facing electricity issues due to unstable equipment at the Bloodstone power plant facility. Park Soo-ho instructs everyone to step back and harness the power of the Earth's wrath, causing the ground to tremble. The workers identify it as the renowned Suho brand earthquake. Park Jun-ho acknowledges that he might end up knocking himself out again. He says that he needs to hurry up and reinforce the security of the outer perimeter to ensure safety in his absence. He questions whether he truly intends to go to the planet Aruka, to which he confirms his plans. Meanwhile, they spot Kim Miso's car, and she informs them that they have received an urgent request for cooperation from Shilla Guild. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo descends from the mountain, and they question why he came down, as he was instructed to keep watch over the orc village up the hill. He responds that it's because he has found a crocodile and shows them the news. He explains that there is a dungeon within Shilla Guild's district, and its inhabitants are exceptionally powerful. Even Shilla Guild's ace, Minhyuk Kan, was bitten in the leg and severely injured. He speculates that these must be formidable creatures, which he confirms, stating that Minhyuk Kang is an S rank. She expresses relief at this news and informs him that this is the dungeon they need help with, as it is on the verge of breaking. He suggests that he should hurry, and she adds that Shilla Group is a company that possesses engineers and equipment related to the Bloodstone power plant facilities. She mentions that she has requested access to these assets in exchange for assisting them in clearing the dungeon, and once she finishes signing the contract, he joined them. He reassures her, stating that he believes it is on the verge of breaking and that he shouldn't be concerned about it. She clarifies that this assessment is from Shilla Guild's perspective, and the actual break is still 8 days away. Additionally, there are 45 other dungeons to consider. She emphasizes that it is Shilla Group that is facing a crisis, so they should wait until they are contacted again. While they are in the midst of their conversation, a helicopter arrives at the scene. Han Dong-soo inquires about its presence, noticing that their guild's name is displayed on it. She explains that DGB has sent it as a gesture of apology. Upon seeing the pilot, he remarks that he thinks he has encountered him before. She confirms that they had indeed ventured into a level 4 dungeon together back in Suho land in Nemyeonju. She identifies the pilot as Min-soo Seo, who had worked on portal management at RCD. He emerges from the helicopter and declares that he will serve as the leader of the Suho Guild portal equipment team. She mentions that they have received a message from Shilla, and their president has only instructed them to read it and proceed. He inquires whether they can depart now. Min-soo Seo guides them, saying this way and he will take him to the dungeon. He instructs them to begin filling the stream with water up to the point where the construction has been completed, as this area is intended for use as a crocodile farm. Park Jun-ho inquires whether she has received any communication from Jang Ishik since he went to Jeonju. She recalls his admiration for the thousand-sword smith Sumpal Jang and mentions that he had always desired the honor of meeting him. She replied that he had not yet located him when she spoke to him earlier that morning. He explains that it was his first time visiting Jeonju and questions whether it is truly necessary to go to such lengths to search for someone, especially since sword craftsmanship seems unrelated to the Bloodstone power plant. She counters that the sword craftsmanship of planet Hades differs from that of Earth, and the crucial factor is Mr. Sumpal Jang's awakened skill, which is an invention, much like Dr. Toddler. She elaborates that he earned the title of 1,000 swordsmith on planet Hades, where obtaining skills requires substantial effort. highlighting the significance of his inventive talents. She suggests that his talent may well surpass that of Dr. Toddler. Han-dong-soo raises the possibility that he could be one of those hidden maestros who are only known by reputation. She agrees, stating that he could be considered as such, and she believes he would make an excellent research director at Suho City if they could eliminate one variable. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, Park Suho gazes out of the window. Min Soo-seo remarks on how beautiful the Earth used to be, expressing the feeling that the entire planet is now transforming into a colossal dungeon. He shares his distress about watching the news in recent days. Park Suho inquires about the notion of the entire Earth becoming a giant dungeon. Min Soo-seo explains that dungeon monsters are forcing people out of their territories and establishing their villages, leading to significant changes in the Earth's environment. He notes that this phenomenon isn't limited to Korea, it's occurring worldwide. Park Suho realizes that to understand this situation, they must uncover the root cause of the Earth's deterioration. He believes that the High Elves of Eruka may hold the answers to what triggered the catastrophe, the emergence of dungeons, the whereabouts of his missing friends, and the mysteries surrounding him. He queries the whereabouts of the portal leading to the planet Eruka. Min Soo-seo reveals that the Eruka portal in Asia is situated in Siewhwipo, Jeju, and its highly classified information is known only to top government officials and RCD equipment technicians. Park Suho contemplates leaving for Eruka as soon as he gathers enough crocodiles to fill the new stream. On the other side, Lee Sung-woo finishes his work at the shop and heads out, contemplating the idea of leaving Busan for the United States. He believes that there are many independent survivors scattered in the fields there, more than in Korea or Japan, and this would make it easier for him to upgrade his regression stone. He thinks that some of the large cities in the United States still possess enough power and intelligence to withstand 10 years of level 7 dungeon breaks and monster waves. He wonders if he could gain access to their intelligence by using his future diary as bait, which could potentially yield more advanced data about Park Suho. Meanwhile, Park Suho enters the dungeon, accompanied by Min Soo-seo, who was initially meant to be dropped off at his destination. He feels a strange sense of familiarity in this place. Suddenly, they are ambushed by crocodiles. He immobilizes them by tying them with tree trunks. He swiftly takes them down, instructing Min Soo-seo to eliminate every threat and collect their bloodstones. While exploring the area, Park Suho notices the claw scratches on a tree, recognizing them as Kuro's marks. He reflects that this used to be his territory and that he hadn't trespassed into Kuro's domain for at least a century before his departure. He asks about Mr. Kuro's identity. He considers him both a friend and a formidable rival. He speculates whether Kuro is searching for him and contemplates the events that might have occurred in this forest during his absence. Park Suho decides to use his searching skills, hoping that they might reveal something. As he activates the skill, he experiences brief flashbacks. However, the memories remain elusive, leaving him with a nagging feeling that he saw something important, even though he can't quite remember, and his level of recollection regarding the forest remains frustratingly low. Park Suho engages in combat with Lizardman, and upon checking his status screen, he identifies it as Lizardman's armor. He remarks that they don't belong in this place and employs his fire fairies to reduce it to ashes, obtaining a blood crystal in the process. He asks if he wants to revisit the world he once lived in before returning to Earth, to which Min Soo-seo responds affirmatively while catching the blood crystal and noting its heat. Park Suho spontaneously begins climbing a tree, directing Min Soo-seo to follow, and reveals that his house is situated up there. As they ascend, he comments on the unexpected nature of a place like this atop a tree. Upon reaching their destination, he describes the scenery as epic and explains that he used to come here whenever he needed a break from cave life. He points out some artifacts, finely crafted stone knives that resemble Stone Age artifacts. He reflects on the memories these artifacts evoke, realizing that they were created before the age of civilization. He contemplates the possibility that he had traversed through time and space, arriving on a random planet from the past, and laments the prospect of never reuniting with his old friends. Suddenly, Min Soo-seo exclaims that he sees crocodiles in the river and suggests they catch them. He expresses doubt and questions whether they need bait. He secures him to a rope and lowers him into the river, claiming to have spotted movement underwater. He contemplates attempting to dunk him when a crocodile prepares to attack. He hurls an arrow at it, successfully subduing the crocodile and urging him to tame it quickly. Checking the crocodile's status screen, he discovers it to be a B rank and remarks on its lingering hostility. He acknowledges the situation's urgency as a swarm of crocodiles approaches their location. He proceeds to tame the crocodile and advances toward the others, while he suggests that his role in the situation is complete and requests to be released. He informs that he would be safer remaining suspended because another group of crocodiles is approaching from the forest. He employs a water fairy to control them. He explains that he cannot tame them if they are attacked. He instructs him to use a tornado to tame them as they descend. He initiates a tornado and expresses concern that they are in danger. He then opens a portal and dispatches all the crocodiles to Suho land. He mentions that they are going to come live with him. On the other side, there's an issue with an excessive number of crocodiles in Suho land, and their ditch digger has broken down. Park Junho contacts the Situation Room operator and requests them to convey to Suho that they need to halt the influx of crocodiles, as the situation has become chaotic with over 800 of them filling up the moat. On the other side, Kang Minhyuk watches a news broadcast reporting that Park Suho has successfully cleared a level 6 dungeon in Seoul's District 2 in just 4 days. The dungeon was on the brink of a break, making this achievement even more remarkable. Additionally, the man accompanying him, Minsu Seo, who had been stuck at D rank for years, managed to level up to C rank within those 4 days. Kang Minhyuk questions why Minsu, who works for the RCD, is accompanying Park Suho and speculates that they might indeed be government-affiliated individuals. Meanwhile, in KH Group's ace, Hong Se-hee expresses her desire to leave. The manager reminds her that she is KH Group's ace and that the entire company supports her. But her sudden decision to quit without a clear reason raises questions. She explains that she wants to go to the Suho Guild. He speculates that the Suho Guild might be the government's secret subsidiary hunting unit, intending to recruit talent from across the country to diminish the power of current hunter companies and increase their influence. She clarifies that her reason for going is because of her connection with Park Suho. He agrees to let her go under one condition. Once KH Guild has 5 S-rank hunters, he will grant her departure. She questions if he expects her to train his hunters, which would take years even if they engage in level 5 dungeon activities. He reveals that they have obtained entry rights to a level 6 dungeon Yurikan. She considers selecting a few rankers with potential and focusing on their training, which should expedite their progress in the level 6 dungeon. Meanwhile, in Suho Guild, Park Suho connects the Crocodile Lake with the Yeongnam stream using his power. After completing the task, he suggests that it's time for a celebration. Park Junho enthusiastically agrees and mentions they are planning to have a barbecue in the Purple Village. Just then, Choi Suwon arrives at the scene. Park Suho inquires if she managed to slay all the vampires. She informs them that she has quit the RCD and asks to be let in. She specifies that she'll take room 305 in the officers' quarters and then proceed inside. Park Junho questions if Park Suho is planning to leave for Eruka. He expresses confidence in watching over their home. He vows to protect it with his life. On the other side, Sojin enters Kim Miso's office with a cup of coffee for him. She mentioned that she heard Suwon has joined their team. Kim Miso responds that she got fired from her previous position. She elaborates, explaining that she accidentally killed the defense minister during her vampire hunting mission. She expresses frustration about the situation, feeling that they are simply cutting her loose despite her exceptional perception skills. She also comments on the politics being filled with bothersome people. Just then, Minsu enters the room. Kim Miso asks if he has obtained what she requested. He hands her a box contained within a memory stone. While they discuss this, Kim Miso receives a call from Jang Yishik, who informs her that he has found Sumpal Jang. On the occasion of the completion of the Suho stream construction, Park Suho receives a call from Jang Yishik. He informs him that they are in Purple Village and he will head over right away. Sumpal inquires if he is coming, to which Jang responds that he called him a few minutes earlier and tells him to remember his promise. After a while, she mentions that Jang Yishik has found Sumpal and was in a market in Jeonju. He inquires how Sumpal was found. She replies that he'd received some intel that Sumpal enjoys drinking, so as soon as he arrived, he started looking for some market pubs. The story goes to a flashback. Jang Yishik goes to have some bibimbap in Jeonju when a person pushes Sumpal out of his bar and warns him not to come again. He thinks that the legendary returnee who fell victim to alcoholism. He goes near to him and suggests that he could pay that tab back in. He asks him to join him. When he holds his hand, he feels something strange and tells him to stay away. The story returns to the present, and he inquires if he can still work. She informs him that he spent 8 years on planet Hades after the catastrophe, where he earned the name the Thousand Sword Smith. He is a skilled returnee, and his expertise lies in invention. He might possess some of the answers he has been seeking. He then questions whether she has the memory stone. She shows it to him and mentions that RCD is allowing them to keep it for 2 weeks. He holds it in his hand and employs his searching powers. He asks Park Junho if he can stand guard there. She inquires if he truly wishes to go now. He replies that he wants to meet that guy. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young rises from her seat and proceeds to the administration office. She inquires if everyone has left and questions the whereabouts of Kim Miso. Sojin responds that she has gone down to Jeongju with Park Soo-ho as they have some business to attend to. On the other side, Monk Myungjin remarks that the more he upgrades his necrobills, the faster the infection spreads. He declares it's time to return to the orc village now. On the other side, Kim Miso and Park Soo-ho are in a helicopter, and she inquires about Granny Sukja's whereabouts, wondering if she has been awakened. He explains that Granny Sukja was awakened when they initially arrived in Namyangju. The story delves into a flashback, where Granny is busy chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Park Soo-ho approaches her and inquires about Granny's well-being. She mentions that she accidentally cut her finger while chopping vegetables and reflects on how she's been feeling old lately. Granny shares her various physical discomforts, such as deteriorating eyesight, trembling hands, back pain, and constant fatigue. Park Soo-ho reassures her that she can rest whenever she feels tired and mentions that they can find food at nearby places. He then uses his fairy magic to heal her injured finger. Spotting some cheese on a plate, he asks if he can eat it. Granny warns him that it's poison due to the presence of rats and cockroaches, which she intends to eliminate. The story returns to the present. He remarks that it seems one of the rats or roaches she had poisoned has awakened. She asks if Granny Sukja knew she was awakened. He explains that if Granny Sukja hadn't been awakened, she would have died when she got attacked by that vampire. Min Soo-seo informs them that they will be landing at Jeonju City Hall in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in Suho Land, a vampire is about to bite a girl, and Choi Soo-young intervenes, kicking the vampire. However, it's all staged. They explain that they are doing this for their YouTube video. After some time, Kim Miso informs Park Soo-ho that Soo-young is in the news. He wonders why she's involved in an altercation with that kid. She explains that although they need to make money, she has been getting concerned about the increasing number of people coming in. However, she sees this as an opportunity and suggests making Soo-young the head of security. He agrees, saying it's a good idea, and decides to go along with it. After a while, they reach their destination. She states that they need to head up the hiking trail on Mount Godok. He asks if they need to be this careful. She explains that if word gets out that they want him, then he'll become ridiculously expensive, and they will never be able to afford him. She emphasizes the importance of confidentiality. He says he will never understand this world. After a while, Jang Yishik introduces them to Sunpul. Sunpul believes that it is indeed Park Soo-ho, and that he is truly standing right in front of him. Kim Miso informs him that they have come a long way to meet him. He mentions that he has been waiting for them and invites them inside. After a while, they all sit inside, and Park Soo-ho looks at him. He thinks he was expecting a washed-up alcoholic, but his eyes are alive. He asks why he has been waiting for him. He says it's because he saw hope on that day. The story shifts to a flashback. Sunpul is seated in a pub when he observes on TV that Park Soo-ho and Lee Sung-woo engaging in a fight at the Tokyo Stadium. He is shocked to witness Park Soo-ho knock out Lee Sung-woo. He inquires if there is something he wants from him. Sunpul responds by requesting him to kill someone for him, and if he does so, he will join his guild. He turns to Kim Miso and suggests they leave, stating that he doesn't need someone like that. He confesses that the person he wants dead is the one who killed his wife. He shares that he pleaded with them not to take Chhua, begging for her life and willing to do anything to save her. He reflects on how, since that day, he has been tormented by nightmares every single night. He believes that he can't afford to lose Chhua, so he does whatever they tell him to protect her, even producing thousands of swords for them. In flashback, he questions them about why he didn't bring her today either, wondering if she is very sick, and pleads to see his daughter. He mentions that they promised not to harm her, and he complies with all their demands. He requests that they return his daughter to him. He mentions that ever since that time, he has been consumed by thoughts of revenge and has developed PTSD, experiencing flashbacks involving swordsmen. Meanwhile, she inquires if that's the reason he fled planet Hades and has been in hiding since then. He confirms this and states that he will continue to search for him, with nothing on Earth capable of protecting him from his pursuit. Park Soo-ho questions his strength and asks who exactly he wants to eliminate. He reveals the name of the person, Namgung Janchen, explaining that he was certain he could kill him after seeing his match with Lee Sun-woo. She asserts that he cannot kill him. He asks why not, and she clarifies that Namgung Jangchen is the head of the Namgung family, one of the three major families leading the people of the Central Plains in Hades, and killing the leader of the Namgung family would provoke the entire Central Plains against him. He suggests that he could transform into an animal and sneak in for an assassination, ensuring that no one would know it was him. He responds that he doesn't need to worry about that, as it doesn't matter whether they know or not. After a while, she tells him to hold on because this isn't a simple problem. He responds by stating that a chief must protect the family of his clan members, and once he proves his worth, he will help him seek his revenge. Then, he performs some magic and presents a bow in front of him, instructing him to analyze it. He holds the bow in his hands and identifies it as a handmade wooden bow, noting that it's quite rare to find one like it today. He asks where he acquired it, and he explains that he picked it up in a dungeon. He further elaborates that this isn't a bow from the modern world and that his skill allows him to determine the age of objects up to 300 million Earth years ago. However, he can't determine the age of this particular bow. He identifies it as a birch bow made by an ancient civilization on Earth over 300 million years ago, acknowledging that it doesn't make sense. But that's his analysis. Park Soo-ho contemplates whether the planet he is on is Earth. Continuing, he mentions that typically artifacts and jewels from dungeons are from Eruko or other planets, but he can't deceive the perception of a returnee from planet Hades. He suggests that if he can level up his skill, he'll be able to provide a more accurate analysis if he can ensure his safety. He then delves into the past, recalling that at the start of the catastrophe, when they were still researching the dungeons, the Ministry of Science and Technology, along with the RCD, destroyed all civilian research facilities and information, and silenced everyone involved. She acknowledges that this happened before she joined the RCD. He explains that all of Korea's core dungeon researchers and facilities disappeared to an unknown location, and researching the dungeons was banned. He was a low-ranking researcher in a facility in the countryside at that time, and he managed to escape to planet Hades just before they were about to receive special attention. He questions what the government was trying to hide. She suggests that there was likely pressure from external sources or deals with other countries, although they would have called it an agreement, considering they were still conducting research in the United States and the United Kingdom. He asks if Toddler didn't know anything, to which she responds that he wouldn't have told him even if he did. And she asks if he's sure they didn't conduct any experiments on him while he was there. He mentions that there is something off about Toddler and contemplates whether he should kill him. He replies by telling him to leave it to him. He'll analyze whatever he needs if he gives him some time. He hands him a stone and instructs him to analyze it. He asserts that this is a memory stone, even though he is aware that something is always said by the warriors of the Central Plains. He states that this stone embodies the desires of the people of the Central Plains, and it is referred to as the evidence of history by them. He maintains that it's a fragment of a planet, but simultaneously, it is the soul of the planet that remembers those who have left their legacy upon it. And legend has it that the sorcerers of the Central Plains are capable of using this to witness the achievements of great individuals throughout history. Park Soo-ho wonders, does that mean the planet is watching me? He holds the stone and employs his power, and a screen displays that Earth 7 is observing him, and his data is being saved on Earth 7's server. He inquires, what is Earth 7? He pledges to investigate it, just give him some time. He reflects that thanks to Sunpul, he has finally discovered that the enigmatic entity is called Earth 7. He promises to appoint him as the head researcher of the Suho Guild. He rises to his feet and declares, let's seek revenge and assemble everyone. After a while, they all reach Suho Land. Sunpul remarks that this place feels mystical. The more he sees, the more amazing it becomes. Park Suho inquires about Choi Soo-eun. Kim Miso explains that she's been getting sick a lot lately, so she advised her to take a day off and rest. He informs the others that he is planning on visiting planet Hades. Han Dong-soo expresses concern, stating that it's dangerous there without a guild. He elaborates, explaining that planet Hades is an eternal battleground, and the war between the Mammon and the people of the Central Plains never ceases. He clarifies that they didn't split the land in half, with each occupying their side, but rather divided themselves into separate clans, each establishing their territory. The Mammons are too savage to even consider visiting any of their camps, and the people of the Central Plains are aggressive, and tend to be exclusive, so they need to have a guide with them if they want to visit. He adds that he has a guide right here, pointing to Sunpul. Park Jun-ho asks why he wants to go to planet Hades all of a sudden and what about Erika. Sunpul states that to repair Suho Land's Bloodstone power plant, they need ore from planet Hades, which is known as meteoritic iron. However, it's the primary mineral used in the manufacture of various weapons, so all exports of it have been prohibited. Jang Yishik inquires, so if exports are banned, does that mean they have to steal it? Kim Miso questions if there is truly no other option. He explains that he examined the Bloodstone power plant and found that it is breaking down because the proportion of alloys used in the core shield is incorrect. He mentions that the core components are also questionable. He asserts that if they truly want to resolve this issue, the best current option would be to replace those parts with ones made from meteoritic iron from planet Hades. Myungjin declares that he will join him, and he has heard that planet Hades is filled with elite martial artists whom Earth's rankers can't even compare to. If he could find just a single book on martial arts in one of their villages, it would be worth going there. Han Dong-soo and Jang Yishik are also prepared to go. Park Soo-ho states that he supposes he could take one of them. He announces that he will give them a challenge, and the one who successfully solves it will accompany him to planet Hades. He instructs them to find a way to communicate with him from Earth when he is on planet Hades, emphasizing that if something he can't handle occurs while he is away, he will need a means of getting in touch with him. He departs, saying, "Let me know when they figure it out." After a while, Park Soo-ho and Sunpul eat food. Sunpul explains that there are 2 ways to level up on planet Hades. He mentions that the first way is by killing a mammon, which the people of the Central Plains call merit. The other method is through technique training, which is the most basic way to control the energy within their bodies, and they refer to it as inner strength training. He says he doesn't quite understand it. He asks if he wants to witness the power of inner strength. He harnesses his power and breaks a tin pack. Park Soo-ho inquires about the nature of that magic. He explains that it's inner strength, and the higher the level, the more effective its manifestation becomes. If he focuses on training his inner strength, he can attain D rank without even hunting, just as he did. He emphasizes that performing tricks like this is insignificant compared to having true control of his inner strength. He states that D rank awakened individuals on Earth would be considered commoners on planet Hades, while S rankers here are equivalent to first-class masters there. He mentions that he could throw a stone in any direction and knock over a dozen M. He adds that those at the peak class would be on par with SS rank individuals here on Earth, and the great houses have tens, if not hundreds, of them among their ranks. He says that they can leave the house without worrying about something happening, unlike him. He reveals that Namdung Janchen is an ultra-superior master who has pushed both his inner strength and outer strength to their limits. He responds with surprise, asking if he's telling him that he was able to achieve that with a 1-inch punch. He then asks what rank an ultra-superior master would be considered on Earth. He explains that there hasn't been anyone on Earth to reach that level yet, making it difficult to make a direct comparison. But their guess is around triple U rank. He clarifies that being an ultra-superior master doesn't mean one is invincible, and anyone could fall victim to the poison dart of a well-trained first-class assassin on planet Hades. He points out that even the fiercest beast can succumb to the sting of a poisonous bug in the wild. Either way, he expresses anticipation for the encounter. He thinks to himself that he's forgotten about being nervous, he's getting excited about it. He realizes that he needs to study this guy. Park Soo-ho asks a curious question. Why would someone who has accomplished enough to earn that name not be a respected figure on Hades? Why was his family treated differently? He explains that his wife, So-young, was the daughter of the Lords of Central Plains, and he often helped with repairs at her house, which is how they met. He reflects that it was the happiest time of his life, but that happiness didn't last long. The people of the Central Plains follow a strict class system, and when they discovered that a mere human had married the daughter of a lord and had a child with her, it led to the downfall of her family. His wife and her family were all killed. He continues, mentioning that he was able to save his own life and his daughter's life due to his fame as the Thousand Swordsmith. Park Soo-ho inquires if he knows his daughter's whereabouts. He sadly admits that he doesn't even know whether she's dead or alive, and that he has been dreaming of revenge ever since. Soo-ho reassures him, stating that he will seek revenge on his behalf. Just then, Choi Soo-won arrives. He questions why she isn't resting more. She begins eating and shows her sword to Sunpul, asking if he made it. He replies that he has forged quite a few swords in his day. He examines her sword and asks how the Soul Slayer ended up here. The story flashes back to when Kim Maleong of Aiken approached Sunpul. He tells Sunpul that he has risked his life to find him before he departs from planet Hades, and he requests a sword. He explains that, being from Korea, he has chosen a special sword for him. He implores him to promise to return alive and use the sword to protect their homeland. After Kim Maleong leaves, he realizes that it is not the right sword. The story returns to the present, and Choi Soo-young explains that the man who brought this sword back has passed away, and she is now its third owner. Sunpul reflects that Soul Slayer is one of the 6 swords he crafted after seeking revenge, and he cursed it with his grief. Soul Slayer can consume the soul of those it cuts and erode the soul of its master, and whoever wets its blade with blood will ultimately be killed by the sword. Choi Suung adds that she doesn't understand why, but this thing keeps crying out all the time, which is causing discomfort to her ears. She asks if he could fix it for her. Sunpul responds, explaining that Soul Slayer cries out as a warning whenever it's separated from its master or comes near a foreign species, and it cuts to the soul of its victims. He concludes that he will have to examine it more closely and decides to take the sword. Park Soo-ho inquires if she finds bats suddenly appealing or if she has any cravings to bite people or anything like that. She admits that sometimes she feels like taking a bite out of him. She then questions what he means when he expresses his desire to journey to another planet. He responds by asking what's wrong with that idea. She reminds him of how he passed out when he initially returned to Earth. She points out that after he wakes up, his strength and dimensional energy are weakened, yet he still wishes to go to planet Hades. He insists that planet Hades might offer a different experience. She questions if he is willing to risk his life for a mere 50% chance, and he believes that someone will assist him to the hospital if he faints there. She expresses concern that he has been displaying signs of burnout and narcolepsy lately. Sunpul reassures her that he will find a solution. On the other side, Han Dong-soo, Jang Yishik, and Myeongjin are doing their utmost to discover a method for communicating from Earth to planet Hades. After a while, Park Soo-ho receives an email from them containing their ideas, but he is dissatisfied with all of them. After some time, Park Soo-ho goes to the temple and encounters Myeongjin. He inquires about whom he has selected to accompany him to planet Hades. He replies that he is still contemplating his decision. Just at that moment, Gunwoo arrives and inquires if they are conducting a quiz, expressing his eagerness to participate. Park Soo-ho clarifies that they are attempting to determine how to establish contact with Earth from planet Hades. After a while, Park Jun-ho is writing something on Bikku, and Kim Miso is on a call with Park Soo-ho, stating that she has everything he asked for ready. She asks if this idea was Gunwoo's. He sends Bikku through a portal, and they are delighted to see that his writing hasn't been erased, and it has worked. The Bikku is sent back through the portal. Park Jun-ho states that he will not let him go. He admits he cannot honestly express his desire to bring a child alone. He says Gunwoo has not even awakened, and he cannot pass through the gate. Sunpul mentions that Gunwoo has already been awakened. He explains that Gunwoo awakened after only 3 days of inner strength training, and he has never seen a child like that. He adds that if he's not mistaken, Gunwoo is a prodigy and was born to be awakened. He may encounter someone like him maybe once a millennium. Park Soo-ho agrees, saying he has witnessed it himself. Park Jun-ho insists that he cannot take a kid to such a place. Sunpul mentions that he looked into Gunwoo's eyes while he was training and noticed the same look as in his daughter, Chwea's eyes. He states that if they do nothing to heal Gunwoo's broken heart, he will become an uncontrollable child. He suggests that if Gunwoo trains under a master on planet Hades and gains control of his energy, he will be able to manage himself. He acknowledges that the planet Hades is exceedingly dangerous. Park Soo-ho encourages him, saying that life is a series of new adventures, and if they let fear paralyze them, they will never gain anything. He decides that he is taking Gunwoo with him to planet Hades. Meanwhile, at Japan's defense headquarters, Kurosawa Aikta is on a call and inquires about Park Soo-ho's plans regarding planet Hades. The individual on the other end mentions that they have received an official request for cooperation from Suho City and asks for guidance on how should respond. He speculates that they are seeking access to the portal to planet Hades. He advises them to grant access. On the other side, Park Soo-ho, Sunpul, and Gunwoo are prepared to depart for planet Hades and reunite with everyone. Kim Miso instructs Sunpul that if Park Soo-ho faints while passing through the gate, he should bring him back immediately. Choi Soo-young approaches Park Soo-ho and warns him not to cheat while he is there. He playfully tells her to take care of herself and not to bite anyone. After a while, they depart via helicopter. Meanwhile, Kurosawa Aikta and Takeo Chanu are waiting for them on top of the building. Takeo Chanu mentions that it was very generous of him to let Park Soo-ho use the gate. He remarks that if one can't defeat the enemy, one should join the enemy. Just then, Park Soo-ho arrives and, without greeting them, moves forward. Sujin apologizes to Kurosawa Aikta for the chief's behavior, explaining that he is still not quite adjusted to polite society. Kurosawa Aikta assures her that there's nothing to worry about and that it's an honor to have them there. The three of them are about to enter the portal to planet Hades. Before entering, Sumple provides them with a pill and explains that these pills will allow them to understand and speak the languages of planet Hades for 1 year. He tells them to take the pills now. They consume the pills and enter the portal.